Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 206, Chapter 205, Regent of the Second Imperium Guilliman is late, again and again. The hololithic comms flared to life. The imposing figure of Ferrus Manus materialized on the other side of the tactical table. The Primarch of the Iron Hands was also seated on his command throne, a cold light rippling across the surface of his silver-gray power armor. Guilliman, Ferrus's voice rasped through the Vox synthesizer. Your navigators are 9 minutes faster than mine. The navigators of the Macridge's honor, Guilliman smiled faintly, know the warp currents of the Ultramar sector as intimately as their own backyards. Down to business, Ferrus cut straight to the point. I know the situation on Aurelian better than you do. I was the one who personally went to persuade House Blaiek 80 years ago. He used the word persuade, but Guilliman knew the outcome of that persuasion: 7 days of orbital bombardment and the total eradication of the ruling house. Back then, that planet worshipped some deity they called the Dream of the Loving Father. House Blaiek sanctioned Psyker advisors, House Aller, used the power granted to them to maintain the planet's ecosystem. I gave them a choice: compliance or annihilation. They chose annihilation. I gave them 7 days to consider. Consequently, they conducted a sacrificial ritual in an attempt to summon a warp entity. So, I executed the purge. His tone was utterly devoid of emotion. Guilliman remained silent for a moment. Is this current invasion connected to what happened 80 years ago? Uncertain. The Blood Angel's distress signal merely stated that Sanguinius was trapped, and that the contamination had reached a MU-class level and was still rapidly escalating. Both fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, Guilliman spoke up. We'll know once we arrive. Ferrus, after we drop out of the warp, your fleet will be responsible for locking down orbit to prevent anyone from escaping. I will lead the planetary drop. You. Ferrus's eyes narrowed slightly. Guilliman, ground assaults are my specialty. But Sanguinius is closest to me, Guilliman stated firmly. Furthermore, the Ultramarines have brought 25 companies, more than enough to wage a planetary-scale campaign. Your Iron Hands excel in mechanicus warfare, the orbital blockade needs you more. Ferrus was silent for a few seconds. Acceptable. But if the situation on the ground exceeds parameters, I will drop in to reinforce. Agreed. The channel severed. Guilliman settled back into his throne, his gaze returning to the roiling warp storm beyond the armorglass. 9 hours. Hold on, Sanguinius. 8 hours and 42 minutes later. Macridge's honor, command bridge. Guilliman stood upon the central command dais, flanked by Sebastian and 10 high-ranking Ultramarines officers. The bridge crew manned their stations with practiced efficiency. The navigator's third eye was fully open, its pupil reflecting the coordinate pinpricks of real space. Warp exit coordinates locked. Geller field stability at 98%. All weapon systems online. Assault elements on standby in drop pods. The reports rang out in rapid succession. Guilliman's ice blue eyes fixed upon the countdown on the main pick screen. 3, 2, 1. Translate. Boom. The massive warship shuddered violently. The chaotic colors beyond the armorglass receded like a pulling tide, replaced by the deep void of space and the distant light of stars. Gravity reasserted its normal pull, and the distinct, coppery tang of the warp was instantly scrubbed from the air by the ship's purifiers. The main display flared to life, feeding visual data captured by external optical augers. Aurelian 4 lay dead ahead. A sickly, grayish-yellow sphere, its surface scarred by intensive mining operations and dotted with the sickly glow of hive cities. But right now, several regions across the planet were shrouded in unnatural, roiling storm clouds. And in orbit. Multiple vessel auger signatures detected. Running identification. Imperial Navy, colors confirmed. It's the Blood Angel's flagship, the Red Tier, and its escort fleet. Detecting multiple Iron Warriors vessels as well. A fleet-wide Vox channel chimed in. This is Escalon of the Blood Angel's flagship, the Red Tier. Identifying Ultramarines and Iron Hand signatures. Lord Guilliman. It is me, Escalon, Guilliman replied deeply. Where is Sanguinius? What is the situation on the ground? After a brief silence, Escalon's voice crackled through the Vox, carrying a highly complex emotion. Lord Guilliman, the ground campaign is already over. Lord Sanguinius is unharmed. He is currently overseeing the final purification protocols in the city of the Holy Anthem. The primary warp entity threat was eradicated 6 days ago. Guilliman froze. Behind him, Sebastian exchanged bewildered glances with the other officers. 6 days ago. Guilliman pressed. Then the distress signal. The distress signal was broadcast at the absolute height of the crisis, as Kalen explained. But shortly after the signal was sent, the tide of war turned. An Imperial reinforcement force suddenly arrived, assisting the Blood Angels in utterly destroying 3 massive warp entities and purifying the main sources of corruption. The mop-up operations for the remaining corrupted elements are now drawing to a close. The Iron Warriors arrived 3 days ago and have been assisting with the ground sweep. Guilliman's brow furrowed even deeper. Reinforcements. Where did reinforcements come from? Don't tell me, am I late again? There were no registered Imperial garrisons near the Aurelian system. The closest Segmentum Ultima border defense fleet was dozens of light years away. It was physically impossible for them to have arrived so quickly. Which legion? He asked point blank. Over the red tears vox, as Kalen spoke slowly, delivering an answer that caused Guilliman's pupils to shrink to pinpricks. Not a legion, my lord. It was the Adeptus Custodes. A clandestine vanguard force, personally led by Tribune Demetrian Titus. A deathly silence fell over the bridge of the Macridge's honor. Maria subconsciously looked at Guilliman, finding a look of absolute astonishment on his Primarch father's face for the very first time. The Adeptus Custodes. The guardians of the Imperial Palace on Terra. The Emperor's personal bodyguards. What are they doing out here in a fringe sector? And at such a suspiciously perfect time? Countless questions exploded in Guilliman's mind, the revelation leaving him genuinely shaken. But a second later, the Primarch's formidable rationality crushed those chaotic emotions. His ice-blue eyes regained their absolute clarity. As Kalen, patch me through to Sanguinius's private frequency. Also, inform Ferris. There has been a change of plans. Guilliman turned on his heel, looking at Marius and his officers. The fleet is to hold position in high orbit. No one drops without my explicit command. I am going down there myself. To see Sanguinius. And to meet this incredibly capable Tribune Demetrian Titus. Titus, oh. He was going to see exactly what bizarre sequence of events had transpired on this world. And just who this mysterious Custodes force truly was. Chapter 207, Chapter 206, To rule is not to take, it is to give. Inside the Thunderhawk gunship's troop bay, the two Primarchs sat facing one another. Ferris Manus had removed his helm, his silver-gray hair tied back simply. His sharp, angular features remained devoid of expression, exactly as the master of the Iron Hands always was. However, in the presence of Robot Guilliman, the cold, unapproachable aura surrounding him did seem to soften slightly. So, Ferris began. You intercepted me off my course toward the Segmentum Obscurus, mustered 25 Ultramarines companies, and dragged my Iron Hands fleet all the way back here. Only to find out the crisis was resolved 6 days ago. There was no blame in his words, but rather a statement laced with a sense of resignation. It was like two brothers agreeing to go to a fight together, only to arrive in a rush and realize the brawl was already over, leaving nothing but clean-up duty. Guilliman chuckled. Don't look at me. He shrugged, the gesture looking somewhat incongruous on his massive, 3.84-meter-tall frame. I'm just as confused as you are. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Why would Father's Adeptus Custodes be out here? Didn't you know about this, having garrisoned here for a time? Ferris turned his helmet slightly, seeming to search his memory. During the few weeks I was garrisoned here, he said slowly, there were no Custodes. The Golden Guard of Terra, out on a fringe mining world. If they were truly here, I would have been notified. He paused. However, I did discover quite an interesting organization on this planet. Guilliman raised an eyebrow. Oh. They call themselves the Crimson Dawn. Ferris's voice carried a hint of approval. The tobacco and liquor they produce are quite exceptional. His tech marines had analyzed their compositions. The manufacturing processes were highly unique, completely different from the standard protocols of Mars or any known forge world, and the taste and effects were genuinely impressive. Guilliman blinked. Ferris was praising tobacco and liquor. That surprised him even more than hearing that the Custodes were here. Their leader calls himself Cage Lawrence, Ferris continued. Some sort of cogboy. Guilliman couldn't help but laugh. So you were bought off with smokes and booze? No. Ferris returned to his usual deadpan seriousness. It's their organizational structure and ideology. They claim to be a sanctuary formed spontaneously by oppressed workers, and they manage it with immaculate order. Their doctrine is to serve the citizens of the Imperium, to provide them with the opportunity to trade their labor for sustenance, and to earn equality, freedom, respect, and wealth through their hard work. He looked at Guilliman. I found it quite intriguing, so I gave them an opportunity to become hive governors. Kent Hive originally belonged to the Hisman Merchant Guild, but after I confiscated it, I handed its administration over to them. I wonder how they've been doing now that over half a month has passed. Ferris stared intently. Guilliman, doesn't all of that sound a little familiar to you? Guilliman's pupils contracted slightly. Trade labor for sustenance. Earn equality, freedom, respect, and wealth through hard work. Those words were like a key, instantly unlocking his memories. He thought of Macridge, of the very first lesson his adoptive father, Connor, had taught him about ruling a world. Robot, to rule is not to take. It is to give. To ensure every worker is fed, every child receives an education, and every elder can live out their remaining years in peace, that is the duty of a ruler. On Macridge. Across the 500 worlds of Ultramar. The entire system he had spent years building, the rule of law, civil welfare, education, healthcare, labor protections. At its core, wasn't it entirely meant to allow mortals to find dignity and hope through their labor within an ordered society? But pushing these reforms within the Imperium's bloated bureaucracy and the Adeptus Mechanicus's technological monopoly had been an agonizingly slow, uphill battle. Those old men in the Council of Terra constantly complained that the costs were too high, that it went against tradition, and that it would weaken the Imperial tithe. And now, on a fringe mining world, there was an organization putting similar ideals into practice. So, Guilliman said softly, you handed the administration of Kent Hive over to them. A 1-year trial period, Ferris nodded. 80% of their mineral output goes to the Legion, and they retain 20% for their own use. It is both a reward and a test. If they perform well, they can be officially integrated into the Imperial administrative system. If they fail. He didn't finish the sentence, but his meaning was crystal clear. Guilliman's fingers began tapping his sword hilt once more, his habitual tick when deep in thought. Crimson Dawn. He muttered the name softly, a gleam flashing deep within his ice-blue eyes. It seems I will have to pay them a visit later. Ferris's lips seemed to twitch slightly. I knew you'd be interested. Because you touched upon exactly what concerns me, Guilliman stated bluntly. I have reviewed the data on this planet. The local factions monopolized absolutely everything, and the common citizens lived worse than penal slaves. His tone turned cold. 80 years ago, your orbital bombardment wiped out House Blayek, but it also left a power vacuum. Both you and I know exactly what kind of hell the tens of billions of people on this world have been living in for the past 80 years. Ferris remained silent for several seconds. I gave them a choice back then, he finally replied, his voice devoid of emotion. Compliance, or annihilation. They chose the latter. I know, Guilliman waved his hand. I am not accusing you, Ferris. Those are the doctrines of the Great Crusade. Those who do not submit are deemed heretics. I am merely stating a fact, this planet needs to change. He paused. And if this Crimson Dawn is truly doing what you say they are doing, then they might be carrying out the very work that we Primarchs should be doing, work that has been indefinitely postponed by the endless wars. Ferris didn't respond, but Guilliman knew his brother had taken his words to heart. Ferris Manus appeared cold and unfeeling on the outside, but inside, he held his own strict moral code. He had little sympathy for the weak, but he deeply respected order and efficiency. If an organization could simultaneously maintain order, improve efficiency, and elevate the living standards of the people, then that organization would score very highly in Ferris's evaluation metrics. Goal equals 600 power stones. Chapter 208, Chapter 207, Guilliman's bold conjecture, could it be? City of the Holy Anthem, Upper Spire Heavy Landing Pad. The Thunderhawk gunship began its descent. This area had originally been a private landing zone for the Hive nobility. It was paved with expensive synth stone, and heavily decorated observation spires had once surrounded it. But now, the synth stone was shattered into spiderweb patterns, and half of the spires had collapsed. The ruins were littered with twisted metal debris and the yet-to-be-cleared corpses of the corrupted. The air was thick with the mixed stench of sweet copper and charred rot, the smell of burning flesh and some lingering taint of corruption. Even through their helmets, the Primarch's superhuman senses caught every gruesome detail with absolute clarity. Guilliman stepped off the ramp, his power boots crunching softly against the blackened ground. He surveyed his surroundings, his ice-blue eyes scanning every scar left by the battle, the dense bullet holes peppering the walls, the craters melted into the deck by energy weapons. A corpse, severed cleanly in half, was still slowly oozing purplish-blue pus. It seems a massive battle truly took place here. Ferris stood beside him. Though the contamination levels are dropping, the residual readings remain extremely high. Mu-class, perhaps even bordering on Nu-class thresholds. Guilliman nodded in agreement. Just then, a pale golden light blossomed from atop a distant ruin. The light wasn't blinding, rather, it carried a pure, sacred warmth. The light coalesced, solidifying into a figure. Sanguinius's pristine white wings beat gently, pushing away the drifting dust and ash. Spreading his wings beneath the tainted sky, Sanguinius looked like a ray of dawn breaking through the absolute darkness. In the blink of an eye, he crossed hundreds of meters, landing gracefully before his two brothers. Guilliman. Ferris. A warm smile graced his flawless features, and genuine joy shone within his amber gold-slit pupils as he looked upon his brothers. Sanguinius stepped forward, opening his arms and pulling Guilliman into a fierce embrace. "It is so good to see that you are safe." Guilliman clapped Sanguinius hard on the backplate, his ice-blue eyes filled with profound relief. Though he already knew his brother was safe via Vox, seeing him with his own eyes was a completely different feeling. Ferris stepped forward as well. While his relationship with Sanguinius wasn't as close as Guilliman's, even the Lord of the Iron Hands couldn't maintain his cold facade in the face of the Imperium's perfect great angel. "Your sons transmitted a distress signal with maximum urgency," Ferris stated plainly. "We all believed you were being overwhelmed by enemies." Sanguinius chuckled softly. "I nearly was. 3 massive warp entities, an Alpha Plus class corrupted psyker, and over 5 billion tainted hive citizens." He paused, his smile fading slightly. "Had reinforcements not arrived, I likely would have been forced to initiate exterminatus. But, thank you both for coming." Sanguinius released his embrace, his gaze sweeping across his brothers' faces, deep gratitude reflected in his amber eyes. "Though the immediate crisis has passed, the Blood Angels Legion will eternally remember this act of brotherhood," Sanguinius said. "There is no need for such words between brothers." Guilliman waved his hand dismissively, immediately cutting to the chase. "I heard your commander, Ascalon, mention over the Vox that the Adeptus Custodes reinforced you." "Yes," Sanguinius nodded. He turned, gesturing for them to follow, and led the way deeper into the hive city. A specially designated Custodes force, led by Tribune Demetrian Titus. "They arrived 6 days ago and assisted me in slaying several massive warp entities, thereby purging the primary sources of corruption." The 3 brothers walked shoulder to shoulder through the ruins. Blood Angels Astartes were scattered about, meticulously clearing the battlefield. Upon seeing 3 Primarchs appear simultaneously, many warriors halted their work, pounding their right fists against their left breastplates in salute. Guilliman returned their salutes while continuing his inquiry. "And what of this Tribune Titus? Why haven't I seen him?" Sanguinius didn't break his stride. "They have already departed." Both Guilliman and Ferris snapped their heads toward him. "Departed?" Guilliman repeated. "They withdrew the moment the objective was complete. They didn't even request resupply." "What about casualty reports? Post-action summaries?" This completely defied standard protocol. Any Imperial force, even the Custodes, was required to undergo a comprehensive post-action process after participating in a campaign of this scale. Supply requisitions, casualty tallies, commendation verifications, the archiving of reports, these were the absolute foundational gears upon which the Imperial military machine turned. Sanguinius came to a halt beneath a half-collapsed archway and turned to face his brothers. His expression turned solemn, exuding the natural, sacred majesty befitting the great angel of the Imperium. "Robot." "Ferris," Sanguinius's voice was soft yet profoundly serious. "Before Tribune Titus departed, he left me with a message." He paused, repeating the words verbatim. "His Majesty the Emperor has entrusted me with an additional edict to convey. Upon the completion of the purification, a single squad of Blood Angels may remain garrisoned within this system to maintain order and prevent a resurgence of corruption. Afterward, Lord Sanguinius may seek a personal audience with His Majesty the Emperor. At that time, any and all questions may be posed to His Majesty directly." Guilliman's pupils contracted sharply, and a flicker of light crossed Ferris's eyes. The two fell into a stunned silence. Only the sporadic crack of bolter fire echoed in the distance. After a long while, Guilliman finally spoke slowly. "So, this entire event was orchestrated by Father?" "It appears so," Sanguinius nodded. "Tribune Titus informed me that, under the Emperor's direct orders, he brought the last surviving bloodline of House Aller to Aurelian IV to end the source of this planet's original sin." "House Aller?" Guilliman rapidly searched his memory. "The Psyker dynasty that was sent to the Black Ships 80 years ago. The sole survivor, Sak-Ken Aller, masqueraded as Garrison Conmo, the patriarch of House Conmo, and remained hidden for decades." Sanguinius's voice carried a complex mix of emotions. He threw himself into the embrace of warp entities and orchestrated this warp invasion, and the one who purified him was an 11-year-old girl. He looked at Guilliman. "That little girl commands an entirely alien system of power. It is not psychic in nature, nor is it any known form of physical energy. She wields a staff that can summon the energy of moonlight to purge corruption." Guilliman and Ferris lapsed into silence once more. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. The Adeptus Custodes suddenly appearing on a fringe world. Acting on the Emperor's orders to deliver a little girl wielding unknown powers, resolving an issue left over from 80 years ago, and then vanishing the moment the deed was done. And then there were those 8 Legion champions who had plundered 13 hive cities. Guilliman rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Those 8 champions, did you manage to identify them?" Sanguinius shook his head. No. They moved with terrifying speed. In 5 days, they swept through 13 hive cities, slaughtered over 70,000 garrison troops, and plundered resources totaling over 58 billion Aurelian coins. They left forged Departamento Munitorum requisition notices at every single hive, but the Munitorum has absolutely no record of any such orders. He paused, adding, furthermore, according to eyewitness accounts, those 8 individuals were the colors of at least 8 different legions. Imperial Fists, White Scars, Ultramarines, Iron Warriors, Salamanders, even the Sons of Horus, World Eaters, and Alpha Legion. So, which of your Ultramarines champions has gone missing? Sanguinius looked at Guilliman with an amused smile. Guilliman's expression remained stern. I will be looking into that once I return. Ferris let out a low, rumbling scoff. Legion champions do not engage in such petty thievery. Even if they did, 8 of them from entirely different legions would not coordinate such an act unless it was a direct order from Father. The 3 brothers exchanged a glance, a shared sense of helpless resignation passing between them. It was true. Only the Emperor could mobilize such an absurd lineup and orchestrate such a seemingly nonsensical yet intricately interlocked scheme. Plundering the hive storehouses, forcing me to investigate the city of the Holy Anthem, thereby pushing Sakkan to expose himself and fall early. What was the ultimate goal of all this? For a greater objective. Guilliman spoke up suddenly. His voice was quiet, but it drew the immediate attention of both Sanguinius and Ferris. Guilliman recalled the Emperor's maneuvers he had witnessed over the years. To achieve a specific strategic goal, sacrificing an entire fleet, a whole planet, or even the population of an entire sector was not without precedent. On the Emperor's grand chessboard, the lives and deaths of individuals, and even entire populations, were sometimes nothing more than expendable tokens. What Father sees has never been the gain or loss of a single planet, nor the life or death of billions of people. What he sees is the continued survival of the human race across the galaxy. He sees the threats to humanity lurking within the boundless cosmic void, the constraints placed upon our species by the warp, and the deeper, unseen crises hiding beneath the surface. While the 3 Primarchs understood and accepted the Emperor's methods for ensuring humanity's survival, that understanding didn't make those methods sit any better with them. Sanguinius clearly shared this sentiment. A flash of sorrow dimmed his amber-gold eyes. But he quickly adjusted, returning to his warm smile. Come, let me show you the battlefield. The cleanup operations in the mid and lower hives are still ongoing. We require your support. The 3 continued their advance. They passed through the ruins of the upper hive and descended down a massive corridor leading to the mid-levels. The scars of battle here were far denser. The walls were heavily gouged by claws, riddled with bullet holes, and scorched black by energy blasts. The severed limbs of the corrupted littered the floor, their purplish-blue blood long dried into a slick, grimy crust. Blood angels, operating in squads of 3, were sweeping the levels floor by floor. The roar of bolter fire echoed incessantly, punctuated by the horrific tearing sound of chains words biting through flesh. Guilliman noted that many of the Astartes' power armor bore deep claw marks, and in some cases, the ceramite plating had been completely melted through by corrosive slime. Yet they fought on, their movements precise, their coordination flawless. The source of the corruption is a warp rift deep within the underhive, Sanguinius explained as they walked. It originally spanned over 140 meters in diameter. It has since been compressed by tech priests and tech marines using containment fields. However, a massive horde of the corrupted remains clustered around the rift. They are instinctively resisting its closure. He looked at his brothers. I need your support. Although the threat level has decreased, the number of the corrupted is still staggering, and they remain highly virulent. We must achieve absolute purification of this hive. Not a single corner or shadow can be left with any lingering taint. His voice hardened. This requires a massive deployment of manpower, as well as more tech priests and tech marines. My sons have been fighting continuously for over 10 days. They need to rest, recuperate, and repair their war gear. Guilliman and Ferris nodded simultaneously. It is only right, brother, Guilliman said, his eyes flashing with resolve. The Ultramarines have brought 25 companies. The Sons of Macridge are ready to deploy immediately. The Iron Hands fleet will lock down the orbit to prevent anyone from escaping. Ferris's voice was cold and resolute. Additionally, I can deploy 5 companies for ground support, alongside 50 tech marines to assist in sealing the rift. A smile graced Sanguinius's face. Thank you, brothers. He paused, looking directly at Guilliman. Also, there is some intelligence regarding an organization on this world that I wish to share with you. Guilliman raised an eyebrow. Oh. You aren't about to mention this Crimson Dawn, are you? Sanguinius glanced at Ferris. You actually told him already. Ferris waved a hand. That organization's governing philosophy mirrors how Guilliman manages the 500 worlds far too closely. It simply came up. Sanguinius offered a helpless smile and turned back to Guilliman. That organization is quite remarkable. While my sons were holding the line at another contaminated zone, the Aru Industrial Zone, they actually took the initiative to deploy a 37,000-strong PDF force to assist in the defense. While every other local faction on this planet was hesitating and stalling, they willingly suffered massive casualties to help my sons hold back the warp abominations. Furthermore, they are currently running Kent Hive, surprisingly well. Sanguinius's tone carried a hint of genuine admiration. Order has been restored to the Hive. The manufactorums operate on 10-hour shifts, and the workers receive fixed wages and medical benefits. The public scoli, which were shut down during the crisis, have reopened, and the Medicae facilities are treating civilian patients free of charge. He looked at Guilliman. Sounds an awful lot like the policies you push in the 500 worlds, doesn't it? Hearing Sanguinius's words, Guilliman immediately sensed that something was fundamentally amiss. A local planetary organization had managed to simultaneously earn the admiration of both the great angel of the Imperium, Sanguinius, and the master of the Iron Hands, Ferrus Manus. Guilliman's fingers resumed their rhythmic tapping on his sword hilt as his mind raced. Crimson Dawn. The Adeptus Custodes suddenly arrive on this world to execute a highly classified mission for the Emperor. And the Crimson Dawn just happens to be operating a societal model that completely contradicts traditional imperial governance. Is there a connection? A bold conjecture flashed through Guilliman's mind. Is it possible that the Crimson Dawn is also part of Father's grand design? Is Father experimenting with some new model of governance? The thought left him both excited and deeply unsettled. Excited because, if true, it meant the Emperor was finally considering how to improve the livelihoods of the common citizen, rather than solely focusing on endless war and conquest. Unsettled because, if the Crimson Dawn was truly a pawn on the Emperor's board, then their ultimate fate was entirely out of their own hands. Their survival or destruction hinged entirely on the Emperor's whim. Just like that young Aller girl, and the 5 billion Hive citizens who had been sacrificed. He didn't want to see an organization that shared his ideals be effortlessly swept away. Sanguinius, Guilliman finally spoke, his voice measured and calm. Once the purification operations are well underway, I would like to visit Kent Hive. Sanguinius seemed to have anticipated the request. He smiled and nodded. Agreed. I will join you. This planet is currently under my legion's protection, after all. I wish to see its true state for myself. Ferrus also spoke up. Then I will go as well. I was the one who authorized their administrative authority. I must ensure they haven't abused that power. The 3 primarchs of the Imperium of Men rapidly reached a consensus. Guilliman looked toward the slowly shrinking warp rift, and then cast his gaze further out, toward the direction of Kent Hive. Crimson Dawn, what exactly are you? Are you the practitioners of hope granted to the Imperial citizens by the Emperor, or just another hollow lie spouted by the corrupt and fallen? Chapter 209, Chapter 208, Crimson Dawn shocks the 3 primarchs, Angel, Ultramarine, and Iron Hand. 1. Time marched on like a wild mule, impossible to stop once it started running. Half a month drifted by. Under the personal command of 3 primarchs and the combined purging efforts of their legions, the comprehensive purification of the city of the Holy Anthem had entered its final stages. The corrupted within the upper hive had been completely eradicated. The level-by-level sweep of the mid and lower hives was 90% complete, while the underhive was at 50%. The warp rift deep within the underhive had been compressed from its original diameter of 140 meters down to 47 meters. Tech priests and tech marines from the 4 legions operated the containment devices in relentless day and night shifts, pushing the progress 30% ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Kent Hive had used these same 15 days to undergo a complete revolution. Kent Hive, upper spire, heavy landing pad. Cogboy stood at the edge of the landing pad, draped in his signature robes. It wasn't that he didn't want a new outfit, it was just that this particular look had become Governor Cage Lawrence's iconic image. Standing beside him was Blood Angel, who had changed into a simple, gray administrative uniform, a Crimson Dawn emblem pinned to his chest. Behind them stood over 300 players who had not undergone superhuman modification. These players had primarily chosen auxiliary progression paths, logistics, administration, education, and Medicae. Right now, they were gathered in small groups, absolutely spamming the regional chat. Regional chat. Emperor, I parked my Ghostfire bike downstairs, holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. All 3 primarchs coming together. It's heresy, use the exterminatus, Sanguinius, Guilliman, Ferrus, good lord, 3 primarchs descending upon our Kent Hive at the same time. Titus wants to steal Slaanesh's girl, shame the lion isn't here. Otherwise, Dark Angels plus Blood Angels plus Ultramarines. Imperium Secundus would just establish itself right here on the spot. The last purity of the Imperium of Men, you bunch of heretics. What do you mean Imperium Secundus? This is the great, glorious, correct, and indivisible Imperium of Men. Selling churros outside the Imperial Palace, everyone, calm down. When we see the real deal in a minute, don't blow our cover. We are Crimson Dawn administrative officials now. Selling flatbread outside the Imperial Palace. Speaking of which, what does the real Guilliman actually look like? How accurate are those miniature paint jobs from the game? Selling ramen outside the Imperial Palace. According to the lore, 3.84 meters tall, blonde hair, blue eyes, classical handsome features, griffin motifs on his pauldrons, basically a walking Greek statue come to life. Nurgle, do you want a wife or not? Cut the chatter. Thunderhawk auger pings have entered the atmosphere. Landing in 30 seconds. The channel instantly fell dead silent. All the players straightened their backs, adjusted their expressions, and tried their hardest to look like proper, serious administrative officials. Even if some of them were suffering from facial muscle spasms trying to hold back their laughter. VRMMO. The deep roar of engines rumbled from the sky above. 3 Thunderhawk gunships broke through the thin mist covering the hive spire in a V formation, slowly descending toward their designated zones on the heavy landing pad. A heavy thud echoed as their landing gear touched down, and the plasma wash from their thrusters gradually extinguished. The hydraulic hiss of the assault ramps lowering was exceptionally loud in the quiet morning air. Sanguinius was the first to step out of the lead Thunderhawk. His pristine white wings unfurled in the morning light, every single feather seeming to radiate a soft, inherent glow. A gentle smile graced the great angel's face as his amber gold slit pupils swept across the crowd gathered on the landing pad, his gaze lingering on the players for a moment. Next was Guilliman. At 3.84 meters tall, he had to lower his head slightly to clear the ramp. His ice blue eyes were as clear as the glaciers of Macridge. The Ultramarines Primarch had foregone his helm today, letting his golden hair blow freely in the wind, his classical features set in a scrutinizing expression. Finally came Ferris, the master of the Iron Hands. The cold, metallic sheen of his silver-gray power armor rippled with light, and his silver-gray hair only accentuated the intimidating, stern look on his resolute face. The 3 Primarchs stood together. That sight alone caused the regional chat to detonate once again. Regional chat. Nurgle, do you want a wife or not? I'm so, this aura. The last purity of the Imperium of Men, Sanguinius, Guilliman, Ferris. If these 3 partied up, even 5 greater demons of chaos would take a detour. Guilliman's little blue beam, Emperor above, please bless me so I don't pass out right here. Selling coke outside the Imperial Palace, calm down. Everyone calm down. Don't forget our personas. Cogboy took a deep breath, stepped forward 3 paces, and pounded his right fist against his left breastplate. Governor of Kent Hive, Cage Lawrence, alongside his administrative cabinet, humbly welcomes Lord Sanguinius, Lord Guilliman, and Lord Ferris. His voice was steady, his posture respectful but not subservient. This was the exact level of reception the players had spent half the night debating and finalizing. Too subservient wouldn't fit the Crimson Dawn style, but too arrogant, and they might literally be torn in half by the Primarchs on the spot. Sanguinius nodded slightly. Governor Lawrence, there is no need for such formalities. The great angel's voice was as soothing as a spring breeze. We have come merely to observe the changes Kent Hive has undergone. I heard you announce the implementation of a series of new policies. Guilliman chimed in, his ice blue eyes fixed on Cogboy. It seems your efficiency is quite high. It sounded like a compliment, but the players could all hear the probing undertone. To implement new policies within a massive, ossified system like a hive city and actually see initial results in such a short time frame was highly irregular. Cogboy replied without batting an eye. Everything we do is for the Imperium, and for the citizens of the Imperium. He stepped aside, gesturing for them to proceed. My lords, please, follow me. The 3 Primarchs began their inspection in the 3rd administrative zone, located near the landing pad. This was one of the first sectors in Kent Hive to complete its renovation. The streets here were uncharacteristically clean for a hive city. The ferrocrete roads had been freshly poured and leveled, and energy-efficient lumen poles lined both sides. Banners bearing the Crimson Dawn emblem and slogans like, Glory in Labor, and, Labor Changes Destiny, hung from the poles. The exterior walls of the buildings lining the street had been uniformly painted a light gray. The graffiti and grime that had once covered every surface were gone, replaced by neat, orderly windows and balconies. Road repair, lumen networks, and exterior facade restoration are all part of our comprehensive infrastructure overhaul initiative, Blood Angel explained from the side, holding a data slate that displayed the real-time progress of various projects. We plan to take 3 years to restore the entire hive to a level where the air is breathable, the water is drinkable, and citizens won't step into toxic sludge pits when walking down the street. Ferris's gaze swept over the road surface. The Iron Hands Primarch knelt, dragging a ceramite-clad finger across the ferrocrete. The pour quality is acceptable. The mixture ratio meets standards, and the curing process was executed properly. He stood back up, his voice rasping through his Vox synthesizer. Your efficiency is over 40% higher than conventional engineering core on prosperous worlds. That is because we utilize a new management system, Cogboy explained. The engineering corps are paid piece rate wages coupled with quality bonuses. Work well, earn more. Perform poorly, face deductions. Gilliman's eyebrows twitched slightly. This management style was remarkably similar to certain projects on Macridge. But he didn't say anything, merely continuing to walk forward. At the end of the street was a small plaza. It had previously been a dumping ground for garbage and scrap parts, but it had now been converted into a public recreation area. A statue stood in the center of the plaza. It wasn't of some hero or deity, but of a worker holding a mining pick and a technician gripping a wrench, standing shoulder to shoulder, looking up at the sky. 4 lines of text were carved into the statue's plinth. Trade labor for sustenance, earn dignity through effort. Your efforts today are your harvest tomorrow. Advocate diligence, equality, fraternity, and dignity. Shun greed, wrath, sloth, and lust. Sanguinius came to a halt before the statue. The great angel's amber gold slit pupils stared at the 4 lines of text for a long time before he finally spoke softly. These are very simple ideals. But more often than not, the simplest ideals are the hardest to realize. Indeed, Lord Sanguinius, Blood Angel nodded. That is why we start with the most fundamental things. He pointed to the side of the plaza. That is the newly constructed public scola. It opened just yesterday. The public scola's main building had been retrofitted from an abandoned warehouse. The exterior walls were painted a bright yellow, the windows were large and let in plenty of light, and a crimson dawn flag flew from the roof. It was currently recess, and children were running and playing in the courtyard. The children all wore matching gray uniforms. Though the fabric was plain, they were clean, tidy, and fit well. Children and adolescents between the ages of 6 and 16 are mandated to undergo compulsory foundational education. Tuition is completely free, and textbooks are provided by the governor's office, Cogboy explained, detailing the new educational policy. Teachers are recruited from the hive populace. They undergo training before taking their posts, and their salary is set at 1.5 times the average hive wage. Compulsory education. Ferris looked at Cogboy. What are your operational costs? The short-term costs are exceedingly high, Cogboy admitted openly. Printing textbooks, paying teacher salaries, maintaining Scola facilities, providing student meals. Currently, this expense is borne entirely by the governor's treasury, accounting for roughly 15% of our monthly expenditure. But in the long run, this is a necessary investment. A worker with a foundational education is at least 50% more productive than an illiterate one, Blood Angel chimed in. Citizens who possess basic numeracy and literacy skills can better comprehend technical manuals and safety regulations, allowing them to participate in more complex social and organizational collaborations. He paused, before uttering a few sentences that would be considered borderline heretical in the Warhammer universe. Human talent is the primary driving force behind the development of productive forces. Every single person should have the right to choose their own path in life, and we, the Crimson Dawn, will do our utmost to ensure they have that right. If they work hard enough, we will even consider sending these talented individuals to more prosperous imperial worlds to study advanced technologies, so they can return and give back to Aurelian IV. Gilliman's fingers began tapping unconsciously against his sword hilt. Those words were far too familiar. He knew better than anyone the immense resistance he had faced when pushing for universal foundational education on Macridge and across the 500 worlds of Ultramar. Those in the Council of Terra constantly shrieked that educating the lower classes was a waste of resources, arguing that all they needed to know was how to mine and how to obey orders. Gilliman walked over to the edge of the playground. A young boy, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, was playing a game of catch with some pebbles with his friends. Seeing Primarchs, figures akin to giants, approaching, the children froze for a moment before snapping into a unified, albeit slightly sloppy, imperial salute. It was the standard imperial etiquette taught by the Scola for greeting the Emperor's angels. At ease, Gilliman knelt down, his ice-blue eyes level with the young boy's. Do you enjoy attending Scola? The boy was visibly nervous, but he nodded vigorously. I do. The teacher teaches us how to read, and they give us bread for lunch. Bread. Yeah. White bread. It's super soft and really tasty. The boy pulled a small, wax paper-wrapped chunk of bread from his pocket, showing it off carefully. I couldn't bear to eat it all. I saved some so my little sister can try it tonight. Gilliman fell silent for a few seconds. He stood back up and looked at Cogboy. Do all the students receive this? Yes, Lord Gilliman, Blood Angel answered. Every student is provided with 2 nutritious meals a day to ensure they do not go hungry while learning. The standard ration is 200 grams of synthetic protein and 300 grams of carbohydrate bread. The production capacity of the hive's food manufacturers is still ramping up. In 3 months, the lunch standard will be increased to 300 grams of protein. Gilliman's gaze shifted to the Scola gates, where a little girl was holding her mother's hand, excitedly pointing at the emblem above the entrance. It was the insignia of the Crimson Dawn, a golden sunrise encircled by stars, gears, and wheat stalks. The mother knelt and gently stroked her daughter's hair. Sanguinius watched the scene, a profound sense of awe stirring within him. "What you are doing here," he spoke softly, "is truly remarkable. Goal equals 600 power stones." Chapter 210, Chapter 209, Crimson Dawn shocks the three Primarchs, Angel, Ultramarine, and Iron Hand, 2, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 600 power stones. As the inspection continued, the three Primarchs witnessed even more details of the Crimson Dawn's transformative impact on the hive. In the third administrative zone, they toured a newly constructed public Mecha facility. The hospital had been repurposed from what was once a private nobleman's clinic. A long line of upper hive commoners snaked out the door, waiting for treatment. "We have established at least one public Mecha facility in every administrative zone across every level of the hive. Basic medical services are entirely free, and Mecha supplies are provided at cost," explained the player leading this segment. "Studying med is worse than falling to chaos. Intensive care and surgical procedures require payment, but we've established a medical relief fund. Impoverished families can apply for fee waivers." Sanguinius stepped into the main triage hall. An elderly woman was sitting on a bench, cradling her sick grandson. A nurse approached, handing the woman a cup of warm water before gently checking the child's forehead. "His forehead is hot. Head over to examination room 3, the Mecha will be right with you." The nurse's voice was gentle. "Don't worry, it's just a common ailment. Our Dr. Keith is excellent. He's a member of the Aurelian Youth League and was trained personally by the Crimson Dawn's head physicians. He'll have this cleared up in no time." The elderly woman thanked her repeatedly, her eyes red with tears. In the past, if you got sick, you just had to endure it. If you couldn't endure it, you just waited to die." She choked out. "Now, there's a place we can go, and the medicine is cheap. Thank the governor. Thank the Crimson Dawn." The great angel of the Imperium watched the scene in silence. He could sense the gratitude radiating from the old woman's emotional aura, a pure, unadulterated thankfulness. He had seen similar scenes on Baal and the worlds protected by his sons. But there, the gratitude was largely directed toward the Blood Angels Legion, toward him as their Primarch. Here, the gratitude was directed toward an organization, a system, and a group of people who worked silently and asked for nothing in return. When the three Primarchs reached the vertical agri-farms in the Underhive, they were met with an even more staggering sight. The lower levels, once choked with garbage and derelict machinery, had been transformed into a 30-story, three-dimensional cultivation zone. Every level was equipped with artificial lumen systems. Nutrient paste circulated through pipes, and leafy green vegetables thrived in the meticulously controlled environment. "This is part of our hive greening initiative," explained the player in charge of the farms, "want to build wonders across the world. We plan to open at least 100 public parks in the upper and mid hives, and establish 50 vertical agri-farms in the lower and under hives. Our goal is for the hive to achieve 10% self-sufficiency in vegetable production within 3 years." Ferris walked up to one of the ground-level cultivation racks. The master of the Iron Hands extended his living metal hands, gently touching a lettuce leaf. The Auspex array on his left arm fed data back to him. The leaf's water content, nutritional value, and growth state were all within the optimal parameters. "Your cultivation technology is highly advanced," he commented plainly. "This is not an STC agricultural template from Mars. We reverse engineered it ourselves from ruins excavated previously. Want to build wonders across the world," lied with a straight face. In reality, all of the technology had been purchased from the system shop. It was simply disguised to look like local innovation. "Your approach to utilizing the hive's abandoned spaces is ingenious." Gilliman looked up at the towering tiers of cultivation racks. "It solves the spatial limitations while simultaneously improving the air quality in the lower levels. But most importantly, you eradicated the root causes of the chaos down here, allowing you to implement these measures in peace." By the time the inspection stretched into the afternoon, the three Primarchs witnessed the scene that would leave the deepest impression on them. At a construction site in the 10th administrative zone of the Underhive, a crew was building a new water purification plant. The Crimson Dawn officials were dressed in the same rough canvas work clothes as the laborers. Their faces were smeared with plaster as they directed the work while simultaneously hauling construction materials, mixing ferrocrete, and laying pipes alongside the crew. Under the Crimson Dawn's administration, there were no overseers here. There were no whips. There was only shared sweat and shared labor. When they were tired, they sat by the roadside to drink water, and then got right back to work. One of the players accidentally sliced his arm on a piece of rebar, drawing a steady flow of blood. The nearby workers immediately swarmed him. "Mr. Phineas. Your arm. Quick. The Mecha kit. Who brought the styptic bandages? There's some in the break room. I'll go get them now." A worker rushed back with rudimentary medical supplies and carefully bandaged Phineas's wound. The player named Phineas just grinned. "I'm fine, it's just a scratch." "Don't worry about it." "How is this just a scratch?" "Bleeding is a big deal," the worker scolded earnestly. "Governor Cage said safety comes first. Every single member of the Crimson Dawn is incredibly precious to us common folks. You do things fairly and justly, and you never play favorites. We have to protect you. Trade labor for sustenance, earn dignity through effort. Mr. Phineas, you go rest. We'll handle the rest of the work." "I can't do that. We have to hit our quota for today. So that more people can drink cleaner water. Mr. Phineas, just listen to us. What's more important, the schedule or your life? Go on, shoo." The player was forcibly ushered to the side of the road by the workers to rest. He sat there, watching the workers continue their bustling labor, and suddenly smiled. There was a profound sense of satisfaction in that smile. Even though he was a player who could respawn and did not fear death, he was still deeply moved by the workers' actions. In reality, he was just a 20-year-old college student. To be able to genuinely help these impoverished citizens of the Imperium, to guide them toward a better life, how could that not be a source of immense pride? Guilliman watched the scene in silence. A complex light flickered deep within his ice-blue eyes. On Macridge, the consuls would also inspect construction sites and express concern for the workers. But it was always a top-down concern, the sympathy of a ruler for the ruled. Here, however, these Crimson Dawn officials were truly laboring, bleeding, and sweating alongside the workers. They considered themselves one of the workers. This posture, this sense of shared identity, was something the consuls of Macridge could never achieve. It wasn't that they were unwilling, it was that generations of ingrained class distinction and aristocratic identity made it impossible for them to truly lower themselves to that level. They remain noble. Even under your pressure, Guilliman, they may no longer oppress, but the fundamental distinction of nobility still runs deep within their very genetics, Sanguinius said softly. "Are you always like this?" "Yes, Lord Sanguinius," Cogboy answered. "Core members of the Crimson Dawn are required to participate in grassroots labor on a regular basis." "Why do you do this?" "So we do not forget our roots. So we do not forget our original intentions." Blood Angel interjected, his voice resolute. "The vast majority of us come from the very bottom. We have experienced starvation, oppression, humiliation, despair, and even the threat of death. Now that we have the opportunity to change all of this, if we distance ourselves from the bottom the moment we gain power, if we forget our original intentions, then what difference is there between us and the oppressors?" Ferris remained silent. But the master of the Iron Hands kept his gaze fixed on those laboring Crimson Dawn officials for a very long time. At lunchtime, Cogboy led the three Primarchs to a cafeteria. It wasn't a VIP dining hall, just a standard mess hall for regular staff. Long tables and chairs, metal ration trays, and the simple, hearty aroma of cooked food hung in the air. "My Lord Primarchs, I apologize for the austere conditions," Cogboy said, sounding slightly embarrassed. "The Crimson Dawn mandates that all members share the same dietary standard. No special privileges are permitted." He brought over several ration trays and set them before the Primarchs. Each tray held 2 fist-sized potatoes, a block of roasted synthetic protein, and a small bowl of soup made from some unidentifiable vegetable. The potatoes were boiled, devoid of any seasoning, revealing pale yellow flesh when peeled. The synthetic protein block looked like a compressed brick, the taste was unlikely to be anything spectacular. The vegetable soup was a thin broth, one could easily count the number of leaves floating within it. "This is your daily ration." Guilliman looked at the tray, a flash of surprise in his ice-blue eyes. "Yes, my lord," Blood Angel stated frankly. "The hive's food supply has not fully recovered. High-quality food is prioritized for the Scoli, the Medici facilities, and the construction sites. As administrators, it is our duty to share in the hardships of the Imperial citizens." Sanguinius slowly picked up a potato. The great angel's fingers gently brushed over the rough skin, his amber-gold slit pupils staring intently at the most basic of staples. He could sense a certain, simple, unyielding will contained within this potato. "Trade labor for sustenance." Sanguinius softly repeated the words carved on the statue. He then peeled back the skin and took a bite. It was bland and dense. It was the absolute bare minimum of sustenance, barely enough to fill a stomach, and nothing more. Guilliman and Ferris also picked up their potatoes. The three Primarchs sat in the austere mess hall, eating the simplest of meals alongside the members of the Crimson Dawn. The other players and staff around them seemed entirely accustomed to the sight, eating the exact same rations themselves. Some discussed work between bites, while others crumbled their protein blocks into their soup to make it slightly more palatable. There were no complaints here. No dissatisfaction. Only a calm acceptance, and the faint, glowing presence of hope. Guilliman chewed his potato slowly. His ice-blue eyes swept across the entire mess hall. He looked at the expressions on the faces of the players and staff. They seemed remarkably content, showing no signs of distress over the meager food. They knew they could eat better, but they had chosen to prioritize limited resources for those who needed them most. This choice represented a formidable organizational discipline and collective identity. It was more persuasive than any resounding slogan. As lunch concluded, the inspection drew to a close. The three Primarchs boarded their Thunderhawk gunships, preparing to return to the city of the Holy Anthem. The assault ramps sealed, the engines roared to life, and the gunships slowly ascended. Through the observation armaglass, the full panorama of Kent Hive gradually unfolded before them. The newly repaired streets stretched outward, the new Scoli, Medici facilities, and water purification plants painting vibrant new colors onto the Hive's steel jungle. The entire Hive pulsed with a visible vitality. That emotional aura of hope blazed with a blinding radiance to the psychic senses of the three Primarchs. A brief silence settled inside the Thunderhawk troop bay. After a while, Ferris spoke up slowly. Their organizational capability and efficiency have exceeded my expectations. The Master of the Iron Hands delivered his rare statement of approval. Mineral output has increased by 20%, and infrastructure repair is progressing 3 times faster than on a standard prosperous world. He paused. It seems my decision to hand them control of Kent Hive was correct. Sanguinius nodded gently. The great angel stared out the window at the receding Hive, his amber gold slit pupils distant and profound. I saw their salvation, he said softly. They view the salvation of over 90 million Imperial citizens as a singular, collective endeavor. They have not abandoned a single soul worthy of saving. They treat every life as something precious. Guilliman remained silent. The Ultramarines Primarch leaned back in his seat, his ice blue eyes half closed, his fingers unconsciously tapping his sword hilt. He was deep in thought. What he had seen in Kent Hive was like a boulder dropped into the calm lake of his mind. The ripples spread outward, ultimately shaking certain deeply ingrained beliefs. On Macridge, across the 500 worlds of Ultramar, he had championed the rule of law, civil welfare, education, and healthcare, establishing the most perfect and humane system of governance in the galaxy. He was incredibly proud of it. But today, he had witnessed another possibility. A far more radical possibility. The members of the Crimson Dawn, those administrators, those so-called Aurelian Youth League members, they truly stood on the exact same battle line as the common citizens. They ate together, lived together, worked together, and sweated together. They offered kindness to the diligent, and delivered punishments, stripping benefits, mandating labor, and conducting public critiques, to the slothful. They were pragmatic and responsible, completely devoid of any desire for luxury or excess. Perhaps the consuls of Macridge possessed some of these qualities as well. But the members of the Crimson Dawn possessed something they lacked, a genuine, internal identity that viewed themselves as nothing more than ordinary laborers. This was not a top-down dispensation of grace, but a bottom-up collective construction. That was what shocked him the most. The Crimson Dawn wasn't merely managing the Imperial citizens, they were leading them to forge a new path. This place is far more logical than Macridge. Guilliman murmured softly to himself. Ferris looked over. What did you say? Nothing. Guilliman opened his eyes, a decisive light flashing within his ice-blue gaze. I was simply wondering if the Kent Hive model could be replicated across the entire planet. Sanguinius turned to look at Guilliman. The great angel's lips curved upward in a slight smile. I had the exact same thought. The administrative authority over a single hive is likely no longer sufficient for them. Ferris was silent for a few seconds. Then, he slowly nodded. Acceptable. The voice of the Iron Hands Primarch remained as cold as ever. But his next words caught both Guilliman and Sanguinius slightly off guard. Those local factions, the Hisman Merchant Guild, the Aiten's Night House, the Order of the Omniscient Mind, their core leadership was mostly wiped out in the city of the Holy Anthem. The rest are nothing but useless gluttons. Rather than keeping them around to continue draining this planet's blood, we might as well hand the entire world over to the Crimson Dawn. So long as they can deliver their tithes on time. So long as they can maintain order and maximize efficiency. He paused. And, so long as they continue to supply the Iron Hands Legion with cigarettes and alcohol. Guilliman's eyes lit up. This played perfectly into his hands. I agree. The Ultramarines Primarch sat up straight, his voice firm. The Aurelian system is located on the fringes of the Segmentum Ultima, falling within the sphere of influence of the 500 worlds of Ultramar. As the ruler of the 500 worlds, I have the authority to dictate this planet's system of governance. He looked at both Sanguinius and Ferris. If neither of you have any objections, I move to officially grant comprehensive administrative authority over Aurelian 4 to the Crimson Dawn. The initial term shall be set at 10 years. After 10 years, we will evaluate their governance and decide whether to renew their mandate, or expand it to other worlds. Sanguinius smiled and nodded. I have no objections. Ferris also nodded. Acceptable, he added, but mineral output must prioritize the Astartes legions. That is my baseline. But of course. A smile of accomplishment touched Guilliman's lips. Kent Hive. Crimson Dawn. He wanted to see if this organization, if this model, could truly be sustained on a planetary scale. If they succeeded. Then perhaps, Guilliman said slowly, this is another possibility for the future of the Imperium of Men that the Emperor saw within his grand design. It could even forge a new path for Makridge, for Ultramar, and for the entire Imperium. A path warmer than the Imperial truth, more resolute than corruption, and far more hopeful than cold reality. The Thunderhawk gunships pierced the cloud layer, accelerating toward the city of the Holy Anthem. The twin moons of Aurelian IV were slowly rising. The crimson moon looked like blood, the silver moon like frost. The moonlight washed over the Hive's steel jungle, illuminating the newly repaired streets, the Skola playgrounds, and the Medicae windows. It also illuminated the Crimson Dawn flag hanging on the wall of the Kent Hive governor's office. The flag, emblazoned with its golden sunrise, stars, gears, and wheat stalks, fluttered silently under the moonlight. Goal equals 900 power stones. Chapter 211, Chapter 210, the mad genius player who taught Guilliman, Sanguinius, and Ferris how to play Fight the Landlord. Time was like a greater demon of corn-blessed cow, once it started running, there was no stopping it. A month slowly drifted by since the Primarch's inspection. During this month, the players hadn't been idle in the slightest. The renovation of Kent Hive advanced with terrifying efficiency, while another highly classified operation was proceeding concurrently. Every few days, a convoy of transport vehicles bearing the Crimson Dawn emblem would carry a payload of special strategic supplies across the scorched ruins, heading directly toward the city of the Holy Anthem. The manifest read. Enhanced Edition, cigarettes, X600 crates. Note, tobacco blend infused with trace extracts of calming herbs. Tested to effectively mitigate post-combat stress responses in Astartes and improve battlefield focus by 23%. Enhanced Edition, alcohol, X400 barrels. Note, distilled spirit infused with purified botanical essence. Alcohol purity 96%. Every 100 milliliters consumed provides the caloric equivalent of 3.5 standard nutrient pastes. Upon arriving at the front lines in the city of the Holy Anthem, these supplies instantly became the absolute favorite downtime rations for the warriors of all four legions, including the Iron Warriors. But the true cultural export began with a simple deck of playing cards, introduced by a player with a truly bizarre mind, the last god of gamblers of the Imperium of Men. Pair of threes. Pass. Joker Bomb. In a makeshift rest area cleared out in the upper hive of the city of the Holy Anthem, 3 Blood Angels Astartes sat around an ammunition crate. Their pauldrons were still stained with purplish-blue demon blood, and their chainswords leaned against their legs. Yet, at this exact moment, 3 pairs of power-armored hands were delicately pinching thin pieces of cardboard. The cards were marked with hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs, alongside characters ranging from A to K. Captain Marius, didn't you just say a Joker Bomb is the highest hand? A young warrior asked, staring in sheer confusion at the 2 cards left in his hand. Then why, right after I played a pair of threes, did Captain Tobias immediately throw down both jokers? Marius Gage, captain of the Ultramarines' first company, was squatting nearby, observing the tutorial. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. Because the rules state. He tried to explain. Because Captain Tobias is playing blind, an amused voice interjected. The last god of gamblers of the Imperium of Men, the player with the flamboyant ID, was sitting cross-legged on a chunk of ferrocrete rubble nearby, holding a deck of cards himself. He wore the grey uniform of a Crimson Dawn technician, the emblem pinned to his chest, and his face was currently contorted in an effort to hold back laughter. Listen closely, the god of gamblers cleared his throat. The very essence of Fight the Landlord is that you never know what cards your partner is holding. Just like you never know what the hell is going to crawl out of a warp rift next. TL/N, Fight the Landlord is an asymmetric, poker-style climbing game where 2 cooperating farmers must coordinate their hands to outplay a single, advantaged landlord in a race to shed all their cards first using strategic combos, straights, and game-changing bombs. He stood up, walked into the middle of the 3 Astartes, and began re-explaining the rules. 3 consecutive pairs. That's a sister pair. 3 of a kind with an attached single or pair. That's an airplane. 4 of a kind. That's a bomb. 2 jokers. That's a joker bomb. It nukes everything, but you have to actually play it at the right time. Tobias Fane, captain of the Blood Angels' second company, wore a rare look of absolute embarrassment on his usually stern face. I just wanted to see what would happen if I played the Joker Bomb early, he defended himself. And then you discovered that you're left holding a handful of 3s and 4s, while the other side still hasn't played their 2 regular bombs, the god of gamblers shook his head. On the card table, Captain, we call that a suicide bomber. The surrounding Blood Angels let out suppressed chuckles. Tobias glared at them, and the laughter instantly died. But the god of gamblers wasn't scared. He was a player. He could respawn. What did he have to fear? TL/N, gambler all right. Another round, the god of gamblers asked with a grin. Deal. Tobias reshuffled the deck. His movements had progressed from incredibly clumsy at the start to a point where he could now cut, shuffle, and deal an entire deck in under 3 seconds. The superhuman learning capacity of the Astartes was on full display, even when applied to playing cards. This card-playing tutorial reached its absolute zenith a week later. On that day, the god of gamblers was summoned to the temporary command center in the mid-hive of the city of the Holy Anthem. When he walked into the command post, which had been retrofitted from a half-collapsed noble estate, he saw 3 figures. Sanguinius sat in a temporarily acquired high-back chair, his pristine white wings folded behind him. He held several cards in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Guilliman stood beside him, his ice-blue eyes fixed on the cards scattered across the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping his sword hilt. Ferris sat opposite them. His silver-gray power armor glinted coldly under the dim lumens, and his metallic faceplate was currently raised halfway, exposing the lower half of his face. He also held cards, though his gaze kept darting toward a printed rulebook sitting on the table. Arceus Tamiriel. Guilliman looked up at the player who had just walked in. My sons tell me you are an expert in this poker game. The god of gamblers' heart hammered in his chest. Holy shit. The regent of the Second Imperium, Guilliman, is right in front of me. He forced himself to calm down, pounding his right fist against his left breastplate. Lord Guilliman, Lord Sanguinius, Lord Ferris. Yes, I know a thing or two. Excellent. Sanguinius offered a warm, flawless smile. Then please, sit. The 3 of us were just attempting to comprehend the rules of this game, but there seemed to be some discrepancies in the details. The god of gamblers sat down on an empty chair, trembling slightly. He glanced at the game state on the table. Guilliman was holding 4 2s, an incredible hand. Sanguinius's hand was incredibly well organized, but lacked any crucial high cards. Ferris. Ferris was holding a pile of completely disjointed garbage, ranging from 3s to 10s, without a single card higher than an ace. It was a hand so catastrophically terrible that the Emperor himself couldn't have salvaged it. Firstly, regarding the definition of a straight, Guilliman began, his voice purely logical. The rules state that 5 or more cards of consecutive numbers form a straight. But the problem is this: if I have a 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, that is a straight. Therefore, if I have a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, that is 6 consecutive cards. Does that count as one longer straight, or must it be split into 2 separate straights? The god of gamblers. Are you treating this like a mathematical thesis? It counts as one longer straight, my lord, the god of gamblers answered. Furthermore, longer straights are much harder to counter. Understood. Guilliman nodded. Then my second question. For the next 10 minutes, the god of gamblers experienced the epically daunting task of explaining the rules of Fight the Landlord to 3 primarchs. Guilliman's questions focused heavily on rule logic and probability calculations. Sanguinius was far more interested in the psychological warfare and overarching strategy. Ferris. Ferris asked the most pragmatic question of all: what is the tier resistance threshold of this cardstock material? Is it prone to damage in a battlefield environment? The god of gamblers answered them all, one by one. Finally, Guilliman said, then let us play a live round. Sanguinius and I will be the peasants. Guilliman looked at Ferris. You will be the landlord. Ferris looked silently at the disjointed mess of cards in his hand, and then at the 3 remaining cards sitting face down on the table, the blind. Those 3 cards had been revealed to be 2 kings and an ace. If he picked them up, he could assemble a pair of kings with an extra single king, plus a single ace. The problem was, his current hand didn't even have a single pair. Acceptable. Ferris finally said, reaching out to take the blind. Sitting on the sidelines watching the match, the god of gamblers shook his head helplessly. To take the landlord role with a trash hand like that. He watched as Guilliman utilized his terrifying processing power to plan his card sequences. Every single play was like commanding a microcampaign. Sanguinius, on the other hand, relied far more on intuition. He would suddenly throw down a seemingly illogical card at key moments, completely disrupting Ferris's rhythm. And Ferris's hand was still absolute garbage even after taking the blind. Yet, he played with incredible tenacity. Every play was like the defensive doctrines of the Iron Hands Legion, using the absolute minimum resources to stall for the maximum amount of time. Ultimately, the round ended in victory for Guilliman and Sanguinius. Ferris set down his final 3 cards. They were a 3, a 6, and a 7. I have lost. The master of the Iron Hands voice betrayed no emotion. But you dragged the game out for 15 rounds despite a severe resource disadvantage, Guilliman evaluated fairly. Such resilience is commendable. And so, under the tutelage of the god of gamblers, the Primarchs played a few more rounds of Fight the Landlord. The god of gamblers even had the honor of participating in one of the matches. Over half an hour later, Sanguinius had fully mastered the rules. He chuckled softly. A highly amusing game. It requires calculation, intuition, and a touch of luck. Guilliman nodded. Regularly playing games such as this will marginally improve the reaction times and cognitive processing capabilities of our sons. Across the scale of an entire legion, that significance cannot be understated. He looked at the god of gamblers. Arceus, you have done well. As a reward. Guilliman unclasped an emblem from his waist. It was a griffin crest carved from Macragian snow mountain sapphire, gleaming with a warm luster under the lumens. This was a gift bestowed upon me by a consul. Guilliman handed the emblem to the god of gamblers. Now, it belongs to you. Sanguinius also produced a delicate pendant. It was a winged motif inlaid with baolite rubies. May this pendant bring you luck akin to the angels. The god of gamblers accepted them with both hands, his fingers trembling with excitement. Ferris remained silent for a moment before fishing a metal plate from a storage compartment on his power armor. It was a sample of some sort of alloy, its surface etched with complex molecular structures. A composite armor sample of the Iron Hands Legion, Ferris stated briefly. It may prove useful to your Crimson Dawn's technological research. Thank you, Lord Ferris. The god of gamblers said. When he left the command post clutching the 3 Primarchs' gifts, his feet felt like they were floating. When, the last god of gamblers of the Imperium of Men, returned to Kent Hive and recounted the entire event in the regional chat, the channel instantly detonated. Chapter 212, Chapter 211, More Games. Regional chat. The last god of gamblers of the Imperium of Men, brothers. I'm back. I just played a round of Fight the Landlord with Guilliman, Sanguinius, and Ferris. Selling fried rice noodles outside the Imperial Palace. Selling milk cookies outside the Eye of Terror, holy shit. Seriously. Guilliman's little blue beam, I'm turning purple with envy. Guilliman, my god. Let me teach you how to play basketball. The last god of gamblers of the Imperium of Men, Guilliman is so incredibly masculine, truly worthy of being the regent of the Second Imperium. And Sanguinius' smile could blind a dog. If he was in reality, he'd be an absolute idol. As for Ferris, his temper is terrible, but he's actually a pretty nice guy. He even gave me an armor sample. Blood Angel's Second Emperor, I give this cultural export a 10 out of 10. The god of gamblers' epic feat was like a single spark that ignited the dormant, meme-fueled inspiration of countless other players. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the rest zones along the front lines of the City of the Holy Anthem began to drift rapidly off course. Someone drew a basketball court in chalk in an open clearing and began teaching the Blood Angels how to play Warhammer-style basketball. The rules allowed for reasonable shoulder checking, but strictly prohibited the use of power fists. Someone else hauled over an entire mahjong set and started teaching the Iron Warriors how to play Iron Mahjong. The tiles were metal slabs etched with Legion heraldry and tactical symbols, producing crisp metallic clacks when shuffled. One player even managed to procure a genetically modified, basketball-playing chicken. It was some bizarre creature bought from the system shop that looked like a chicken but possessed terrifying leg strength, capable of jumping 3 meters into the air. Warriors of the Blood Angels' 5th Company crowded around the chicken, attempting to teach it how to dunk. The scene was, for a time, utterly chaotic. Ferris Manus initially held a staunchly oppositional stance toward all this. Entertainment will corrode discipline, the Iron Hands Primarch stated sternly during a meeting. The duty of the Astartes is to fight, not to play. Guilliman offered a rational rebuttal. Appropriate relaxation can improve combat efficiency. The data indicates that warriors who participate in card games or sporting activities show a 5 to 8% increase in reaction speed during subsequent engagements. Sanguinius spoke gently. And our sons are happy, Ferris. Can you not sense it? The pure emotional fluctuations of our sons, such things are precious on the battlefield. Although they are transhuman, they still fall within the realm of humanity. We need our sons to charge into battle for the Imperium, but we cannot strip them of the joy they require as humans. Ferris fell silent. A few days later, someone spotted the Iron Hands Primarch sitting alone inside his command tent, a set of metal mahjong tiles laid out before him. His living metal fingers delicately picked up a tile, held it up to his eyes to examine the face, and then referenced a printed rulebook. A few days after that, Ferris appeared at an Iron Mahjong table. His opponents were 3 Iron Warriors Tech Marines. Pong, Ferris discarded 2 identical tiles. TL/N, these are all Chinese words that don't really have an English translation, so I will keep them as it is, but if someone is interested they can search the game on Google. Kong. A Tech Marine excitedly revealed 4 tiles. Ferris stared at the tiles in his hand and fell silent for 3 seconds. Mahjong. He revealed his hand. A pure flush, winning on a Kong replacement. The 3 Iron Warriors Tech Marines stared at the winning hand before the master of the Iron Hands, then looked down at the absolute garbage in their own hands, and fell into deep thought. Ferris stood up, his living metal hand gently patting one of their pauldrons. Tile proficiency requires practice, he stated briefly. But tactical thinking is far more important. You were too eager for success and neglected your defense. In simple terms, get good. With that, the Iron Hands Primarch turned and left, leaving the 3 Iron Warriors Tech Marines staring blankly at each other. From that day onward, Ferris no longer opposed recreational activities. He even issued a statement across the Legion Voxnet: so long as it does not interfere with combat duties, appropriate card games or sporting activities may be permitted. However, durable materials must be used. Cardboard is too fragile. Switch to metallic compositions. Upon receiving this feedback via the God of Gamblers, Cogboy made an immediate decision. In the manufactorums of Kent Hive, a batch of special-issue recreational supplies began to be forged. Iron Poker Deck, each card stamped from 0.5mm adamantine steel, edges polished smooth, faces etched with colored enamel coating. Total deck weight, 3.2 kilograms. Capable of stopping bullets. Iron Mahjong, each tile cast from alloy, 1.5 times the size of standard Mahjong tiles, coated with an anti-corrosion layer. Total set weight, 48 kilograms. Once these heavy-duty recreational armaments were delivered to the front lines, they instantly won the widespread acclaim of the warriors. Now this makes sense. An Iron Hands warrior weighed a metal Mahjong tile in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Cardboard is too light. There's no feel to it. And you can use these as close combat weapons, another warrior added. If you're suddenly ambushed by the corrupted, you grab a handful of tiles and hurl them. The edges will slice right through flesh. And so, the daily routine on the front lines of the City of the Holy Anthem became this. During the day, Astartes formed tactical squads, sweeping through the levels to clear out the corrupted, purging the taint with bolter and chainsword. At night, they returned to the rest zones, sitting around ammunition crates, smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol. They held iron poker cards in their power-armored hands, shouting pair of twos, joker bomb, and pass. Slay demons, play cards. Play cards, slay demons. Life for the warriors of the 4 Astartes legions was fulfilling and joyous. Time flowed on within this atmosphere. The standard imperial calendar on Aurelian 4 flipped to 976.m30-12-31. For the vast majority of the imperial citizens on this planet, this day meant absolutely nothing. It was just another line of dates in a ledger. Just another repetitive shift down in the mines. Just another 24 hours of struggling for a mouthful of clean water in the underhive. But in Kent Hive, this day was fundamentally different from anything that had come before. The entire hive, from the upper spires to the underhive, from the administrative districts to the worker hab blocks, was painted red. It was a warm, festive red, brimming with hope. Because the Crimson Dawn had designated this day as New Year's Eve. The suffering of the past year ends today. Blood Angel stood upon a podium in the hive's central plaza, addressing the tens of thousands of citizens gathered below. Behind him hung a massive Crimson Dawn flag, gleaming under the lumens. Starting tomorrow is a new year. Everyone will be given a new life. Out with the old, in with the new. Here, no one shall be left homeless. No one shall suffer from hunger or cold. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd below. The children were wearing newly issued gray padded coats. They had been rushed into production by the hive's textile manufactorums over the past few days. Although the fabric was plain, they were thick and incredibly warm. The workers carried their newly distributed New Year goods, 2 kilograms of potatoes, a block of synthetic protein, a small packet of candy, and a pair of handwritten New Year couplets. The content of the couplets had been collectively crowdsourced by the players and was deeply imbued with Warhammer flavor. First scroll, mine the ores, forge the steel, cast the Imperium's foundation. Second scroll, trade the labor, expend the effort, earn tomorrow's hope. Horizontal scroll, Crimson Dawn. The streets of the hive had been swept spotlessly clean. Red lanterns hung from every lumen pole. They were handmade from scrap metal plating and transparent plaswrap, lit from within by small LED diodes, casting a warm, soft glow. Temporary stages had been erected in the plazas of every administrative zone, hosting lion dance performances. The lions themselves were handmade from scrap fabric, painted in bright colors, and operated by 2 Aurelian Youth League members who had been trained by the players, leaping and tumbling to the beat of drums. The younger children formed circles, clapping and cheering. The aroma of food permeated the air. Early that morning, over 20 female players had gathered groups of hive women in the public kitchens of each administrative zone to begin preparing the New Year's Eve feast. These are called dumplings. A female player with the ID, dumplings must be chive and egg, was personally teaching several women how to roll out the dough. Mix the flour and water according to the ratio, knead it into a dough, and then roll it into thin sheets. Her movements were practiced, and perfectly round wrappers flew from her hands, forming a neat stack. For the filling, we're using mashed potatoes mixed with minced synthetic meat, plus a few spices, yes, just like that. At the stoves on the other side, steam billowed from massive pots. Not eating rice balls on the New Year is heresy, was teaching another group how to make glutinous rice balls. You have to mix the glutinous rice flour with hot water, so it gets soft and sticky. The filling is black sesame mixed with powdered sugar. Wrap it up, roll it into a ball. The rice ball tumbled in the boiling water, gradually floating to the surface as their skins turned translucent. The flour, glutinous rice flour, sugar, and spices had all been purchased by the players from the system shop. Aurelian 4 was currently incapable of growing wheat or rice. Their primary sources of starch were the potatoes brought by the players and a tuber plant similar to cassava, which tasted vastly different. But Cogboy had simply waved his hand and approved the procurement requisition. It's the new year. Spending a little money is nothing, he said, signing off on the budget. It's worth less than a few transport crawlers full of promethium ore. And so, pots upon pots of dumplings, rice balls, and various other New Year dishes from the players' memories were produced. Although the ingredients were limited and the seasoning simple. To the citizens of the hive, this was the first time in their lives they had ever eaten such a bountiful, warm New Year's Eve feast. The Scoli were given 3 days off. Children ran throughout the hive levels, playing games taught to them by the players. Hopscotch, dodgeball. The entire hive was immersed in a joyous, harmonious atmosphere. The crime rate over these few days plummeted to absolute zero. The remnants of the hive gangs had either been purged, assimilated, or tried to sneak out to cause trouble only to be instantly dogpiled by patrolling players and PDF soldiers. Committing a crime on New Year's Eve? Do you have zero festive decency? A player hoisted up a petty thug who had tried to steal New Year's goods, glaring at him in exasperation. Go. 10 days of mandatory community service. You're going to scrub every single lantern in Sector 10. The thug shambled off, looking absolutely miserable. Goal equals 900 power stones. Chapter 213, Chapter 212, Uncle. Kent Hive, Governor's Office, top floor. Cogboy sat behind the massive desk, looking at the various reports scrolling across the data slate before him, a wry smile touching his lips. This job is so damn tiring, he rubbed his temples, speaking to Schrödinger bro, who sat across from him. Schrödinger bro chuckled. This is only one hive. If the day comes when we take over the entire planet, the workload will multiply by dozens. Thank the Emperor for these augmentations. Cogboy pointed to his mechanical bionic eyes. Processing such massive amounts of data required cognitive capabilities far exceeding those of a mortal. Otherwise, just reading these reports would make me go blind. His appearance had changed significantly. Both of his eyes had been replaced with mechanical bionics, streams of data faintly glowing deep within the artificial pupils. Both of his arms, from the wrists down to the forearms, were covered in intricate mechanical structures. His 10 fingers could simultaneously interface with 5 different data screens. Portions of his torso had also undergone mechanization. An exoskeleton framework remained hidden beneath his uniform, providing additional structural support. Over the past month, several small to medium-scale rogue trader fleets operating across the sector had begun docking in orbit around Aurelian 4. The external resources Aurelian 4 desperately needed to import were finally being replenished. Due to the special attention given to Kent Hive by Guilliman and the other Primarchs, the remaining 4 major factions on the planet no longer dared to embezzle or withhold the Hive's supply quotas. Cogboy had even proactively contacted a highly reputable rogue trader fleet, using Aurelian coins to purchase massive quantities of food, seeds, and Medicae supplies. Although the potatoes grown at the Crimson Dawn's primary base remained the staple food for all of Kent Hive, the greenhouses and vertical agri-farms had already begun producing leafy greens. The production capacity of the synthetic protein manufacturers had increased. Even though the real meat purchased from the rogue traders was expensive, an ordinary worker could afford to buy half a kilogram occasionally to treat themselves after a month of hard work. We're burning through money like water, Cogboy sighed, looking at the expenditure reports, but it's well worth it. He pulled up another document. It detailed the Hive's metrics over the past month. Total tax revenue, plus 185%. Crime rate, minus 92%. Birth rate, plus 37%. Citizen Happiness Index, 78/. Food ration sufficiency rate, 100%. Employment rate, 98%. This is the greatest reward for all our hard work over this period. Schrödinger bro walked over to the massive armaglass window. Cogboy stood up and joined him. Through the glass, the entirety of Kent Hive was laid out before them. Almost every household had hung up couplets. The streets were clean and orderly, dotted with the starlight glow of red lanterns. Even in the early morning, the distant beat of drums from the dances taking place in the plazas drifted into the office. The laughter of children pierced through the layers of the hive, carrying high into the air. "It's beautiful," Schrödinger bro said softly. "Yeah," Cogboy nodded. "A million times better than when we first arrived." Back then, Kent Hive was drowning in toxic sludge and rampant crime. The commoners were emaciated, while the nobles rotted in their decadent stupors. Now it was clean, orderly, and organized. The people had smiles on their faces and hope in their eyes. "It's just a shame," Cogboy sighed, his gaze drifting beyond the hive, toward the silhouettes of other hive cities in the distance. "Our capabilities are limited. We can only maintain this single hive. There are still tens of billions of people living under oppression across the rest of this planet." Schrödinger bro reached out and patted Cogboy's shoulder. His hand clacked softly against the mechanical pauldron. "This planet will be ours sooner or later," Schrödinger bro said calmly. "Once I log off, I'm going to contact every single player, one by one. I'll personally provide the funding to resolve any real-world concerns they might have, so they can focus entirely on playing this game." Cogboy froze, turning to stare at Schrödinger bro. "You're funding them?" "Schrödinger bro, that's not a small amount of money. We're talking about thousands of players." Schrödinger bro chuckled, a knowing smile touching his lips. "Don't worry. I won't be the one paying." He paused, then continued. "My grandfather, he knows about this game now." Cogboy's pupils contracted. "After hearing my description," Schrödinger bro went on, he said, "what we're doing right now is good." He said it reminded him of the struggles his generation went through back in their youth. "So, we have full backing. Funding, technology, logistics. There are people in the real world who will clear the obstacles for us. All we need to do is focus on our struggle in this world." "Understood," Cogboy nodded slowly, his gaze turning incredibly resolute. "It seems we can truly go all out now." He looked out at the hive, and then toward the sky beyond. "But before that," Cogboy smiled, turning toward the office door, "we have 3 VIPs to welcome." Schrödinger bro followed him. "The last god of gamblers of the Imperium of Men is a real genius. He actually managed to invite Sanguinius, Guilliman, and Ferris to our hive for the new year. He's done a massive service." "He has indeed," Cogboy nodded. "We won't reward him publicly, but under the table, transfer 200,000 Imperial coins to him. Deduct it from my previous contribution reward pool." Schrödinger bro gave him a thumbs up. The two left the office and walked down the corridor toward the main entrance of the governor's office. High in the distance, the thruster wash of 3 Thunderhawk gunships pierced the cloud layer as they slowly descended. Inside the lead gunship, Guilliman looked down at the vibrant, red-lit hive, the sea of crimson reflecting in his ice-blue eyes. "They truly transformed this place into something entirely different," he said softly. Sanguinius smiled. "Perhaps this is what hope looks like, Guilliman. It isn't an empty slogan. It is the tangible reality of lights, food, and laughter." Ferris remained silent. But the master of the iron hands kept his gaze fixed firmly on the children running through the streets and the crowd celebrating in the plazas. His living metal fingers unconsciously rubbed an iron mahjong tile. Carved onto the face of the tile was a design personally drafted by the Crimson Dawn, an iron fist gripping a gear, with a line of small text beneath it. "Labor forges the future." It was the very last gift the last god of gamblers of the Imperium of Men had given him, acting on Cogboy's instructions. The gunships initiated their landing sequences. The vibration of the landing gear touching down shuddered through the hulls. The assault ramps lowered, and the cold night wind rushed in, carrying the distant beat of festival drums, the sounds of laughter, and the rich aroma of food. The 3 Primarchs stepped out. From the 2 gunships behind them emerged Marius, Ascalon, and the other officers who had accompanied them. They were greeted by a sea of warm, red lights. Cogboy and Blood Angel stood at the front of the landing pad, flanked by dozens of Crimson Dawn members and a welcoming committee composed of hundreds of children. They pounded their right fists against their left breastplates in salute. "We humbly welcome the lords. Welcome to Kent Hive." As the Thunderhawk ramps fully deployed, the towering figures of the 3 Primarchs emerged. Guilliman was the first to step forward. As his ice-blue eyes swept across the scene before him, he paused slightly. He had witnessed welcome ceremonies on countless worlds. The triumphs on Makridge, where petals rained from the sky and bells echoed through the clouds. The receptions for the expeditionary fleets, marked by thunderous artillery salutes and seas of snapping banners. The grand ceremony celebrating the return of a Primarch on Holy Terra itself. But he had never seen anything like this. Lined up along the edge of the landing pad were over 100 children. The oldest among them was no more than 12, the youngest perhaps 6 or 7. They all wore identical gray padded coats, a small Crimson Dawn emblem embroidered on the left breast of each. Every child's cheeks were flushed red from the cold. They stood in 3 neat rows. Despite the chill, their eyes sparkled with sheer excitement. Upon seeing the Primarchs emerge, the 3 children in the very front row took a step forward in unison. It was 2 boys and a girl. The girl, about 10 years old with her hair tied in twin braids, held a wooden tray. Resting on a bed of red velvet on the tray were 3 identical medals. They were significantly larger than the standard emblems worn by regular Crimson Dawn members, roughly 15 centimeters in diameter. They were cast from a dark red alloy, polished to a mirror shine. The most striking feature was the micro-engraved High Gothic inscription encircling the edge. Labor forges the future, the dawn shall ultimately arrive. Welcome, honored lords, to Kent Hive. Over 100 children shouted in unison, their voices young but perfectly synchronized. They had undergone crash course training under Blood Angel over the past 3 days. Although their movements were a little stiff, it only made their earnestness more endearing. The girl holding the tray took a deep breath and led the 2 boys toward Guilliman, who stood at the absolute front. She tilted her head up. To her, the Primarch's towering height was like gazing up at a mountain peak. But she didn't shrink back. Holding the tray steady, she spoke in her clear, childlike voice. Governor Cage says these are souvenirs prepared for our most honored guests. My name is Mira. I'm 10 years old, and I'm a 4th grade student at the 3rd Administrative Zone Public Schola. She paused, offering a shy, genuine smile. Uncle, welcome. We're happy you came to celebrate the new year with us. Guilliman froze. His ice blue eyes reflected the girl's earnest little face, and the metal gleaming under the lumens on the tray she offered. Uncle. Coming from a child, the word carried a unique, straightforward affection, entirely devoid of the usual reverence or detachment. It was exactly how a child would greet an elder from next door. Guilliman had received countless welcomes on Mackridge. Consuls delivered magnificent orations, nobles presented gem-encrusted treasures, and warriors executed textbook-perfect military salutes. But never once had a child welcomed his arrival with a title as simple and pure as uncle. Guilliman slowly knelt down. Even while kneeling, his massive frame still dwarfed the standing girl. He tried his best to bring his eyes level with hers, though he couldn't quite manage it. The simple act caused Marius and the other Ultramarines officers behind him to stiffen in slight surprise. Thank you, Mira. Chapter 214, Chapter 213, Spring Festival. Guilliman's voice was unexpectedly gentle. He extended a power-armored hand, reaching out with incredible delicacy, and picked up the first medal from the tray. The medal was heavy, weighing roughly 2 kilograms. It was cast from some high-density alloy and its edges were polished perfectly smooth. This medal is exceptionally well crafted. Guilliman examined it closely. Your artisans possess considerable skill. It was made by the uncles and aunties at the governor's office. Myra's eyes grew even brighter. They said we have to give the best gifts to our most honored guests. At this time, the other 2 children stepped forward. When the young boy handed the second medal to Ferrus Manus, a look of unfamiliarity seemed to cross the usually cold and rigid face of the Iron Hands Primarch. He accepted the medal. His living metal fingers gently stroked the surface, feeling the fine details of the engraving. He offered a slight nod. The third medal was accepted by Sanguinius. As he took the medal, Sanguinius's fingers seemingly accidentally brushed against the back of the young boy's hand. In that instant, the Primarch's superhuman senses caught the fluctuations of the boy's emotional aura. There was no fear. There was no nervousness. There was only pure curiosity, a little bit of excitement, and a sense of expectation. What is your name? Sanguinius asked softly. Ian, my lord, the boy replied quietly. Ian, Sanguinius repeated the name, a warm smile blossoming within his amber gold slit pupils. This is a beautiful medal. I will treasure it. After the 3 Primarchs accepted their medals, Mira, Ian, and the third boy, Tom, turned and ran back to the formation. They retrieved slightly smaller, yet equally exquisite medals from wooden boxes held by the other children, and began distributing them to the legion commanders standing behind the Primarchs. When Dantioch received his medal, a subtle expression flickered across the usually stern face of the warsmith. He stared at the gear emblem in the center of the medal for several seconds before solemnly pinning it to the most prominent spot on his breastplate. Marius carefully gripped his medal in his hand. The Ultramarines' first captain lowered his head, the golden sunrise reflected in his eyes, lost in thought. As Kalen simply clamped his medal directly onto the pauldron of his power armor, the magnetic hardpoints of the Sanguinary Guard commander's artificer armor holding it firmly in place. The dark red metal stood out strikingly against his golden armor. Tobias hesitated for a moment upon receiving his, ultimately choosing to secure it to his utility belt. As the second captain made his move, Paradox player not a war criminal, sharply caught sight of a familiar figure among the welcoming crowd. Seranafi Nori. The champion of the Blood Angels' 5th Company. the warrior who had dragged his festering body to hold the line at the rift in the Aru industrial zone, and was ultimately saved by the players. The wounds on Seraphi's face had mostly healed. Tech priests had grafted synth skin over the worst of the damage. Although the coloration differed slightly from the surrounding tissue, at least it was no longer festering and oozing pus. There was a prominent repair mark on the left pauldron of his artificer armor, a patch welded over the ceramite that had been melted away by the Nurgle demons. When, Paradox player not a war criminal, met Seraphi's gaze, the Blood Angel's champion offered a slight nod. It was a very subtle gesture, but it carried a deep sense of gratitude. At that moment, Cogboy stepped forward, accompanied by Blood Angel and the others. Governor Cage Lawrence was dressed in a relatively formal, dark gray robe today, his exoskeleton framework hidden beneath the fabric. He pounded his right fist against his left breastplate. "Thank you, Lord Sanguinius, Lord Guilliman, Lord Ferris, and all honored Legion commanders, for taking time out of your grueling schedules to grace Kent Hive with your presence." Cogboy's voice carried the perfect measure of respect. "Today marks the very first festival we have established for this hive, Spring Festival, New Year's Eve." Spring Festival. Sanguinius tilted his head slightly, his white wings giving a soft flutter. Does this name carry a specific symbolic meaning? Blood Angel stepped forward to answer Sanguinius's question, his voice steady and calm. To answer Lord Sanguinius, the Spring Festival is a tradition we reconstructed from fortuitously recovered historical archives. It marks the transition of the year. Spring represents the revival of all things, the beginning of new life. Festival signifies a momentous point in time. His gaze swept across the three Primarchs, his voice taking on a deeper resonance. On this day, people gather together, share food, exchange blessings, and welcome a brand new beginning with the most passionate celebrations. Because no matter how dark the past may have been, a new year always represents the possibility of hope rekindled. Guilliman's fingers unconsciously tapped against his sword hilt. Bidding farewell to the old year, welcoming new life, Guilliman repeated softly. A very simple ideal, yet it strikes directly at the core. He looked at Cogboy. "How long have you been preparing for this festival?" From finalizing the date to today, the actual preparation time was 27 days, Cogboy answered frankly. However, the underlying philosophy has been foundational to the Crimson Dawn since its inception. We believe that humanity requires ritual to anchor its memories, and festivals to forge collective identity. And the Spring Festival is one of the anchors we have chosen. Ferris spoke up then, his voice devoid of emotion. Rituals consume resources. Lanterns, decorations, supplementary food rations, the organization of public events, all of this requires manpower and material wealth. According to my rough estimates, the resources expended to prepare for this Spring Festival in Kent Hive alone would be sufficient to arm 5 standard infantry companies. His eyes fixed on Cogboy. Is it worth it? It was a sharp question, but Cogboy simply smiled. Lord Ferris, you are correct, Cogboy nodded. From a purely resource conversion efficiency standpoint, it is not worth it. But there are some things that cannot be measured by efficiency alone. He reached out, pointing toward the workers in the distant streets who were hanging up the last batch of lanterns. Those workers spent the last year working 14-hour days, living in leaky shacks, and subsisting on nutrient paste that barely kept them alive. They need more than just the resources to survive. They also need a reason to live. And festivals, celebrations, reunions, laughter, these seemingly inefficient things are precisely what grant meaning to life. When a person knows why they are living, their productive efficiency increases by over 30%. When a group of people shares common rituals and memories, their collaborative efficiency grows exponentially. Cogboy looked at Ferris, his tone resolute. Therefore, in the long term, this investment yields an exceptionally high return. Ferris did not offer a rebuttal. His eyes simply swept across his surroundings once more. Sanguinius let out a soft chuckle then. The sound was warm and clear. "Show us around," Sanguinius said slowly. "I wish to see with my own eyes what you have prepared for this Spring Festival." Note: we would need little more than usual power stones if you all the 900 power stones bonus chapter. Usually we receive 130 power stones daily, but we are currently 160 power stones away from 900. Chapter 215, Chapter 214, the first New Year's Eve that astonished the three Primarchs, 1. Sorry for the late chapter. I was stuck outside, away from my laptop. The procession departed from the landing pad, first making its way down the central avenue of the 3rd Administrative Zone. The renovations here were 80% complete. The road was smooth, and red lanterns hung from every lumen pole. The light filtering through the red covers bathed the entire street in a warm, orange-red glow. Every 20 meters along the street sat a small food stall. They were makeshift stoves holding massive pots, various foods boiling away inside. These are dumplings. Dumplings must be chive and egg, stood behind one of the stalls, wearing an apron and holding a long-handled strainer. She fished out a plump, white dumpling and offered it to the approaching Guilliman. Flour wrappers encasing filling, boiled in water. They symbolize reunion and fulfillment. Guilliman accepted the dumpling, which looked as small as a toy in his massive hand, and inspected it for 2 seconds. Then, under the wide-eyed stares of all the surrounding players and citizens, he popped the entire dumpling into his mouth. The texture is soft, and the filling is simply but harmoniously seasoned, Guilliman evaluated. The ratio of carbohydrates, protein, and trace fibers makes this highly suitable as a marching ration. Dumplings must be chive and egg, thank you for the compliment. The next stall was manned by, not eating rice balls on the New Year Eve is heresy, serving glutinous rice balls. Glutinous rice flour wrappers with black sesame and sugar filling. They symbolize sweetness and completeness. Sanguinius accepted a rice ball. He gently bit through the soft, sticky exterior. The black sesame filling oozed out, gleaming under the lights. The sweetness is perfectly balanced, Sanguinius smiled. We have a similar food on ball. Ferris stopped in front of a deep-fried food stall. Golden, stick-like strips of dough were being fried. Once pulled from the oil, they were dusted with fine salt and powdered spices. This is called fried breadstick, the player in charge explained. It symbolizes living life with flavor. Ferris picked up a fried breadstick. The piece of food, which would be quite substantial for a normal human, looked like a toothpick in his colossal hand. He placed it in his mouth, chewing as his bionics analyzed its composition. Flour, water, salt, leavening agent. Fried at 190 degrees for 90 seconds, Ferris stated the data. The fat content is too high to serve as a standard ration. He paused, then added, however, the texture is crisp, and the flavor compounds have reacted fully under high heat. Occasional consumption is acceptable. The player, glad you like it. Past the food street, the procession arrived at the central plaza. This had originally been an abandoned freight distribution yard, but it had now been converted into the main venue for the spring festival. 3 stages had been erected in the center of the plaza, each hosting a different performance simultaneously. On the far left stage was the lion dance. 2 lions were operated by 4 members of the Aurelian Youth League. The lion bodies were sewn from scrap cloth and painted in vibrant reds and yellows. To the rapid beat of the drums, the lions leaped, rolled, and tumbled across the stage, executing a series of highly difficult maneuvers. This is the lion dance, Blood explained from the side. It symbolizes driving away bad omen and bringing good fortune. Guilliman watched with absolute focus. The Primarch, renowned for his rationality and planning, fixed his ice blue eyes on every single movement the lions made on stage, his mind calculating at terrifying speeds. The choreography bears distinct traces of tactical maneuvering. The forward pounces, lateral dodges, rolls, all of these can be translated into close-quarters combat techniques. The coordination between the operators is exceptionally precise. The synchronization error between the 4 individuals is less than 0.3 seconds. If this level of coordination were applied to a battlefield, it would be sufficient to handle the vast majority of sudden combat scenarios. Lord Guilliman, it is just a dance. Guilliman, but the training value is objectively verifiable. On the center stage, a traditional opera was being performed. The players had purchased several sets of classic opera costumes and props from the system shop, selected a few Hive citizens with a talent for acting, and given them a crash course in training over the past half-month. Right now, they were performing an excerpt from the Battle of Mount Dingjun. TL/N, should I keep things like this? Or remove them? Since it is not racism or nationalism, just their cultural reference, I am confused. The actor playing the veteran General Huang Zhong sang with a booming voice. Although his pitch wandered a little, his spirit and energy were perfectly on point. Ferris stood below the stage. Vocal frequency is stable. The chest resonance technique is worth studying. If applied to battlefield war cries, it could significantly enhance the morale suppression effect on the enemy. The master of the Iron Hands delivered his professional assessment. Sanguinius, however, was drawn to the stage on the right. A children's choir was performing there. Over 50 children stood in 3 neat rows, all wearing matching gray Schola uniforms. They were currently singing an adapted, Warhammer version of Happy New Year. The children's voices were young but perfectly synchronized, and every single little face was beaming with a bright smile. Sanguinius listened in silence. The great angel's superhuman senses clearly caught the emotional fluctuations of the children. It was pure joy, simple anticipation, and a naive, absolute belief that tomorrow would be a better day. That emotion was so clean. So incredibly clean, that it reminded him of the children of his homeworld, Baal. Sanguinius closed his eyes, his pristine white wings fluttering gently behind him on instinct. The midday feast was held in the plaza right outside the governor's office. 300 long tables had been set up, each seating 20 people. There were no luxurious dishes on the tables, only the most filling and practical food the Hive could currently provide. Massive basins of potatoes stewed with synthetic meat, with every chunk of meat the size of a fist. Entire baskets of black bread, the crust baked to a crisp. Buckets of vegetable soup, with actual, real vegetable leaves floating inside. And an unlimited supply of dumplings, rice balls, and fried bread stick. The 3 primarchs and the legion commanders were seated at the main table in the center. Their cutlery was custom-made, 3 times larger than the standard size, but the materials were still ordinary ceramic and metal. The Crimson Dawn had a rule: all members shared the same standard of dining ware. No special privileges were permitted. Guilliman speared a piece of potato with his custom fork and placed it in his mouth. The cooking method is simple, but the heat control is excellent, he evaluated. The potatoes are fully stewed through, and the fibers of the synthetic meat have been sufficiently softened during the boiling process, making it easy to digest and absorb. Sanguinius didn't say anything, eating quietly. Occasionally, he would look up at the other tables around them. Seated there were the citizens of the hive. Workers, teachers, nurses, street sweepers, miners. They were eating the exact same food as the primarchs, wearing the exact same smiles on their faces. Children weaved between the tables, sharing the dumplings from their bowls with the elders sitting nearby. The elders smiled and stroked the children's hair, pulling wax paper-wrapped candies from their pockets. It was the spring festival bonus the Crimson Dawn had distributed a few days prior, 3 pieces of candy per person. There was no awe here. No detachment. Only a genuine, equal sense of bustling joy. This was an atmosphere the 3 primarchs had never experienced at any banquet within the Imperium. The afternoon activities were even more diverse. The last god of gamblers of the Imperium of Men had set up a special primarch-only card table in a corner of the plaza, using a deck of custom iron poker cards. Guilliman, Sanguinius, and Ferris each took a seat and began a new round of Fight the Landlord. This time, Guilliman was the landlord. An intense battle erupted, surrounded by a crowd of players and citizens eager to watch the spectacle. On the other side of the plaza, Paradox player not a war criminal, found Seraphi. The Blood Angels champion was standing alone in front of a food stall, staring blankly at the dumplings boiling in the pot. The Crimson Dawn emblem pinned to the left pauldron of his artificer armor gleamed with a dark red luster under the sunlight. Want a taste? Paradox player not a war criminal, handed over a bowl containing 6 freshly boiled dumplings. Seraphi froze for a moment before accepting the bowl. He didn't eat immediately, but instead looked at, Paradox player not a war criminal. At a roux, thank you. The statement came out of nowhere, but, Paradox player not a war criminal, understood perfectly. Just doing our part, he waved his hand dismissively. Weren't the Blood Angels also holding the line there to protect this planet? If anyone's thanking anyone, it should be us. Seraphi was silent for a few seconds. Then, he picked up a pair of chopsticks, picked up a dumpling, and put it in his mouth. He chewed, and swallowed. It's delicious, Seraphi said softly. Delicious isn't enough. Paradox player not a war criminal, grinned. He pulled 2 metal cups from behind his back, and hoisted up a barrel labeled, Enhanced Edition, Alcohol. Come on, have a drink. Seraphi looked at the cup, and then at the barrel. Paradox player not a war criminal, filled both cups to the brim. It's a spring festival rule. When friends meet, they have to share a drink. You're only real friends after you drink. Seraphi stared at the clear liquid in the cup, took it, and downed it in a single gulp. The 96% purity alcohol burned a fiery trail down his throat. Even the superhuman metabolism of an Astartes felt the intense heat. Seraphi's face flushed slightly. That's got a kick, he let out a heavy breath. That's just the first cup. Paradox player not a war criminal, filled it up again. According to the rules, you have to drink 3 cups. You can only start eating after 3 cups. What kind of bizarre rule is that? 1 cup to toast the past, to bid farewell to suffering. 1 cup to toast the present, to celebrate reunion. 1 cup to toast the future, to bless our hopes. Seraphi looked at the liquid sloshing in his cup and raised it once more. To the past. The second cup went down. To the present. When the third cup was poured, Seraphi stared at his reflection in the liquid. To the future, he said softly, and downed it in 1 gulp. After 3 cups, even an Astartes was beginning to feel a distinct buzz. Seraphi's gaze started to wander, and his posture was no longer quite as rigidly straight. Paradox player not a war criminal, had also downed 3 cups of normal alcohol himself. His face was currently bright red, and his words were slurring heavily. I'm telling you, where I'm from, everyone has to drink like this on New Year's. Where is it that you're from? Seraphi asked, his own voice a little muddled. A really faraway place. Paradox player not a war criminal, waved his hand. But it doesn't matter, this is home now too. The 2 drank several more rounds. Eventually, Paradox player not a war criminal, couldn't hold on any longer. He face-planted onto the table, snoring like thunder. Seranafi was still sitting up, but his eyes were completely unfocused. He stared at the empty barrel on the table, muttering softly. Home. At the main table not far away, Guilliman noticed the situation. The Ultramarine's Primarch's ice-blue eyes swept over the passed-out player and the visibly intoxicated Seranafi, the corner of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. It seems your liquor is remarkably effective, he noted. Cogboy chuckled. It's the enhanced edition. Specially formulated for Astartes physiology. If a normal human took a sip, they'd have to be rushed to the medici. Sanguinius also looked over, a smile blossoming within his amber gold-slit pupils. Let them rest. Today is supposed to be a day of relaxation. Ferris didn't say a word. He silently poured himself another cup of alcohol, downed it in one gulp, and then spoke. Alcohol purity 96. Caloric value 385 kilocalories per 100 milliliters. It's purer than the previous batches of alcohol. High-quality product. The Iron Hands Legion will require a minimum of 1,000 crates. Guilliman shot him a look. Sanguinius simply chuckled aloud. Chapter 216, Chapter 215, the first New Year's Eve that astonished the three Primarchs, 2. As night fell, the spring festival celebrations reached their climax. Every single red lantern across all of Kent Hive lit up simultaneously. Looking down from high above, the hive looked like a warm, blazing bonfire amidst a pitch-black forest of steel. The parade processions began marching through the streets. They were organized spontaneously by the citizens of each administrative zone. Workers marched holding massive handmade flags embroidered with stars, wheat stalks, and gears. Teachers led their students, the children carrying paper lanterns in their hands. Medici staff pushed decorated Medici carts plastered with blessings of health and peace. The parade sang as they marched. Their voices, mingled with laughter, drum beats, and the sound of firecrackers, echoed throughout the hive. The firecrackers were an improved version purchased by the players from the system shop, loud, but completely safe. Every few minutes, a string of firecrackers would go off on some street, the crackling sounds rising and falling in continuous, festive rhythm. The three Primarchs stood on the observation balcony on the top floor of the governor's office, overlooking it all. Guilliman's fingers unconsciously tapped against the railing. I ran some calculations. The Ultramarine's Primarch suddenly spoke. From this morning until now, the total amount of food consumed within this hive is equivalent to 3 months of standard rations for an entire Astartes company. The resources expended on decorations, clothing, and recreational activities could have constructed 5 Chimera armored transports. Furthermore, if all the personnel involved in the preparation and execution of this festival were redirected toward production or construction, they could have increased the hive's monthly output by approximately 7%. He turned his head, his ice-blue eyes fixing on Cogboy, Blood Angel, and Schrödinger Bro. From a purely efficiency-driven standpoint, this is an unprofitable investment. So, I must ask. Guilliman's voice was perfectly calm. What is the ultimate purpose behind all of this? Sanguinius and Ferris also looked over. Cogboy, Blood Angel, and Schrödinger Bro exchanged a glance. Schrödinger Bro chuckled, completely relaxed, devoid of any pressure or need to dissemble. Lord Guilliman, you are entirely correct. From an efficiency standpoint, it isn't profitable. But have you ever considered what efficiency is actually for? Guilliman's eyebrow twitched slightly. To maximize output. To utilize resources more effectively. 2. Schrödinger Bro reached out, pointing down at the crowds cheering and parading through the streets below. To allow them, these ordinary imperial citizens, to live better lives. And living better doesn't just mean a full stomach and warm clothes. It also means being able to laugh. To celebrate. To have a day to look forward to after a year of agonizing labor, a gathering where they can truly immerse themselves in joy. It means children being able to run through the streets carrying lanterns, and elders being able to sit on their doorsteps watching fireworks. It means workers being able to temporarily forget the darkness of the mines for a single day, and teachers receiving handmade greeting cards from their students. Cogboy finally spoke. My lords, the vast majority of us within the Crimson Dawn come from the very bottom. We have starved. We have frozen. We have seen oppression, and we have experienced true despair. Because of that, we know better than anyone that humanity cannot survive on bread alone. They also require light. They need to know that the darkness is not eternal, that their suffering will have an end, and that their sacrifices will eventually be rewarded. And a new year will always represent the possibility of a brand new start. The Spring Festival, New Year's Eve, all of these celebrations, they are a beam of light that we have ignited amidst this endless darkness, for ourselves, and for everyone who believes in us. Guilliman's fingers ceased their tapping. His eyes reflected the river of lights flowing through the streets below. Sanguinius's pristine white wings fluttered gently, a complex expression crossing the great angel's face. Ferris, however, slowly spoke up. But by exploiting them, by squeezing them dry, by exchanging the absolute minimum of resources for the maximum possible output, you could gain far more. You could live far better lives. Why choose the harder path? It was a blunt question, one that perfectly encapsulated the cruelty of the Warhammer universe. Lord Ferris, you are correct. Exploitation would grant us far more in the short term. Schrödinger bro paused. But have you ever calculated the alternative costs? Exploitation breeds fear, resentment, and suppressed fury. When those emotions accumulate to a critical mass, they detonate. That detonation might manifest as rebellion, it might manifest as corruption, or it might manifest as self-annihilation born of utter despair. Conversely, respect, equality, and hope breed identity and belonging. They breed a genuine, internal willingness to fight for a cause. He looked directly at Ferris. The former is a powder keg, you never know when it will blow. The latter is a foundation stone, it can support a truly enduring order. But more importantly, Schrödinger bro's gaze swept across the three Primarchs. We will never forget our roots. We were born in darkness, struggling to forge our first sliver of light from absolute despair. We have witnessed the most profound suffering imaginable, so we know better than anyone that becoming part of the darkness will only make the darkness deeper. What we want is the dawn. A true dawn, one that every single person can witness with their own eyes. As for returns, my lords, we are not asking for nothing in return. It is simply that the returns we seek are vastly different from what you define as returns. He pointed to a young girl on the street below, sitting on her father's shoulders to watch the parade. She was holding a candied hawthorn stick, her eyes curved into happy little crescents as she smiled. The candied haws had been purchased by a player and handed out to the children. That girl's smile, that is our return. He pointed to a group of boys setting off firecrackers in the distance. They carefully lit the fuses, ran away screaming, and then cheered wildly as the firecrackers popped. Those boys' cheers, that is our return. Finally, he pointed further down the street, to the elders sitting on their doorsteps watching the festivities. Their faces were lined with wrinkles, their eyes peaceful. They held cups of hot water, occasionally chatting with their neighbors. Those elders' peace, that is our return. Fundamentally, we are the exact same kind of people as these ordinary imperial citizens. When they are happy, we are happy. When they have hope, we have hope. When they live well, we live well. This is the return we have chosen. To share the dawn with everyone who believes in the dawn. As his words faded, a long silence settled over the observation balcony. Guilliman closed his eyes. Countless images flashed rapidly through the Ultramarine's Primarch's mind. The perfectly ordered yet coldly detached streets of Makridge. The icy, unfeeling faces of the men in the Council of Terra. The countless mining worlds across the Imperium that had been bled dry and then abandoned. He opened his eyes. The ice-blue depths reflected the 10,000 lights of Kent Hive below. Those pinpricks of light merged together against the backdrop of the dark hive, resembling a slowly flowing river of stars. It is very pure, Guilliman finally said softly. So pure, it reminds me of the very first lesson my adoptive father, Conor, taught me about ruling Makridge. Sanguinius also spoke. Perhaps this is what true salvation looks like. Ferris said nothing. He raised a hand, his fingers gently brushing against the Crimson Dawn metal pinned to his breastplate. His fingertips traced the micro-engraved inscription. Labor forges the future, the dawn shall ultimately arrive. Just then. Chapter 217, Chapter 216, one final question, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 900 power stones, even though I am not sure since I forget to check, but I trust you guys. Bong. 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 The bell towers across the hive chimed simultaneously. The deep, resonant tolls pierced the night sky, one after another, ringing exactly 23 times. Cogboy looked up. 5 minutes until the new year. Blood Angel and Schrödinger bro stepped up to the railing as well. The six of them stood shoulder to shoulder on the top floor of the governor's office, looking down at the massive crowds gathering to count down to the new year. The parades on the streets came to a halt. The people looked up toward the bell towers. Parents hoisted their children onto their shoulders, and the elderly straightened up on their walking sticks. Everyone fell silent. Only the echoing chimes of the bells remained. The instant the 23rd toll faded. 10. It was impossible to tell who shouted it first, but the voices rapidly merged into a single, deafening roar. 9. 8. Guilliman's fingers gripped the railing tight. 7. Sanguinius's wings fluttered gently. 6. Ferris's eyes were locked onto the crowds below. 5. Cogboy's mechanical bionics locked onto the massive holographic countdown projected in the distant plaza. 4. Blood Angel took a deep breath. 3. Schrödinger bro smiled. 2. Below, the voices of tens of thousands merged into an unstoppable torrent. 1. Happy New Year. In that exact instant, all of Kent Hive erupted. And in the exact same second the cheers shattered the silence. Fwee. Boom. The first firework launched from a staging area on the hive's periphery. It dragged a golden tail of fire into the pitch-black sky before detonating into a brilliant, blooming sphere of crimson light. Immediately following it was the second, the third, the 100th. Fwee fwee fwee. Boom boom boom. The fireworks were like a reverse meteor shower, launching from all across the hive and blossoming into countless, radiant flowers in the night sky. Every firework existed for only a few fleeting seconds, but new ones constantly ascended to replace the fading light. The night sky was continuously illuminated, burning as bright as day. The three Primarchs looked up, watching the spectacle. Guilliman's ice-blue eyes reflected the sky full of flowing light. The colors danced and shifted within his gaze, ultimately settling into a quiet, profound awe. Sanguinius's pristine white wings fully extended. He tilted his head back, the amber-gold depths of his slit pupils reflecting the soaring trails of the fireworks. Ferris stood completely still, the flashes of light rippling across his silver-gray power armor as if breathing life into the metal. Cogboy, Blood Angel, and Schrödinger Bro watched in absolute silence. It was a long time before Guilliman finally spoke. What you have ignited is not merely fireworks. It is the hope of an entire world of Imperial citizens, Sanguinius finished. Ferris remained silently standing. The fireworks continued. Blossoming one after another in the dark sky, they illuminated the upturned faces of the crowds below, illuminating their smiles, illuminating the hive that was undergoing a true metamorphosis. Far away, the strike cruiser Light of Dawn hovered silently above a massive canyon. Inside the bridge, Paul stood before the observation armorglass, holding a cup of liquor. It was a bourbon purchased from the system shop. Although most of the players weren't accustomed to the taste, today was a special occasion. Behind him, Tax Bro, White Scars, G Bro, Have You Been Loyal Today, and all the other players stationed aboard the ship also held cups. Even the assassins, the Contemptor Dreadnoughts, and the Tech Priests had silently raised their respective beverages. Paul turned around. His towering 3.55-meter custodian frame cast a massive shadow across the bridge under the lumens. Brothers, Paul raised his cup, his voice laced with a smile. Although we cannot go down there right now, although we cannot light firecrackers, eat dumplings, and watch the fireworks with our brothers in Kent Hive. His voice suddenly rose in pitch. The day will come. The day will come when we will stand openly upon any planet we choose. When we will celebrate the Spring Festival and welcome the New Year alongside everyone who believes in the Crimson Dawn. When we will witness the true dawn together. Every player roared in unison, cheers. Cups clinked, liquor sloshed. Laughter echoed throughout the bridge. Deep within the warp, within the concealed domain wrapped in layers of camouflage near the Astronomican's edge. Lucian lay on his luxurious bed, tossing a pale golden emotional crystal in his hand. Reflected within the crystal were the endless fireworks bursting over Kent Hive, the upturned, laughing faces of the crowds, the awestruck expressions of the three Primarchs, and Paul raising his cup in a toast. Lucian chuckled, his smile brimming with amusement and a hint of helplessness. My fellow players, this emotion of hope you're generating is getting a bit ridiculously dense. He caught the falling crystal and examined it closely. A golden halo swirled within. This was a fragment of the authority of hope, harvested and purified from the 90 million strong population of Kent Hive. If you guys keep this up, I'm actually going to turn into the god of hope and change. Lucian muttered. He sat up and slammed the crystal hard against his chest, absorbing it. Drawn in by his immense power, the crystal rapidly vanished, integrating into Lucian's authority. The smile remained on his lips. However, so long as you're happy. Only with an abundance of hope can you carve out a path in this grimdark Warhammer universe, oh wait, this Mecha universe. To carve out a true ray of the Crimson Dawn. The firework display over Kent Hive lasted for a full 10 minutes. When the very last firework faded into the night sky, when the light slowly receded and darkness reclaimed the night skies. The crowds on the streets below did not immediately disperse. They stood exactly where they were, gazing up at the once again silent night sky, the phantom afterimages of the fireworks still lingering on their faces. Then, it was impossible to tell who started it, applause. At first, it was just a few sporadic claps, but it rapidly multiplied, ultimately merging into a continuous, thunderous roar. They were applauding the faded fireworks. Applauding the arrival of the new year. Applauding this rare, joyous night of celebration. And applauding the organization that was changing their lives. On the top floor of the governor's office, the three Primarchs withdrew their gazes. Guilliman took one last look at the applauding crowds below. Deep within his ice-blue eyes, a certain decision had finally, fully crystallized. Tomorrow, the Ultramarines Primarch spoke, his voice returning to its usual steady cadence. I will sign the official decrees and issue the orders to grant comprehensive administrative authority over Aurelian IV to the Crimson Dawn, officially appointing Cage Lawrence to the position of planetary governor. The term will be 10 years. After 10 years, we will evaluate your governance and decide whether to renew your mandate, or expand it. Sanguinius smiled and nodded. Ferris kept it brief. I expect you not to disappoint Guilliman's expectations. Cogboy, Blood Angel, and Schrödinger Bro simultaneously pounded their right fists against their left breastplates. Thank you for your trust, lords. The Crimson Dawn will not fail you. Guilliman nodded slightly, turning to leave the observation balcony. But before he took a step, he looked back at the three of them. One final question. Please ask, Lord Guilliman. You said earlier that you all come from the very bottom, that you have experienced true suffering. Guilliman's ice-blue eyes locked onto them. Then tell me, what was it that made you choose to believe in the dawn after enduring all of that, rather than simply sinking into the easier path of the darkness? Schrödinger Bro answered without hesitation. Because those who have truly witnessed the darkness desire the light more than anyone else. And becoming the light brings far more joy than becoming the darkness. Goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 218, Chapter 217, Guilliman's Exhortation, Planetary Governor of the Crimson Dawn, 1. As the Primarch of the Ultramarines, the actions of the supremely rational and efficient Guilliman were incredibly swift. Just a few days after the celebrations in Kent Hive, official appointment decrees from the ruler of the 500 worlds of Ultramar had already arrived on the desk of the sector governor of Corianis via astropathic hypercommunication. The sector governor, living a life of pampered luxury within his opulent palace, broke out in a cold sweat after reading the encrypted transmission sent from the Macridge's honor. He dared not delay for even a second. Within the borders of the Imperium of Men in the Warhammer universe, some orders could be outwardly obeyed but secretly ignored. Certain taxes could be cleverly intercepted, and some borders could be ambiguously defined. But an order from a Primarch? Especially an executive order personally issued by the Primarch who ruled 500 worlds and commanded a legion of 250,000 Astartes. That was no longer an order. It was an edict that had to be executed instantly. Notify all relevant departments to initiate emergency protocols, the sector governor ordered, his voice hoarse as his trembling hand signed the forwarding documents. The transfer of administrative authority over Aurelian IV is effective immediately. Appoint Cage Lawrence as planetary governor, granting him absolute jurisdiction over all administrative, military, and economic affairs of the planet. Authorize the Crimson Dawn organization as the sole legitimate governing entity of the planet. Any objections will not be entertained. He spoke the last 4 words with extreme difficulty. Because it meant the remnants of the 4 major factions of Aurelian IV, those who had maintained inextricably complex ties with the sector governor's office through bribery, political marriages, and under-the-table deals, would lose all legal protection. The old friends who contributed hundreds of millions of Aurelian coins to his personal coffers every year were now cut off. But he had no choice. Given the choice between offending a bunch of local planetary aristocrats and offending Robot Guilliman, anyone with a functioning brain knew exactly what to pick. A few days later, a small fleet consisting of 3 light escorts, protecting an ambassadorial vessel bearing the crest of the sector governor, slowly sailed into high orbit above Aurelian IV. Early the next morning, an ornately decorated Thunderhawk gunship detached from the ambassadorial vessel, descending toward Kent Hive and slowly touching down on the heavy landing pad. Kent Hive, Governor's Office Plaza. This area, which had been packed with the long tables of the Spring Festival feast just a few days ago, had now been swept spotlessly clean. 300 hand-picked PDF soldiers stood at attention in brand-new gray uniforms, their lost guns polished to a mirror shine, the Crimson Dawn emblems on their chests glinting with a dark red luster in the morning light. Most of these soldiers had fought in the bloodbath of the Aru industrial zone, and the grim resolve of veterans still lingered on their faces. Behind them stood tens of thousands of Hive citizens who had spontaneously gathered to witness the ceremony. Everyone was looking up at the sky. "They're here," Cogboy said softly from the center of the plaza. He had changed into a relatively formal outfit today. Beside him, Schrödinger Bro and Blood Angel wore similar administrative uniforms, their emblems pinned to their chests. Behind the 3 of them stood over 20 core players, split into 2 rows. These players had all suppressed their usual eccentricities for the day, trying their hardest to look like proper officials. Even if the regional chat was still being absolutely spammed to death. Regional chat. Selling outside the Imperial Palace, holy shit, I'm so nervous. My palms are sweating. The last god of gamblers of the Imperium of Men, chill out. Just pretend it's the CEO giving a speech at the company's annual meeting. Guilliman's little blue beam, to witness Lord Guilliman bestow an honor with my own eyes. I can die with no regrets. Nurgle, do you want a wife or not? Speaking of which, isn't our setup a bit shabby? I remember reading in the Warhammer lore that when a planetary governor takes office, there are artillery salutes, raining flower petals. Blood Angel's second emperor, shabby. Look at the tens of thousands of citizens around us. Look at the eyes of those PDF brothers. This is what true prestige looks like. Paradox player, not a war criminal, well said. The vast ocean of Imperial citizens is more effective than any artillery salute. The assault ramp slowly lowered, and 6 figures dressed in high-grade Imperial official uniforms stepped out. Their uniforms were woven from a blend of baelite silk, and their chests were covered in various medals and sashes. Every single piece represented years endured and ranks climbed within the Imperial bureaucracy. The leading official was the representative of the Koryani sector governor, Marcus Wheeler. He was a human male around 50 years old, his hair perfectly slicked back, wearing the meticulously crafted expression of an arrogant yet cautious high-ranking Imperial official. As he descended the ramp, his gaze swept over the Crimson Dawn members lined up on the landing pad, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. These administrators are dressed far too plainly. Uniform gray outfits, entirely devoid of decoration. The only identifier was the Crimson Dawn emblem on their left breasts. They had no sashes, no medals, not even epaulets to denote rank. In the Imperial bureaucracy, this was simply inconceivable. But Morris instantly smoothed out his expression, because another Thunderhawk gunship was descending from the direction of the Macridge's Honor in orbit. It was the personal transport of the Ultramarines Primarch, Robert Guilliman. Look sharp, Morris muttered to the 5 colleagues behind him. Lord Guilliman is personally overseeing this ceremony. You all know exactly what that means. The 5 officials instantly straightened their backs, pasting practiced expressions of utmost reverence onto their faces. Guilliman's Thunderhawk touched down on the pad. When Guilliman stepped out of the ramp, Morris led the officials in a perfectly synchronized salute, pounding their right fists against their left breastplates as if they were standing before the Emperor himself. The special delegation of the Koryani Sector Governor's Office, acting upon the orders of Sector Governor Lord Edwin Crawford, has arrived to execute the investiture of the planetary governor of Aurelian IV. Morris's voice was loud and solemn. We humbly welcome Lord Robert Guilliman. Guilliman nodded slightly. He was wearing his formal blue power armor today, the armor of reason. The griffin motifs on his pauldrons glinted coldly in the morning light. His ice blue eyes swept over Morris and the delegation before turning to Cogboy, Schrodinger Bro, Blood Angel, and the others on the opposite side of the landing pad. Begin. Chapter 219, Chapter 218, Guilliman's Exhortation, Planetary Governor of the Crimson Dawn, 2. At Guilliman's command, the official at the front of the delegation, Marcus Wheeler, the administrative secretary to the sector governor, stepped forward. Wheeler walked briskly up to Cogboy, tracing the sign of the Aquila across his chest. The movement was textbook perfect, yet utterly devoid of passion. Mr. Cage Lawrence, Wheeler's voice was even. By order of the sector governor, I am here to finalize the transfer of administrative authority over Aurelian IV. He paused, taking a heavy metal lockbox from an attendant. Opening it, he retrieved a gold-leaf embossed parchment scroll. Upon the recommendation of Lord Robert Guilliman, and ratified by the sector governor's office, you are hereby officially appointed as planetary governor of Aurelian IV, granted absolute jurisdiction over all administrative, military, and economic affairs of this world. This is your decree of investiture. Wheeler handed the scroll to Cogboy, dropping his voice to a volume only the 2 of them could hear as he added, the sector governor asked me to convey his congratulations. Furthermore, please ensure that the quinquennial tithe is paid on time. Cogboy accepted the scroll from Wheeler. The parchment was incredibly fine, the gold leaf glittering in the sunlight, and the high Gothic calligraphy was magnificent. But Cogboy didn't even glance at the contents. He simply offered a calm nod. The Crimson Dawn thanks the sector governor's office for its recognition. Cogboy's voice was equally calm. The tithe will certainly be paid in full and on time. That is the duty of a planetary governor. Wheeler seemed highly satisfied with this answer, his smile growing a fraction more genuine. And right at that moment, Guilliman spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the entire plaza. Governor Cage Lawrence. Guilliman's ice blue eyes locked onto Cogboy. His gaze was piercingly sharp, making Cogboy feel as though he had been seen straight through. I must solemnly inform you that, as a planetary governor, your primary duty is to pay the tithe on time. Every single word the Ultramarines Primarch spoke carried a crushing weight. The Imperium requires the resources of every single world to maintain its operations, to fuel the Great Crusade, and to fight the enemies that threaten humanity. Do you understand? Cogboy pounded his right fist against his left breastplate, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. I understand, Lord Guilliman. The tithe will be paid in full and on time, in the name of the Emperor and the Imperium of Men. Guilliman nodded slightly. And. His tone softened a fraction, a flicker of light passing through his ice blue eyes. I hope you all hold fast to your original intentions. While executing your primary duty. I hope you can continue to treat the imperial citizens of this world with kindness. I have seen the transformation of Kent Hive. I have seen the smiles on the children's faces, and the hope in the workers' eyes. Do not let the tithe become a crushing burden that breaks them. Do not let the bureaucracy grind away your original intentions. Do not let power corrupt the promises you have made. Guilliman's gaze swept over Schrödinger Bro, Blood Angel, the core players standing behind Cog Boy, and the PDF soldiers and citizens gathered in the plaza. The Imperium's territory is vast. There are countless worlds where citizens groan beneath the lashes of the tithe collectors, and countless governors who forget their duties amidst luxury. But the 500 worlds of Ultramar have proven that taxation and civil welfare can be balanced. That order and hope can coexist. Now, Aurelian 4 is proving it as well. But remember this, the difficulty of governing an entire planet compared to a single hive scales exponentially. You will face far more complex problems: resource allocation, regional balance, external threats, internal contradictions. And the old factions who will not easily surrender their power. I can give you authority, but I cannot give you the answers to every problem. You must walk this path yourselves. He looked back at Cogboy, his voice deep and forceful. So, hold fast. Treat those who believe in you with kindness. Lead them toward a better life, while ensuring the Imperium receives its rightful share of this planet's prosperity. It will be difficult, but that is the true duty of a planetary governor. Not a tax collector, but a guardian and a builder. Cogboy took a deep breath. He pounded his right fist against his left breastplate once more, the motion carrying far more weight this time. I swear in the name of the Crimson Dawn, I shall fulfill all the duties of a planetary governor. I will deliver the tithes to the Imperium on time, treat the Imperial citizens with kindness, build a beautiful home, and guard our hope. This oath I hold unto death. Lord Guilliman. The Crimson Dawn shall not fail you. Guilliman watched him in silence. A few seconds later, the Ultramarines Primarch slowly nodded. Excellent. Remember your oath. From this moment onward, you are the sole planetary governor of Aurelian 4. The Crimson Dawn is the only official governing organization recognized by the Imperium on this planet. I hope you will not disappoint the Imperium's expectations, nor the expectations of myself, Sanguinius, and Ferris. With those final words, he turned and strode toward the Ultramarines' Thunderhawk gunship. Wheeler and the other officials immediately handed over all the investiture documents to Cogboy, offered a few perfunctory words of congratulation, and returned to their own gunship. Guilliman paused at the assault ramp, casting one final look over the plaza and the citizens looking up at him. Then, he stepped inside. The ramp sealed, and the engines roared to life. The Thunderhawk gunship slowly ascended, heading toward the Macridge's honor waiting in orbit. Guilliman had fulfilled his promise to the Crimson Dawn. He had handed Aurelian 4 over to them. That very afternoon, following the conclusion of the investiture ceremony, Guilliman's decree was officially disseminated through the sector governor's channels to all 25 hive cities on Aurelian 4. The message was concise and clear. Effective immediately, Cage Lawrence is appointed planetary governor of Aurelian 4. The Crimson Dawn organization is the sole legitimate governing entity of said planet. All hive governors, administrative bureaus, and local armed forces are hereby ordered to obey the lawful commands of the planetary governor. This decree, personally signed by Lord Robert Guilliman and endorsed by the sector governor's office, is effective immediately. This decree was like a boulder smashing into a placid lake. Goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 220, Chapter 219, Guilliman's Exhortation, Planetary Governor of the Crimson Dawn, 3. Sycamore Hive, Governor's Council Chamber. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Lord Guilliman actually handed Aurelian 4 over to Cage Lawrence. Buhail Hisman, the hive governor representing the Hisman Merchant Guild in Sycamore Hive, slammed his hands down onto the heavy mahogany conference table. His face was flushed beet red, his graying beard trembling with rage. An organization of mud crawlers that crawled out of the wastelands. A bunch of frauds who used Emperor knows what tricks to pull the wool over Lord Guilliman's eyes, and now they're planetary governor. And we're supposed to obey his orders. What does he know about governance? About politics? About economics? 2 other hive governors sat in the council chamber. Clayman Aru, governor of Aru Hive, a lean, middle-aged man with the cunning eyes of a merchant. Kaya Aitons, governor of Holmes Hive, a member of the Aitons Night House. Although the core leadership of the 4 major factions on the Aurelian Planetary Council had suffered devastating losses in the city of the Holy Anthem, these governors still held considerable sway over their respective hives. In fact, without the restrictions of the core leadership above them, their personal power had actually expanded, granting them true control over their hives. Buhail, calm down, Clayman Aru slowly took a sip of wine from his glass. It was an incredibly mellow vintage from an agri-world, purchased at a premium from a rogue trader. The decree was personally issued by Lord Guilliman and endorsed by the sector governor's office. It is legally unassailable. The law. Fuck the law. Buhail roared. For 80 years, we have managed Aurelian IV. We kept the hives running. We paid the tithes to the Imperium. Buhail, haven't you figured it out yet? Lord Guilliman bought into their little labor for sustenance gimmick. That trick those mud crawlers pull in Kent Hive might be enough to fool the plebs, but do they seriously think they can manage an entire planet? Clayman tapped his fingers against the table. Schools. Hospitals. 10-hour work shifts. Do they have any idea how much money it costs to maintain all that? Do they have any idea how complex a planetary fiscal budget is? I'd wager that within a year, Kent Hive's finances will completely collapse. When that happens, Cage Lawrence will either have to raise taxes until the people riot, or he'll have to come crawling to us for a loan. From the right side of the long table, Kaya Aiton spoke up slowly. A loan? Why the hell would we lend him anything? Besides Kent Hive and the City of the Holy Anthem, which is basically a ghost town now, the rest of Aurelian IV belongs to our factions. We control 25 hive cities and a total population exceeding 19 billion. We control over 80% of the planet's mines and manufactorums. If we wanted to, we could easily conscript a PDF defense force of over 1 million men. Sure, their gear might be scrap and their training garbage, but the sheer numbers are there. And what does this Crimson Dawn have? One single hive and a small base, with a total population of less than 100 million. Right now, while the 3 Primarchs are still here, we have to bow our heads. But once they leave... I agree with you, Kaya, Clayman said coldly. We must obey this decree for now. At least on the surface. Lord Guilliman hasn't left yet, and the fleets of the Blood Angels, Iron Hands, Ultramarines, and Iron Warriors are still in orbit. Anyone who jumps out to oppose this right now is literally asking for death. A sinister smile crept across Buhail's face. But obedience comes in many forms. We can acknowledge Cage Lawrence as planetary governor. We can submit reports to him. We can cooperate with his administration. But exactly how we cooperate, to what extent we cooperate, and when we cooperate. He looked at the other two. That is entirely up to us. Kaya let out a cold chuckle. You mean outwardly obey but secretly undermine? It is the wisdom of survival, Buhail stated coldly. That Cage Lawrence thinks a single sheet of paper is enough to order us around. He's dreaming. Pass down my orders, everything in Sycamore Hive proceeds exactly as before. Collect every tax we're owed. Work every penal slave we need. Whatever orders come out of Kent Hive, treat them as if they don't exist. Clayman Aru nodded. The same applies to Aru Hive. Kaya Aiton smiled. Holmes Hive will naturally follow your lead. The 3 of them firmly believed that as long as they didn't openly rebel or fly the banner of secession, as long as they utilized the classic imperial bureaucratic methods of stalling, shifting blame, and outward obedience masking secret defiance, the Crimson Dawn would be utterly powerless against them. I'd like to see exactly what that mudcrawler governor can do to us. Buhail sneered, raising his glass. To our solidarity. Cheers. Cheers. Glasses clinked, producing a crisp chime. These 3 rulers of the old era seemed to have reclaimed the arrogance they had previously wielded as the ruling class of Aurelian IV. Similar scenes were playing out to varying degrees in the governors' mansions of the other hive cities. Some governors were as furiously defiant as Buhail, while others were calculating and scheming like Clayman. A full day after the planetary governor's investiture had been announced. Not a single hive governor had proactively traveled to Kent Hive to pay their respects to the new planetary governor. No visits, no gifts, no letters of congratulation. They hadn't even submitted a single proper official document. They were expressing the most absolute contempt in the most direct manner possible. Kent Hive, Governor's Office. Cogboy stood before the massive armaglass window, holding an intelligence summary that had just been transmitted by undercover players. It detailed the contents of the various hive governors' meetings, their attitudes, and the preliminary consensus they had reached. Sycamore, Aru, and Holmes Hives have formed an alliance spearheaded by Buhail Hisman. Outward compliance masking active resistance. The vast majority of the other hives share this sentiment. Will to resist is exceptionally high. Currently, no hive has initiated contact. As Cogboy finished reading the final line, a mocking smile touched the corner of his mouth. He turned and looked at Schrödinger Bro, who was sitting on the sofa. When faced with demons, these people hesitated and cowered, lacking the courage to fight. Now that the demons have been pushed back, they suddenly think they're invincible again. It's truly laughable. Schrödinger Bro was brewing tea, purchased from the system shop, the fragrant steam curling through the office. He slowly poured 2 cups, handing one to Cogboy. Human nature among imperial bureaucrats is largely the same everywhere, especially out here on the fringe, Schrödinger Bro said calmly. Faced with absolute power, they cower in fear and do whatever it takes to preserve themselves. But the moment that pressure lifts, their delusion returns, their ambition swells, and they suddenly dare to entertain thoughts they wouldn't have dreamed of before. He took a sip of tea and continued. Furthermore, they believe they have leverage. What leverage? Cogboy raised an eyebrow. First, Guilliman, Sanguinius, and Ferris, along with their legions and the Iron Warriors' fleet, are about to leave. As Primarchs, they have far too many pressing matters across the vast Imperium. The Great Crusade marches on, they cannot garrison a single planet indefinitely. Second, the Crimson Dawn currently only exercises actual control over Kent Hive and its 3 surrounding peripheral towns. Even at maximum capacity, our PDF forces number less than 50,000, and a significant portion of those are raw recruits. They, on the other hand, possess massive populations and years of stockpiled weaponry. Naturally, they aren't willing to simply submit. Third, they view us as upstarts. They think we only got this position by favor with the Primarchs, and that we lack any real administrative capability or military strength. Schrödinger bro set down his teacup. That is why they dare to give us the cold shoulder. That is why they dare to play their little games and form alliances. Because they think there is absolutely nothing we can do to them. Cogboy laughed out loud. Then let them keep thinking that. He walked over to his desk and brought up the hololithic star map. The model of Aurelian 4 rotated above the desk, the 26 hive cities marked by glowing points of light scattered across its surface. The city of the Holy Anthem has been completely purged, but the population is gone. It will be unusable in the short term. The fleets of Guilliman, Sanguinius, Ferris, and Dantioch's Iron Warriors will depart tomorrow, heading to their next respective destinations. Once they are gone. Cogboy's finger traced across the hololithic map, coming to rest on the glowing point representing Kent Hive. That is when this planet will truly begin to belong to us. Schrödinger bro walked over and looked at the hololithic map, a smile touching his lips. With the power the Crimson Dawn currently wields, we could sweep across every single hive in an instant and drag every last one of those self-righteous pieces of trash out to be executed by artillery fire. Cogboy nodded. He turned off the hololithic map and looked out the window. The sun was slowly sinking below the hive's skyline, the afterglow painting the entire city in a warm, golden-red hue. On the streets, workers finishing their shifts were heading toward the cafeterias. Children let out of school were playing in the plazas. The lights of the Mecha facilities were flicking on, and the lumen systems of the vertical agri-farms were powering up. Everything here was orderly and brimming with life. We don't need the massive city of the Holy Anthem, Cogboy murmured softly to himself. We are going to build Kent Hive into a hive even greater than the city of the Holy Anthem. No, not a hive. He turned around, the light in his mechanical bionic eyes flashing. We are going to build a true city. A city where every person can stand equally in the sunlight, enjoy the fruits of their labor, and possess both dignity and hope. And that day. Schrödinger bro finished his thought, the two sharing a smile. Will not be long. 48 hours later. The 4 fleets gathered in high orbit above Aurelian 4. The Macridge's Honor, the Fist of Iron, the Red Tier, the Iron Blade, and a massive armada of over 200 cruisers, escorts, and transport vessels slowly adjusted their headings. They were departing for different destinations. Guilliman was returning to Ultramar to handle a backlog of administrative duties. Sanguinius would lead the Blood Angels to the side of the Emperor, to personally inquire about the situation on Aurelian 4. Ferris and his Iron Hands were resuming their previously interrupted mission, heading toward the Segmentum Obscurus. Dantioch, commanding the Iron Blade, was heading to the Segmentum Obscurus to reinforce Imperial forces engaged in purging Xeno's threats. Every fleet began accelerating, leaving the orbit of Aurelian 4 behind. In the logistics bays of every flagship, quartermasters were tallying the final shipment of local specialties. 20 standard shipping containers of Enhanced Edition cigarettes and Enhanced Edition alcohol were carefully secured. 2,000 crates of iron poker decks, over 1,000 iron mahjong sets, and even 300 custom-made iron basketballs. They were small parting gifts from the players. Aboard the Red Tier, as Kalen looked at the manifest of tobacco, alcohol, and recreational supplies. His mouth twitched slightly, but he ultimately signed the receipt. These supplies were the Crimson Dawn's farewell gift to the 4 legions. They weren't incredibly valuable, but they were unique. Unique enough that, during some future lull in combat, these Astartes warriors might remember the world they had once fought so hard for. Remember the bizarre friends who had played cards with them, drank with them, and wished them a happy new year. As Kalen remembered Arceus, the men who had taught them how to play cards. When Arceus had delivered the specialties, he had secretly told as Kalen. I don't know when we'll see each other again, but every single Space Marine fighting on the front lines will eternally command our respect. I hope you all live long and stay safe. Don't forget us. Do not fail the blood of Sanguinius. Those words had genuinely moved as Kalen, the commander of the Sanguinary Guard. Slowly the glow of the Red Tier's warp drives reached its peak. The warp translation engines engaged. The massive armada tore through the fabric of reality, dissolving into countless streams of light, and vanished into the deep sea of stars. The three Primarchs and their space marines were gone. This parting. Perhaps the next time they met the players of the Crimson Dawn. Aboard the bridge of the strike cruiser Light of Dawn in high orbit. Paul stood before the observation armaglass, watching the spatial ripples left by the departing fleet slowly flatten out. On the hololithic star map behind him, the orange light representing the Crimson Dawn's territory was still restricted to the solitary point of Kent Hive. But a smile of utter liberation spread across Paul's face. Brothers. Paul turned around, looking at all the players gathered on the bridge. His voice was broadcast to the ears of every single member of the Crimson Dawn. The guests have left. Now. It's time to clean house. We're going to show those governors who are still dreaming that mudcrawlers can still flip their damn tables over. We're going to make those high and mighty aristocratic bureaucrats kneel before the mudcrawlers. And accept the mudcrawlers' purification and punishment. Chapter 221, Chapter 220, Bloody Purge, 1. Aboard the bridge of the Light of Dawn. Paul stood before the panoramic observation armaglass, his golden, 3.55-meter frame looking like a giant bathed in the moonlight. On the hololithic screen before him, 25 glowing points were rapidly spreading out from Kent Hive. Every single point represented a Crimson Dawn task force. Each force consisted of 150 Astartes, 5 Contemptor Dreadnoughts, 5 Tech Priests, 10 Vindicare Assassins, and 10 Eversor Assassins. This was the absolute entirety of the Crimson Dawn's deployable superhuman combat strength. Besides the Brothers of Silence and Grey Knights, who were kept in reserve at Kent Hive specifically to counter warp entities, every single combat unit had been deployed. It feels so good not to hold back anymore. Paul turned to look at Cogboy, Blood Angel, and Schrödinger Bro standing behind him, a wide grin splitting his face. The players on the bridge all began to laugh. It was the laughter of sheer, unadulterated relief, the joy of finally being able to unleash themselves after being suppressed for far too long. Over the past few months, they had carefully disguised themselves as Astartes and Imperial Custodes, tiptoeing carefully under the watchful eyes of the Primarchs. Every single step had to be calculated. Every single word had to be measured. Now, the guests had left, and they could finally let their true natures run wild. Schrödinger Bro, Paul looked at, Schrödinger's loyalist. How are things progressing on your end? Schrödinger Bro nodded, a gleam in his eye. He slowly spoke. The 4,000 players in the group have all agreed, without exception. A stable monthly salary, full social insurance and housing fund, housing subsidies, and meal allowances. The only condition is that they focus entirely on playing this game well, and occasionally participate in some technical testing. If we can reverse engineer even a tiny fraction of useful technology from the game, there will be massive bonuses. Plus, they can file for patents and receive a proportional share of the profits. Schrödinger Bro paused, a smile touching his lips. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that every account in this game is bio-bound to the user, other people would have stolen this opportunity a long time ago. Paul nodded. Ensuring that the players risking their lives in the game received proper security and compensation in reality was something he had been pushing for ever since becoming the champion. As for the technology reverse engineering, Paul looked at Cogboy, I trust you won't disappoint. Cogboy's mechanical bionic eyes flickered with streams of data. He raised his right arm. The limb, covered entirely in intricate mechanical structures, glinted coldly under the lumens. He opened and closed his fingers. The articulation of every joint was as perfectly fluid as real flesh and blood angel. Based on the knowledge I redeemed from the system shop, I prototyped an auxiliary mechanical arm in reality. Its performance reaches 42% of the baseline, civilian auxiliary bionic, listed in the shop. This auxiliary arm allows high-level paraplegic patients to control a limb exactly like a real arm. The tactile feedback latency is 0.1 seconds, the power output can reach double that of a normal human, and fine motor control is indistinguishable from a biological hand. He paused, a hint of helplessness creeping into his voice. The only issue is the power source. Promethium, the Imperium's universal liquid fuel, does not exist in reality. I had to substitute it with high-density lithium batteries. The battery life is only 8 hours, and it requires specialized equipment to recharge. But even so. Cogboy's bionic eyes locked onto Paul. The performance absolutely crushes every similar product currently available in the world. I've already applied for the patents, and the complete set of technical schematics has been handed over to the relevant authorities. The profits from this product line will eventually fund half of the players' welfare salaries. The other half will be given by Schrödinger Bro's grandfather. Paul took a deep breath. Promethium was a product of the Warhammer universe, a miraculous fuel containing both physical energy and warp properties. It had absolutely nothing to do with the real-world chemical element promethium. Such a substance simply did not exist in reality. For Cogboy to achieve this level of functionality using only ordinary, real-world materials was already nothing short of a miracle. That's enough. Paul patted Cogboy's shoulder. To have achieved this much is far beyond my expectations. He turned back to the hololithic map. 3 points of light had already reached their designated positions. Begin, Paul said softly. In the next second, those 3 points of light simultaneously erupted into blinding crimson. Sycamore Hive, Upper Hive Main Gate. Buhail Hisman stood in the gate control tower, holding a glass of wine he had just purchased from a rogue trader. The Hive governor of Sycamore Hive was in an exceptionally good mood. The fleets of the 3 Primarchs had only left yesterday, and today, he had already received communications from 2 other Hive governors. Aru Hive and Holmes Hive had agreed to fully commit to an alliance with him to jointly resist the planetary governor. It was no longer the loose coalition it had been before, and the legions in orbit were gone. A bunch of mudcrawlers think they can order us around. Buhail sneered, taking a sip of wine. The liquid bloomed on his palate, carrying the rich, fruity aroma of an agri-world specialty. He looked out the window at the gate below. A full 5,000 Planetary Defense Force soldiers were deployed there. These soldiers were equipped with las guns manufactured by the Merchant Guild and war-matching guild uniforms. While their training couldn't hold a candle to the Imperial Solar Auxilia, it was more than enough to hold a gate. Not to mention the 8 automated defense turrets flanking the entrance. Every single one of them could unleash enough firepower in a minute to shred light armored vehicles into scrap. Let Cage Lawrence come, Buhail said to the adjutant beside him, his voice dripping with mockery. I'd like to see how many troops that little 100 million population hive of his can scrape together to assault my Sycamore. The adjutant smiled obsequiously. Sycamore has a population of nearly 300 million. Our troops are elite, our supplies are abundant. He didn't finish his sentence. Because the dark clouds in the sky suddenly split apart. VRMMO. The sound was like a colossal beast roaring from above the cloud layer. Everyone in the control tower looked up. And then, they saw it. 15 meteor-like streaks tore through the clouds, plummeting toward the gate zone at an almost vertical angle. The tail end of every streak dragged a blinding white plume of plasma exhaust. Drop pods, a soldier screamed. But by the time they reacted, it was already too late. Boom. 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 5 deafening, consecutive impacts shook the earth. 5 massive craters, each over 10 meters in diameter, were blasted into the Ferrocrete Plaza, kicking up mushroom clouds of dust and debris. From within the dust, 5 colossal metal behemoths slowly rose. Contemptor dreadnoughts. 4.5 meters of towering steel. The barrels of their twin-linked assault cannons began to spin up, and their power claws opened and closed with the hiss of hydraulics. For the Crimson Dawn. The voice of a dreadnought player echoed across the public voxnet. In the next second, the 8 automated defense turrets opened fire simultaneously. A torrential downpour of high-explosive rounds slammed into the dreadnought's adamantic shielding, blooming into clusters of fireballs. But the attacks were like tossing pebbles against a fortress wall. They did absolutely nothing. Pathetic. A dreadnought raised its right arm, the twin-linked heavy bolter locking onto the nearest turret. Thud. 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 For heavy bolter round struck home in 0.5 seconds. The 4 consecutive rounds shredded the turret's outer armor, penetrated the internal structure, and detonated the ammunition magazine, blasting the entire turret clean off its mount. The flash of the explosion illuminated the figures emerging from the dust. 150 Astartes. They fanned out in assault formations by squad, bolters raised. Their power armor bore a chaotic mix of liveries, Imperial Fists, White Scars, Iron Warriors, Salamanders. Open fire. Open fire, the defense force commander shrieked hysterically. 5,000 las guns fired as one, weaving a web of crimson death through the dust. Most of the beams were effortlessly dodged by the players, and the few that hit only left shallow scorch marks on the ceramite. And then, the Astartes returned fire. Rat-t-a-t-t-a-t-t-a-t-t-a-t. The roar of heavy bolters merged into a continuous, deafening thunder. Every single bolt round blew head-sized craters into the infantry, punching straight through the firstman to shred the second and third behind him. The defensive line began to collapse after the very first volley. The soldiers watched their comrades fall like wheat to a scythe. They watched those 2-meter-tall giants advance steadily straight through their concentrated fire. They watched the dreadnoughts rip through reinforced Ferrocrete bunkers with their power claws. Fear spread like a plague. Fall back. Fall back to the inner gate, the commander tried to rally his lines. But the very instant the words left his mouth, a phantom-like figure materialized from the shadows behind him. A Vindicare assassin. She wore a skin-tight optical camo suit and held a long-barreled sniper rifle. She pressed the muzzle against the back of the commander's head and pulled the trigger. Thwip. 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 The muffled cracks of the sniper rifle were swallowed by the chaos of the battlefield. The commander instantly collapsed, his head bursting like a melon, brain matter splashing across the ground. Other mid-level officers were simultaneously assassinated by the other Vindicare players. The entire Hive defense line began to completely disintegrate. Mortals facing the superhuman might of the Astartes could do nothing but break and run. Soldiers dropped their weapons, crying and screaming as they fled backward. But the inner gate was already closed. Buhail had personally ordered it shut to prevent anyone from deserting. Now, that order had become the death warrant for these soldiers. The Astartes did not pursue the fleeing troops. They pushed forward with singular purpose, heading straight for the control tower. The dreadnoughts cleared the path, their power claws ripping open reinforced door after reinforced door. 3 minutes later, the door to the control tower was kicked open. Buhail Hisman was slumped in his chair. His wine glass had shattered on the floor, spilling red liquid everywhere. His face was as pale as paper, and a dark stain was spreading across his crotch. He had pissed himself in terror. An Astartes in white scars livery stepped up to him. His helm slid back, revealing the young, cold face of an Asian man. Buhail Hisman, the Astartes player, spoke. You are formally under arrest on 38 charges, including defying the lawful orders of the planetary governor, conspiracy to rebel, and gross dereliction of duty. You have the right to remain silent. But every word you say will become. The White Scars player paused, seeming to remember something, and added. Material for the reading of your crimes during your execution by artillery fire. Buhail opened his mouth, trying to say something, but a power fist was already pressed against his face. Take him away. Goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 222, Chapter 221, Bloody Purge, 2, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 250 power stones. Aru Hive, periphery of the Adeptus Mechanicus branch. Clayman Aru was a bit smarter than Buhail. He didn't stack all his forces at the main gate. Instead, he had set up layered defense lines across the various levels of the Hive. More importantly, he had called in support from the Order of the Omniscient Mind. 30 combat servitors were deployed in the plaza outside the Mechanicus branch. These steel constructs were piloted by low-level lobotomized servitors and equipped with rotary loss cannons and power claws. They had been transferred here by the Order of the Omniscient Mind during the Battle of the Aru Industrial Zone, and had never been recalled due to the ensuing chaos. In the center of the plaza sat 5 Predator tanks. They were Clayman's personal collection. Their 120mm smoothbore cannons were enough to pose a threat to the vast majority of armored units. Let the Crimson Dawn come, Clayman stood atop the high tower of the Mechanicus branch, looking down at the plaza through the observation window. Beside him stood the representative of the Order of the Omniscient Mind, a tech priest named Cathellan Land. Your combat servitors, plus my 5 predators, Clayman said confidently, are more than enough to ensure we can comfortably continue living in this hive. Cathellan Land didn't answer. Half of the tech priest's face had been replaced with mechanical augmentations. His bionic eye stared up at the sky, his thoughts inscrutable. Perhaps he was calculating whether his cooperation with Clayman was the correct choice. Suddenly, the bionic eye staring at the sky contracted sharply. Incorrect. Cathellan's voice carried the rasp of grinding metal. Surprise attack. We must leave. The instant his words fell. High above, the massive silhouette of a heavy transport aircraft slowly materialized. It launched 7 drop pods. The drop pods streaked across the sky, landing squarely in the center of Aru's upper hive. The impact caused a massive explosion of sound, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. 5 Contemptor dreadnoughts slowly stepped out of 5 of the pods. But it wasn't Astartes that emerged from the other 2. It was 5 tech priests. They wore crimson robes, their mechanical bionics glinting beneath the fabric. 2 of them carried multi-meltas mounted on their shoulders. The muzzles were already charging, emitting a high-frequency hum. The other 3 held strange, exotic devices. They were psionic jamming emitters, redeemed from the system shop, specifically designed to counter the psychic control networks used by the Mechanicus. The Crimson Dawn had a crystal-clear understanding of the enemy's preparations, all thanks to the intelligence provided by undercover players planted within the hive. In the name of the Omnicia, Cathellan attempted to activate the combat servitors. Unfortunately, it was far too late. Activate. The Crimson Dawn tech priest player, the last Scourge mechanic, issued the order calmly. The 3 jamming devices activated simultaneously. An invisible wave of psychic interference expanded at the speed of light, sweeping across the entire plaza. In that instant, every single combat servitor froze simultaneously. The red lights in their optical sensors flickered erratically. Their motive joints let out harsh screeches of grinding metal, and the barrels of their rotary loss cannons drooped uselessly. Their psychic control links had been forcibly severed. These steel constructs had been reduced to scrap metal. How is this possible? Cathellan's bionic eye flashed frantically. He had never seen this kind of technology. A form of psychic interference specifically targeting the control of machine spirits. It was entirely outside his understanding of Mechanicus technology. And right at that moment, the other two tech priests opened fire. HSSSSS. Two blinding white beams of Melta energy tore through the air, precisely striking the turret rings of the 5 Predator tanks. The metal armor was instantly vaporized by temperatures exceeding 5,000 degrees. The structural connection between the turrets and the hulls was completely severed. Clang. The turrets slid off the hulls, smashing heavily onto the ground. The tank crews inside scrambled to escape, but the residual heat of the Melta beams had already ignited the ammunition racks. In the next second, all 5 Predators detonated into massive fireballs. The shockwaves flattened everything within a 30-meter radius. Up in the tower, Clayman was thrown to the ground by the blast. His eardrums ruptured, blood trickling from his ears. He struggled to his feet, looking out the observation window at the plaza. And he saw a vision of hell. 150 Astartes stormed through the main gate, the roar of their bolters merging into a continuous thunder. The paralyzed combat servitors were smashed apart one by power fists, the mangled remains of their servitor pilots spraying from the ruptured armor. 10 Everzer assassins moved through the battlefield like phantoms. Wielding neurogauntlets and executioner pistols, they specifically hunted down officers and defense personnel. Every single person they targeted met a horrific end, either ripped in half by adamantine claws or executed with a point-blank shot to the head. But what drove Cathellan to absolute despair were the 5 dreadnoughts. They didn't even participate in the frontline combat. Instead, they marched straight toward the main gates of the Mechanicus branch. They drove their power claws into the seams of the doors, their hydraulic systems whining at maximum output. Creak. Screech. Boom. The 3-meter-thick alloy doors were violently torn open. The automated defense turrets behind the doors barely had time to raise their barrels before they were vaporized by Melta beams. No, impossible. Cathellan slumped to the ground, muttering to himself. He watched those Astartes charge into the branch. He watched his fellow tech priests being forced to the ground. He watched the servitors being purged one by one, and he watched all his treasured technological equipment and data slates being roughly confiscated. Clayman lay on the ground in a daze. Then, he saw an Astartes in Imperial Fist's livery walking up the stairs toward him. The heavy clank of power boots against the metal stairs sounded like a death knell. Clayman wanted to run, but his legs were too weak to stand. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his throat couldn't produce a sound. He could only watch as the door was kicked open. Watch as the 2-meter-tall giant walked up to him. Watch as the power fist was slowly raised. Clayman Aru. You're under arrest. Holmes Hive, Knight Armor Hangar. Kaya Aiton stood within the cockpit of his knight armor, his fingers flying across the control panels. It was a Castores-class knight errant, 12 meters tall. Its primary weapons were a thermal cannon on its right arm and a Reaper chains word on its left. While it couldn't compare to a true Titan, in the confined environment of a hive city, it was an undisputed engine of war. Behind Kaya stood 3 more knight armors, Armiger-class squires. This was the absolute entirety of the Aiton's Knight House's military assets in Holmes Hive. Let those mudcrawlers see, Kaya sneered over the Voxnet, what a true machine of war looks like. He looked through the external pick feeds at the area outside the hangar doors. The Crimson Dawn forces had already breached the core of Holmes' upper hive and were currently slaughtering Holmes' defense forces and PDF. 5 Contemptor dreadnoughts, 150 Astartes, and those incredibly irritating assassins. But Kaya wasn't panicked in the slightest. Knight armor held a crushing advantage over dreadnoughts. They were superior in every aspect, size, firepower, and armor. Not to mention the Knight's ion shields, which were more than capable of deflecting the vast majority of solid projectile attacks. All units, listen to my orders. Kaya's words abruptly cut off. Because he saw that those Astartes hadn't deployed into an assault formation. They had split into 5 groups, 30 men to a squad, each accompanied by a dreadnought. And then they started digging holes. What are they doing? A night pilot asked in confusion over the Vox. Kaya was equally dumbfounded. He watched the Astartes use their power fists to smash deep craters into the ferrocrete floor. He watched the dreadnoughts bury some sort of cylindrical devices into the holes. He watched the tech priests fine-tune the settings on the devices. And then, he understood. EMP. They think they can paralyze us with electromagnetic pulses. Kaya burst out laughing. Fools. Knight armor is heavily electromagnetically shielded. Standard EMPs are utterly useless. His laughter turned into absolute shock in the very next second. Because when those devices activated, they didn't emit an electromagnetic pulse. They emitted a psychic wave. This was the secret weapon the players had devised to counter knight armor, inspired by the terrifying power of the Khorne force field demonstrated by the Bloodletter Lord during their previous battle against the Knights. VRMMO. An invisible ripple of psychic energy expanded outward from the devices. It was some kind of suppression. Interference. Kaya couldn't explain it, but he could immediately feel the energy readouts on his knight going haywire. The shield generator alarms blared first. Energy output unstable. Shield integrity fluctuating by over 30%. Next were the weapon systems. The charge rate of the thermal cannon dropped precipitously, and the fire control system for the Reaper chains word began lagging severely. But the most fatal issue was the neural linkage in the cockpit. Kaya felt his consciousness connection to the knight become thick and sluggish. Every single command took extra time to transmit, and the knight's feedback became incredibly dull. "They're jamming the machine spirits," a pilot shrieked over the vox. Machine spirits, the mechanicus term for the faint consciousness born within complex machinery. While the machine spirit of a knight was weak, it objectively existed and was deeply bonded to the pilot. And now, having been disturbed by some external force, these machine spirits were displeased. "Charge! Break out before they completely paralyze us!" Kaya roared. The four knight armors engaged their heavy strides, charging toward the hangar doors. Every step they took shook the earth. But the Crimson Dawn forces were already prepared. The 5 dreadnoughts fired simultaneously. Specifically, their shoulder-mounted missile launchers. Swoosh 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 swoosh. 20 armor-piercing missiles streaked toward the knights, dragging trails of white smoke. These missiles didn't target the heavily armored front plates. Instead, they specifically aimed for the joints, the knees, the elbows, the shoulders. Boom. 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 A chain of explosions erupted. The knights' ion shields blocked the majority of the shrapnel, but the kinetic impact of the missiles still placed immense stress on their joint structures. And far more lethally, the Astartes began to climb. 30 Astartes in white scars livery engaged their jump packs, swarming one of the Armiger-class knights like a plague of locusts. They landed on the knight's surface, magnetically locking themselves to the armor plating, and then began frantically dismantling the knight armor. Power fists smashed into the protective casings of the Auspex sensors. Melta guns were shoved into the gaps of the joints and fired point blank. Chains words chewed through external cabling. "Get off! Get off!" The Armiger pilot frantically commanded his knight to thrash and roll, desperately trying to shake off the fleas, but with the machine spirit displeased, his controls were as slow as a Grok's. There was absolutely no way to shake off these incredibly fast white scars Astartes. One of the Astartes slowly crawled his way to the top of the cockpit hatch. He pulled out a melta bomb, slapped it onto the hatch, and activated it. HSSSSS. Boom. The Armiger's hatch was melted completely through. Before the pilot could even trigger the ejector seat, a power-armored hand reached in, grabbed him, and hauled him out, tossing him to the ground like a piece of trash. The Armiger crashed to its knees, completely dead. The other 3 knights weren't faring any better. One was swarmed by 5 dreadnoughts. They took turns tearing at it with their power claws until its leg joints were utterly destroyed, leaving it paralyzed on the ground. Another tried to sweep the area with its Reaper chains word, but the ammunition feed kept jamming under the displeased machine spirit. Eventually, several tech priests melted straight through its power core with their melta guns. Now, the only one left standing was Kaya's Castori's-class knight. Bastards. Bastards. Kaya's eyes were bloodshot. He commanded the knight to raise its thermal cannon, aiming it at the Astartes currently dismantling his comrades' machines. But before he could fire, while struggling with the jammed machine spirit, he was focus-fired by the 5 dreadnoughts and 5 tech priests. Over 15 armor-piercing rounds struck home within 3 seconds. The ion shield shattered. The optical lenses exploded. Every single Auspex and targeting sensor failed simultaneously. Kaya's screens dissolved into static. He lost all external visual feeds. The entire Castori's knight was instantly paralyzed. And right at that moment, he heard the whine of hydraulics. Very close. Right outside the cockpit. Kaya jerked his head up, looking out through the observation slit of the hatch. A Contemptor dreadnought had clamped its power claws around the edge of the hatch. The hydraulic systems engaged at maximum power. Creak. Screech. Crack. The hatch was violently ripped open. Blinding light poured into the cockpit, illuminating Kaya's deathly pale face. A power-armored hand reached in, grabbed him by the collar, and hoisted him right out of the pilot's seat. Kaya found himself staring into a cold, unfeeling face. An Astartes in Salamander's livery. "Kaya Aitons," the Astartes said. "You are formally under arrest on charges of illegal possession of military-grade war engines, defying the orders of the planetary governor, and conspiracy to commit armed rebellion. In accordance with Article 37 of the Provisional Military Administration Regulations of Aurelian IV. You are under arrest." Next bonus chapter at 550 Power Stones. There is also a special 40% discount event going on for yearly subscriptions, which means you get 4 months free out of 12. If you are worried about me being inactive on WebNovel, don't worry, I have been uploading consistently since 2024. Chapter 223, Chapter 222, Update initiated for Epoch 40K, Mecha. By the time the sky over Aurelian 4 began to lighten, all fighting had ceased. 25 hive cities. 25 completely one-sided, crushing victories. The Crimson Dawn's broadcast signal blanketed the entire planet simultaneously. Every single voxcaster and loudhailer that still functioned blared the exact same voice. Attention, all citizens of Aurelian 4. This is the Planetary Governor's Office, the Crimson Dawn. Within the past 12 hours, the illegal ruling syndicates of the former Sycamore, Aru, homes, and the other 22 hive cities have been completely purged. All former officials, aristocrats, and Adeptus Mechanicus personnel involved in crimes of corruption, oppression, and rebellion have been detained. Effective immediately, the entirety of Aurelian 4 is under the unified administration of the Crimson Dawn. All hive cities are hereby placed under martial law. The former administrative systems are suspended. A new governing body will be established within 3 days, at which time specific governance plans will be announced. I repeat, the entirety of Aurelian 4. The broadcast echoed through the skies of every single hive city. Down in the underhive, workers just clocking in for their shifts looked up at the blaring loudhailers, their faces written with utter bewilderment. They were too far from the upper hive for the sounds of battle to reach them. As for the residents of the mid and upper hives, they already had their suspicions. The sun slowly began to rise. Right before the eyes of every player who had just ceased fighting, a line of text abruptly popped up. It hovered dead center in their fields of vision. System announcement. The first closed beta of Epoch 40K, Mecha, is concluding. Remaining online time, 168 hours. After 168 hours, all players will be automatically logged out, and the servers will enter a maintenance and update phase. Players may log back in once the update is complete. Specific update details and second closed beta information will be announced separately on the official website. Thank you to all players for participating in the first closed beta. May the dawn be with you. The players exchanged bewildered glances before the regional chat completely exploded. Have you been loyal today? Holy shit. 168 hours. 7 days. Did White Scar speed today? The first beta is ending just like that. I haven't even driven a Baneblade yet. The last god of gamblers of the Imperium of Men, it's over, it's all over. I didn't even get a chance to teach Nurgle how to play. Execute Oldman the war criminal, 7 days. So we have to stabilize the entire fucking planet in 7 days. Paradox player not a war criminal, tight schedule and a heavy task, brothers. Blood Angel Second Emperor, cut the crap and get moving. Paul's voice broadcasted via the Voxnet from aboard the Light of Dawn, carrying to every player across the planet. Brothers. My deepest thanks to everyone who continues to keep this world in their thoughts, even now. With the game updating in 7 days, you will all be logged out. What happens during this maintenance period is completely unknown. He took a brief pause, his tone shifting into one of unyielding iron. But I swear to you right here and now. I will protect your physical bodies. I will protect the foundation we've bled to build. I will protect every hard-won ounce of hope on this planet. I will absolutely not fail the blood and sweat you've poured into this place over the past half year, and I won't fail the effort you're about to put in over these next 7 days. Striking his left breastplate with his right fist, Paul's power armor emitted a heavy, echoing thud. This time, the players refrained from their customary disruptive cheers or bizarre behavior. They simply stood quietly across the planet's various hive cities, listening to the voice of the men who had led them all the way from being a ragtag group of 5,000 vagrants to where they were today. In unison, they pounded their right fists against their left breastplates. That silent promise carried more weight than any spoken oath ever could. 6 days later. Kent Hive, the deepest reaches of the Underhive. This area had originally been an abandoned mining pit, over 12,000 meters below sea level. Now, it had been completely renovated into a massive subterranean facility. Codename, Dawn's Slumbering Palace. At this moment, over 4,000 stasis pods were neatly arranged in rows across the palace's main hall. Each pod was cast from high-strength alloy, glowing with dark blue energy veins tracing across their surfaces. The players filed into the hall one by one, finding their designated pods by serial number. There weren't many words of farewell. Have you been loyal today? Patted, did White Scar's speed today, on the shoulder. Bro, next time we log on, let's race Thunderhawks. What's the bet? Loser buys drinks for the whole chapter. Deal. The last god of gamblers of the Imperium of Men shoved a deck of iron poker cards into Paul's hand. Hold on to these for me. When I get back, I'm teaching Sench how to play Texas Hold'em. Paul just offered a faint smile and accepted them. The last ones to enter the hall were Cogboy, Blood Angel, and Schrödinger Bro. The four of them stood at the entrance, watching all the players lie down in their pods, watching the hatches slowly seal shut, and watching the stasis coolant pump in. "Is everything set?" Paul asked. "It's handled," Schrödinger Bro nodded. "All the welfare benefits for the players in the real world have been finalized. The tech reverse engineering team is officially established, and the first batch of funding hit our accounts yesterday." "What about the Slumbering Palace's defense systems?" Paul looked at Cogboy. 2 layers of void shields, 200 automated defense turrets, and Hilovia personally holding the fort. Cogboy's bionic eyes flickered with streams of data. "Unless an entire Astartes company launches a full frontal assault, we are absolutely secure." Hilovia. Paul recalled the young girl. After purifying her father, her psychic level had increased once more. Coupled with her magical girl transformation device, she was now the strongest psyker in the Crimson Dawn aside from Paul himself. Having her guard the Slumbering Palace truly offered peace of mind. Time ticked by second. Cogboy, Blood Angel, and Schrödinger Bro laid down in their stasis pods one after another. Finally, the countdown hit 0. Paul walked to the center of the hall. He looked around. The 4,000+ pods were lined up in perfect arrays, even though they varied wildly in size to accommodate the players' different forms. Inside each and every pod slept a member of the Crimson Dawn, a comrade who had bled and sweat for their cause. "I will protect you," Paul said softly, his voice echoing through the cavernous hall. "I'll protect the Crimson Dawn. I'll protect the future we all believe in." He turned and walked toward the hall's exit. The heavy alloy doors slowly slid shut behind him. Locked. Encrypted. 3 layers of armor plating slammed down in sequence. Outside the doors, Hilovia stood quietly. The little girl had grown slightly taller. She gripped that silver staff in her hand, her eyes shining with a maturity far beyond her years. "Brother," she said softly, "I'll guard this place well." Paul ruffled her hair. "I know." Chapter 224, Chapter 223, The Perplexed Emperor and the Bewildered Sanguinius, 1. Holy Terra. As the colossal planet, swathed in countless hive cities, orbital rings, and defense platforms, slowly drifted into view through the observation ports of the Red Tier's bridge, a fleeting trace of relief crossed Sanguinius's golden amber eyes. 3 months. Ever since the warp anomaly on Aurelian 4 was quelled and G-Bro handed the planet's governance over to Crimson Dawn. It had been exactly 3 months since the 3 Primarchs led their fleets away from that sector. Throughout this voyage, Sanguinius had repeatedly scrutinized every single detail. The mysterious power of that Adeptus Custodes covert Inquisition unit that had appeared out of nowhere. The custodian tribune who called himself Demetrian Titus. The highly efficient tactical purification system used against warp entities. And finally, the little girl and the silver staff in her hands that unleashed a blinding light of absolute purification. He carried far too many questions. Questions that only his father, the Emperor of Mankind, could personally answer. Lionsgate main port has granted docking clearance, the navigator's announcement echoed across the bridge. "Welcome home, Lord Sanguinius." The Red Tier slowly navigated into the gargantuan spaceport, a true marvel of human engineering. Lionsgate. One of the largest starports in Terran orbit, possessing a scale massive enough to simultaneously berth dozens of battleship-class vessels. At this moment, the port was a bustling hive of activity. Transport ships, patrol craft, and military barges wove through the void in a complex, ceaseless dance. Personnel and resources from across the galaxy converged here, funneling down to the surface via hundreds of space elevators. This was the heart of the Sol system, the cradle of humanity. The very pulse of the Imperium of Men beat right here. Sanguinius slowly stepped out of the Red Tier's airlock. A squad clad in white power armor already stood at attention, flanking both sides of the docking gantry. At their head was a commander of the White Scars. With his helmet tucked under his arm, his distinct, hardened features were laid bare. He slammed his right fist over his left breastplate in a crisp, sharp salute. "The Great Khan sends his regards, Lord Sanguinius," the commander's voice rang out loud and clear. "The Great Khan was notified of your arrival and entrusted me to pass on a message. If the Great Angel has the time, you are welcome to join him for some kummesh." The corner of Sanguinius's mouth curled up slightly. "Thank the Great Khan for his hospitality," Sanguinius replied. "May his martial fortunes prosper." As Kalen followed closely behind his Primarch father. He nodded in acknowledgement but said no more, walking straight toward the exclusive orbital elevator pod bound for the surface. Hundreds of colossal orbital elevator tethers, each over a kilometer in diameter, extended vertically from the port's foundation, their opposite ends anchored to receiving platforms on the planetary surface below. The exterior of each tether was plated with heavy armor, while the hollow interiors housed maglev tracks broad enough for heavy armor contingents to transit. Sanguinius stepped into the VIP pod. Motion sensor lumens flickered on sequentially, illuminating a Spartan yet solemn interior. The walls bore grand reliefs depicting the Emperor unifying Terra and launching the Great Crusade. Sequence initiated, a synthesized, mechanical voice chimed. Estimated time to surface, 10 minutes. Please brace for descent. The pod plummeted at a dizzying velocity. Through the viewports, the surface of Terra grew sharper and clearer. It was a sprawling ocean of rockcrete, ferro-steel, and blazing lumens. Hive cities loomed like artificial mountain ranges, tier upon overlapping tier, piercing straight through the smog-choked, polluted cloud cover. Ancient historical ruins were swallowed and suffocated by massive, brutalist imperial architecture. Only occasionally could one glimpse the lingering aesthetic grace of the dark age of technology protruding from a harsh, jagged corner. But Sanguinius's gaze remained locked on the most magnificent architectural complex dominating the planet's northern hemisphere. The Imperial Palace of Holy Terra. As far as the eye could see, titanic walls soared thousands of meters into the sky, carved with colossal aquillas of the Imperium. Anti-grav platforms hundreds of meters long hovered in the air, bristling with auto-turrets and sentries. The ground was paved with massive slabs of black basalt, each stretching 50 meters across. This was no mere palace. It was a continental superstructure, a man-made mountain range composed of walls, bastions, spires, keeps, and countless other macro-buildings. Its scale was vast enough to house billions, its defensive depth terrifying enough to make any invading armada despair. Except, of course, for a certain individual destined to set the galaxy aflame. The outer ramparts of the Imperial Palace were inlaid with interlocking dull gold alloys and obsidian-like stone, their surfaces etched with sweeping, grandiose reliefs. They depicted mankind's glorious conquest of the stars, the Emperor fighting shoulder to shoulder with his 18 primarchs, and the bloody, relentless crusades against the Xenos. The iridescent sheen of energy shields washed over the stonework like liquid light. Void shields cast complex, shifting fractal patterns across the sky above, their energy outputs so staggeringly high they would fry the circuits of the most advanced augurs. Every few hundred meters, clusters of macro cannons and laser defense batteries thrust their vicious muzzles outward. Formations of lightning fighters and storm raven gunships relentlessly patrolled the airspace above. Down below, Adeptus custodes resplendent in auric power armor patrolled predefined routes in silent three-man squads. Their footfalls were perfectly synchronized, the heavy thud of their armored boots striking the ground as a single, unified heartbeat. They exuded an aura of absolute lethal majesty. This was the true nexus of power for the Imperium of Men. This was the seat of humanity's greatest emperor, the sovereign bedrock upon which a galaxy-spanning empire of billions of light-years was built. The elevator pod finally came to a halt at a discreet docking platform built into the palace's outer wall. When Sanguinius stepped out, a squad of custodians was already waiting for him. 6 of them in total. Brilliant in their golden armor, guardian spears held at perfect attention, the gazes behind their crested helms felt as cold and penetrating as auspex sweeps. They didn't speak. They simply pivoted slightly, opening up the path toward the inner palace. For these were the laws of the Imperial Palace on Holy Terra. Even a premarch required an escort of custodians to guide them through the halls, or rather, to watch them. Sanguinius was used to it. He strode forward. As Kalen was left behind on the platform. It was another of the custodes' ironclad edicts, those who were not explicitly summoned could not set foot into the depths of the inner palace. He walked through corridors stretching for dozens of kilometers. On either side, colossal pillars soared up to the vaulted ceilings, their surfaces carved with murals of every major war in human history. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, heavy incense, and the lingering residue of ancient, esoteric energies. The heavy footsteps of Sanguinius and his custodian escort echoed through the cavernous halls. Finally, they arrived at the gates. The great doors to the Sanctum Imperialis. Standing 100 meters tall and 40 meters wide, they were forged from solid starcore alloy. Complex psychic runes and mechanicus cants were etched across their imposing surfaces. A sliver of golden light bled through the crack between the doors. It was warm and divine, yet carried an indescribable, overwhelming sense of pressure. His custodian escort parted to either side, planting the butts of their guardian spears firmly against the floor. With a deep, resonant rumble, the colossal doors glided soundlessly inward. Sanguinius took a deep breath and stepped across the threshold. The volume of the main hall was so impossibly vast that a frigate could have comfortably hovered within it. The distant, soaring ceiling was embedded with a holographic projection of the stellar map, displaying the real-time strategic conditions of key systems across the Imperium's domains. The floor was made of polished black stone, highly reflective like a mirror, perfectly capturing the reflection of the towering statues lining the nave. They were effigies of the 18 primarchs, sculpted in their most idealized forms, each standing a staggering 30 meters tall. At the far end of the grand hall was a monolithic staircase of 500 steps. Resting atop that summit was a colossal, terrifyingly complex throne. This was the golden throne of the Imperium of Men. It looked less like a seat of governance, and more like a supermechanism forged from tangled cables, power conduits, psychic amplifiers, and arcane technological components. And upon the throne sat a lone figure. He was the greatest emperor in all of human history, the ultimate victor of the Unification Wars, the instigator of the Great Crusade, the creator of the Primarchs, and their father. He was draped in a simple, unadorned white robe. His golden hair cascaded over his shoulders like molten sunlight. His visage was as flawless as a classical marble sculpture, radiating a cold, inhuman detachment. His eyes were half closed, as if lost in deep contemplation, or perhaps peering into a dimension utterly untouchable by mortal minds. He was. When Sanguinius reached the base of the dais and sank to one knee, the emperor slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes. Every time Sanguinius looked directly into them, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Be it in raw power or sheer cosmic awareness, even he, the great angel of the Imperium, would forever remain impossibly small in the presence of his father. It was as though everything he had ever learned, witnessed, or thought was nothing more than child's play when compared to the unfathomable depths of knowledge and wisdom anchored behind those eyes. Sanguinius knelt on one knee at the base of the dais, bowing his head. "Father," his voice echoed through the cavernous hall. "I have returned." After a brief silence, the figure on the throne stirred slightly. A gaze carrying almost physical weight fell upon Sanguinius. Sanguinius, the emperor's voice was calm and gentle, yet carried a certain inhuman hollowness. "You have returned earlier than anticipated." "Yes, father." "The warp entities have been purged," Sanguinius said, raising his head. He paused, a flicker of confusion surfacing in his amber gold eyes. "My urgent return is due to the decree you issued through Custodian Tribune Demetrian Titus. You stated that once the purification was complete, I was to return to Terra immediately so I could personally ask you about the discrepancies regarding the Aurelian IV incident." Having finished, Sanguinius waited in silence for his father to provide the answers he sought. Then, he noticed the emperor on the throne tilt his head slightly. That piercing gaze seemed confused. "What? Warp entities, purged? Aurelian IV?" A rare note of bewilderment bled into the emperor's voice as he repeated the planet's name, his tone suggesting he was completely unfamiliar with it. "When did I ever order your urgent return for a briefing?" Sanguinius froze. "Father, it was your custodian tribune, Demetrian Titus, who personally delivered your decree to me on Aurelian IV, his pace quickening as he tried desperately to jog the emperor's memory. He said that His Majesty the Emperor had an oral decree, upon completing the purification, I was permitted to return to Terra, where you would personally resolve the doubts in my heart." As those words fell, a suffocating silence consumed the grand hall. Slowly, the emperor rose from the golden throne. The movement was unhurried, yet it instantly thickened the air in the chamber, making it heavy and oppressive. He descended the stairs one step at a time, the hem of his white robe brushing against the pitch-black stone. Finally, he came to a halt mere meters away from Sanguinius. Those eyes, seemingly forged from molten gold and harboring the eons of humanity's wisdom, stared directly into Sanguinius. "My son," the emperor's voice dropped to a low timbre. "Did you encounter a warp storm during your voyage? Or perhaps the lingering taint of warp anomalies has compromised your memories and cognition?" Sanguinius felt as though a giant, invisible hand had seized his heart. "Father, I have never dispatched a custodian tribune named Demetrian Titus to this Aurelian IV you speak of," the emperor stated calmly, his tone radiating absolute certainty. "In fact, within the ranks of my Adeptus Custodes, there has never been, nor is there currently, a member by the name of Titus." Light years away in his magisterial office on Macridge, Guilliman suddenly felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, completely oblivious to the reason why. Boom. It felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck Sanguinius directly in the brain. His amber gold pupils contracted violently. The blood roared in his ears. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. For the first time in his life, a look of sheer, blank shock and bewilderment fractured his artistically flawless features. No. Impossible. That aura, the mastercraft perfection of that golden Terminator armor. That flawless, demigod-like presence in his every movement, utterly identical to Captain General Valder, uniquely belonging to the custodians personally forged by the Emperor. How could it be fake? A flicker of complex emotion passed through the depths of the Emperor's eyes as he studied Sanguinius's expression. Reaching out, he laid a broad, reassuring hand on Sanguinius's shoulder guard. "Tell me, Sanguinius," his voice took on an undeniable tone of command. "Everything you experienced on Aurelian IV. From beginning to end, every single detail, without omitting a single thing, tell me all of it." Goal equals 550 power stones. Chapter 225, Chapter 224, The Perplexed Emperor and the Bewildered Sanguinius, 2. Over the course of the next hour, Sanguinius provided an exhaustive, verbatim recount of everything that had transpired on Aurelian IV. He spoke of Governor Harrington's gross incompetence, the fractured infighting of the local factions, and the sudden outbreak of warp corruption. He detailed the successive interventions of the Iron Hands and the Blood Angels. He described the emergence of Crimson Dawn, explaining how Governor Cage Lawrence and his companions employed highly effective governance methods that felt radically out of place within the Imperium. He recounted the full-scale demonic incursion, the dual-front crises at the City of the Holy Anthem and the Aru Industrial Zone, and how he himself became trapped within a localized logic cage. And finally, he spoke of the descent of the so-called Adeptus Custodes covert Inquisition unit. Demetrian Titus stood nearly 3.5 meters tall, clad in bespoke, ornate golden armor, and wielded a power axe. The task force he commanded consisted of over 3,000 Astartes, bearing a wild assortment of liveries and originating from entirely different gene seed lineages. There were over 200 Grey Knights in silver-gray power armor, specializing in psychic suppression and warp purification. There were over 300 entirely silent, male blanks projecting potent anti-psychic fields. Sanguinius placed heavy emphasis on the word male. There were hundreds of tech priests, mass deployments of Contemptor dreadnoughts, and operatives from various assassin temples, including Vindicare and Everzer. They had fought with terrifying, synchronized efficiency, utilizing an entirely unprecedented tactical paradigm. The silent blanks blanketed the area with anti-psychic fields to suppress warp activity, while the Grey Knights bound high-value targets with psychic chains. The tech priests and dreadnoughts laid down heavy covering fire, leaving the Astartes and assassins to sweep and clear the battlefield. In a shockingly short span of time, they successfully purged the massive warp entity in the Aru Industrial Zone, and then provided the necessary support for Sanguinius to slay the two colossal warp entities besieging the City of the Holy Anthem. Sanguinius also brought up the little girl. Armed with a silver staff that unleashed purifying moonlight, she had played a critical role in exorcising Sakkan of House Aller from his warp possession. And then there was Tribune Titus himself. During the final phase of the battle, he had publicly chanted the true name of the warp entity Teos Raucaris, establishing a psychic binding that severely crippled the demon's power. Sanguinius even mentioned the post-war inspection that he, Guilliman, and Ferrus Manus had conducted in the Kent Hive. He described the neatly restructured hab blocks and the rare, genuine hope shining on the citizens' faces. Ultimately, it culminated in Guilliman personally signing the decree that granted Crimson Dawn a 10-year mandate to govern Aurelian IV. When Sanguinius finally concluded his report, the silence in the Grand Hall was downright terrifying. The Emperor stood with his back turned, gazing up at the holographic star map on the vaulted ceiling. His white-robed silhouette felt as immovable and silent as a mountain. A long time passed. A psychic orphan of House Aller falling to the ruinous powers of the warp, the Emperor slowly began, his voice devoid of any readable emotion. An unknown entity masquerading as a custodian tribune, commanding a specialized, anti-heretic strike force comprised of multi-legion Astartes, grey psychic warriors, male blanks, various assassins, and dreadnoughts. They intervene in the name of the Emperor, highly efficient in quelling a warp incursion, alongside a local organization driven by bizarre ideologies. He turned around, the light in his eyes shifting and swirling as if calculating and simulating countless data points and possibilities. Sanguinius, the Emperor continued, a trace of almost helpless bewilderment bleeding into his tone. Do you realize just how utterly absurd the composition of this force you've described is? Sanguinius fell silent. Of course he knew how bizarre this army was. A mixed detachment of multi-legion Astartes. In the era of the Great Crusade, where legion culture was distinct and each fought strictly under their own banners, such a thing was virtually impossible. Temporary coordination might be achieved under direct imperial mandate, but the level of unspoken, flawless tactical synergy he witnessed was out of the question. Grey psychic warriors. Astartes specialized entirely in fighting the warp. Unheard of. Not even the Thousand Sons possessed that kind of specialized efficiency. Male blanks. Operating in standard formations. The Emperor's gathering and training of untouchables was an absolute, top-secret endeavor, and the overwhelming majority of them were female. Male blanks were astronomically rare. Given the agonizing aura of discomfort they inflicted upon nearby psychers, integrating them into conventional combat units was nearly impossible, let alone assembling a centralized tactical cluster of 300 men. Then there was the seamless, flawless coordination of the tech priests, assassins, and dreadnoughts. Such a massive undertaking, such heavily tailored deployments, such terrifyingly efficient execution. The Emperor spoke as though he were murmuring to himself. It certainly sounds like an operation that only I could orchestrate. A chill gripped Sanguinius's heart. Father, you mean? But the problem is. The Emperor interrupted, his gaze fixed directly on Sanguinius. I am temporarily incapable of doing such a thing at this moment. I do not possess a readied, mixed detachment of that nature. I do not have a custodian tribune named Titus. Furthermore, I have absolutely no reason to order your return to Terra to ask these questions after the incident had already been resolved. These are matters that should have been communicated via astropath or standard channels. Sanguinius felt a chill shoot up his spine. If it wasn't Father, then who? Who could disguise themselves as a custodian so flawlessly that even a primarch couldn't tell the difference? Who could mobilize such a bizarre and devastating military force? What was their ultimate goal? Why deliberately send me back to Terra at the very end to face this exact scenario? Was this all a meticulously crafted deception? A targeted misdirection? To use me to misdirect Guilliman and Ferris in turn? Or, is it some deeper, more insidious conspiracy? The Emperor's gaze turned as sharp as a blade. Valder, he suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, yet resonating through the Grand Hall like absolute law. Rumble. To the side of the Grand Hall, the colossal outer doors ground open. Heavy footsteps echoed like beating war drums. An immensely towering figure stepped into the hall. He stood over 3 meters tall, slightly edging out even Sanguinius in height. He was clad entirely in golden power armor, its opulence and mastercrafting far surpassing that of any ordinary custodian. His broad pauldrons were deeply etched with the imperial aquila and complex heraldry. His heavy breastplate hummed, faint circuitry of energy flowing across its surface. His helmet's faceplate was a smooth, dark gold curve, save for 2 narrow, glowing slits for eyes. In his hand, he gripped a crackling guardian spear. It was the Apollonian spear, the symbol of the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, its tip dancing with the ghostly blue arcs of a disruption field. Constantine Valder. Commander of the Custodes, Shield of the Emperor, the first of the 10,000. He marched up to the Emperor and Sanguinius, dropping to one knee. He raised his helmeted head to look at the Emperor. Sire, Valder's voice filtered through his voxcaster, cold and utterly devoid of excess emotion. Valder, the Emperor asked calmly. Is there a member among my 10,000 by the name of Demetrian Titus? Valder did not hesitate in the slightest. He didn't even need to think. No, sire, the Captain General stated with absolute finality. From the inception of the 10,000 to this very day, across all registries of active, retired, fallen, and missing personnel, triple verified and confirmed, there is no record of anyone by that name. Sanguinius slowly closed his eyes. The last spark of hope in his heart was completely extinguished. He had been played. Fooled from start to finish by an unknown entity disguised so flawlessly they could even emulate the unique aura and majesty of the Adeptus Custodes. Not just him, but all of his sons, everyone present had been kept completely in the dark. In the face of this truth, the pride of the Imperium's great angel was crushed to dust. The Emperor waved his hand. Valder rose wordlessly and stepped aside, standing still as a golden statue. Yet his eyes remained locked onto Sanguinius, as if evaluating whether the Primarch might succumb to instability from being so thoroughly deceived. Father. Sanguinius opened his eyes, the flames of sheer humiliation burning in his amber-gold pupils. I would not mistake the custodian aura on that Titus. And those Astartes, their gene seed signatures, combat doctrines, war gear patterns, they were undeniably real. This was no simple illusion or cheap disguise. They are a very real, very tangible force. The Emperor slowly walked back to the steps of the dais, though he did not sit. With his back to Sanguinius, he gazed up at the intricate, staggering architecture of the Golden Throne. That is precisely what is most disturbing, my son, his voice returned to that detached, inhuman resonance. If it were merely an illusion, a simple deception, things would be much simpler. But you say they are a tangible reality, and that they purged warp entities with terrifying efficiency. He turned his massive frame around, his countenance dead serious. Then, the question becomes, who has mastered that which even I have not fully realized? Who could cultivate or collect such a massive number of male blanks and grey psychic warriors? Who could replicate the Adeptus Custodes so flawlessly that they blur the line between fake and real? With every question the Emperor posed, the atmospheric pressure in the Grand Hall grew heavier. Sanguinius clenched his fists. Father, his voice was hoarse, yet it carried an unshakable resolve. Grant me permission to return to Aurelian IV. I will unravel this mystery myself. I will uncover the truth behind this. The honor of the Blood Angels Legion will not be sullied. Your will shall not be forged. When I find them, I swear I will deliver judgment upon these heretics. The Emperor looked at him in silence. He studied the swirling mix of fury, humiliation, and determination burning in the eyes of his proudest son. After a long contemplation, he let out a soft sigh. The sound was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Go, Sanguinius, the Emperor said slowly. Go and seek your answers. Sanguinius slammed his right fist against his left breastplate in a deep bow. Turning around, he marched toward the grand doors. His pristine white wings trembled slightly behind him, radiating an icy aura. He walked until his silhouette vanished past the threshold. The colossal doors ground shut once more, sealing the inside and outside off into two entirely separate worlds. Within the Sanctum Imperialis, only the Emperor and the mountain-like silence of Valder remained. The Emperor sat back upon the golden throne. His white-robed figure seemed to bleed into the monstrous mechanical structure, cutting a somewhat lonely, solitary silhouette. He raised his head, gazing in the direction Sanguinius had left. Deep within his golden eyes, countless stars were born and extinguished, infinite threads of destiny tangled, snapped, and rewove themselves. The warp, the four chaos gods, he murmured softly. Nurgle. Tsench. Khorne. Slaanesh. Or, some newborn warp entity we do not yet comprehend. Or perhaps, a lost Xenos civilization. Some lingering relic of the dark age of technology. Some stray possibility bleeding out from a displaced timeline. Seated atop that supreme golden throne, he shook his head in resignation. It is not that your father wishes to keep you in the dark, my son. His voice was almost entirely inaudible, accompanied only by the mechanical hissing of the throne's operations. It is simply that the darkness of this galaxy is far more terrifying than any of you can possibly imagine. The demons, the Xenos, the species cowering in the shadows, and now this Titus, appearing completely out of thin air. His fingers gently tapped against the armrest of the throne. Nurgle's taint was purged, Tsench's machinations were thwarted, but is it truly over? A seemingly righteous intervention, a seemingly mutually beneficial outcome. Sanguinius, the moment you left Aurelian IV, you were destined to stray further and further from the answer. The Emperor was intimately familiar with the methods of these ruinous powers. Titus. Nurgle. Tsench, a new god, just what exactly are you all plotting? Why can I no longer see a definitive future? Why, in the last future I foresaw, was there no sign of this variable? These words were never spoken aloud, instead, they were forever buried deep within the heart of this solitary, great emperor of mankind. Chapter 226, Chapter 225, Warp Storm. Makridge, the heart of the 500 worlds of Ultramar. Guilliman was already waiting in the plaza by the time Sanguinius's Thunderhawk gunship touched down. Sanguinius, Guilliman said as he stepped forward, a flicker of surprise in his ice-blue eyes. I recall you saying it would take at least a year or two after returning to Terra. It's only been 6 months. Plans have changed, Sanguinius replied, his voice far lower than usual. His pristine white wings tucked in tightly against his back. An emotion Guilliman had never seen before flickered within his amber gold eyes, immediately tipping the Lord of Makridge off that something was dreadfully wrong. With a swift gesture, Guilliman dismissed his honor guard and guided his brother into the inner sanctum of the fortress of Hera. The two Primarchs strode in silence down corridors carved with the martial history of the Ultramarines, finally stepping into Guilliman's private strategium. The heavy doors hissed shut behind them, instantly sealing the room within a dampening field. What happened? Guilliman turned to look his brother dead in the eye. You're heavily unsettled. That's rare for you. Sanguinius took a long, steadying breath. Rather than taking a seat, he stepped up to the holographic hololith projection, turning his back to Guilliman. The very tips of his pinions trembled, betraying the immense restraint he was exercising. I spoke with father, Sanguinius said softly. And? Sanguinius slowly turned back around, a distinctly bitter smile twisting his features. And? Father told me he never dispatched a custodian tribune named Demetrian Titus to Aurelian IV. The air in the strategium froze. Genuine, unadulterated shock cracked Guilliman's normally stoic composure. What? I'm telling you that the custodian tribune who led the task force to purge the archenemy on Aurelian IV, the one who claimed to speak with the Emperor's authority, was a fake. Guilliman took a half-step back, his hand instinctively dropping to rest on the hilt of his power sword. Impossible, he said, his voice level but his cadence rapidly accelerating. I reviewed the pick captures and battlefield augury logs you brought back myself. That strike force, those Astartes, their gene seed signatures, their tactical doctrines, their war gear, it was all authentic. At least on the surface, Sanguinius interrupted. Their performance was flawless. And the custodian? What did Constantine Valder have to say about this? There has never been a member of the Legio Custodes by the name of Titus, Sanguinius said, closing his eyes. Father confirmed it personally, and Constantine Valder verified it to my face. He isn't in the roll of names. He never was, and he isn't now. Guilliman fell completely silent for a long moment. So, we've been played. It's worse than that, Sanguinius replied. An entirely unknown faction put on a perfect performance, right in front of us, wearing the faces we trust the most. To what end? Guilliman's eyes darted rapidly, his superhuman mind already running through countless tactical permutations. If they have the resources to fabricate a custodian so perfectly that even a Primarch couldn't tell the difference, and the logistical might to deploy a mixed strike force of that caliber, why use it just to cleanse a warp infestation on Aurelian IV? That is exactly what confused Father as well, Sanguinius noted. It was an apparently righteous intervention. A win-win scenario across the board. The archenemy was purged, and the Imperium avoided catastrophic losses. But the cost? The cost is that a completely unknown variable has played its hand, and we remain utterly blind to its true source. Leaving us strung along by the nose from start to finish, Guilliman finished grimly. That level of manipulation, it terrifies me, brother. The two demigods exchanged a solemn look, recognizing the exact same chilling vigilance reflected in each other's eyes. I have to go back, Sanguinius declared. I'm going to tear Aurelian 4 apart until I find a trail. I won't overlook a single thread, especially this so-called Crimson Dawn. I'm coming with you. Guilliman set down his chalice with a sharp clink. If a faction capable of flawlessly replicating custodians and Astartes is lurking within Imperial borders, this has escalated far beyond a localized issue on Aurelian 4. This is an existential threat to the entire Imperium. As the master of the 500 worlds, Guilliman understood the sheer terror of an uncontrolled variable better than anyone. In the darkest reaches of the galaxy, even the smallest unmapped anomaly could fester into a catastrophe capable of breaking the Imperium. 48 hours later, a massive joint armada hung in the void. The Macrage's Honor and the Red Tier anchored the formation in high orbit over Macrage, backed by the combined might of the Ultramarines and Blood Angels. The grand total exceeded 80 void craft, 3 mighty battleships serving as flagships, 15 line cruisers, and a sweeping screen of destroyers, frigates, and bulk transports. Guilliman temporarily ceded the daily administration of Ultramar to his senatorial parliament. He routinely found their bureaucratic inefficiency maddening, but a crisis of this magnitude demanded his undivided attention. His personal distaste for delegation would just have to wait. Final translation parameters locked, a representative of the novice Nobilite reported from the bridge of the Macrage's Honor, their voice heavily filtered through a bulky rebreather mask. Target, the Aurelian System, Coriani Sector. Estimated transit time through the Empyrean, 72 standard hours. Translation authorized, Guilliman ordered. Authorized, Sanguinius echoed over the Vox link. The colossal warp drives of the combined armada spun up in terrifying unison. The very fabric of real space tore apart, violently bleeding the sickly, iridescent light of the immaterium into the void as a portal yawned open. Ship by ship, the grand fleet plunged into the nightmare realm of the warp. Then, 6 hours into the translation, everything went wrong. My lord. The frantic hail from the navigator's sanctum cut through the bridge's low hum. The mutant's voice was laced with an uncharacteristic, naked terror. Ahead of us. There are severe, anomalous fluctuations along the warp currents. Guilliman instantly summoned the augury telemetry to his command throne. The hololith flared to life, showing the formerly stable warp route to the Coriani sector completely drowned in chaotic, violent energy spikes. That wasn't some minor etheric turbulence. This was a localized warp storm. Sanguinius's voice crackled over the Vox, confirming he was looking at the exact same data on the Red Tier. Moderate intensity, but the span, it perfectly chokes off all 3 major warp lanes leading into the Coriani sector. Can we divert? Guilliman asked. A diversion would add an incalculable amount of time to our transit and force us through unmapped warp shoals, the navigator wheezed back. The risk of catastrophic failure is extreme. I strongly advise against attempting a forced translation. Guilliman went silent, his stern gaze shifting to Sanguinius on the primary Vox screen. It seems, Sanguinius murmured, that fate does not want us to return. I don't believe in fate, Guilliman replied coolly. I believe in raw data and statistical probability. And the odds of a localized storm manifesting here and now are so infinitesimally small they barely exist. Right at the exact moment we decide to march back to Aurelian 4, Sanguinius mused aloud. Right across the only stable lanes into the sector. A moderate storm, just strong enough to stop us. It's too neat of a coincidence. It's profoundly disturbing. Are you suggesting? I don't know what to think anymore, Sanguinius sighed, shaking his head. But I'm beginning to suspect that whatever truly transpired on Aurelian 4 is far, far more complicated than we could have ever imagined. The two brothers locked eyes through the static-laced screen, each feeling the heavy weight of the other's grim resignation. Finally, Guilliman made the call. Bring us about. We're turning back, Guilliman ordered. Warp storms don't last forever. The moment it breaks, we will try again, and we'll bring an even bigger fleet. Sanguinius offered a slow, deliberate nod, though his expression only darkened with a tangled web of unanswered questions. Deep within the immaterium, Lucian Sanctus quietly studied a shimmering hololithic projection woven from pure emotional energy. To his ascended senses, the raging warp storm currently choking off the borders of the Coriani sector wasn't just a weather anomaly, it was a breathtakingly complex tapestry of psychic weaving. Moderate intensity. As long as I keep pumping massive reserves of raw energy into it, this blockade should hold for, roughly 27 years, he murmured to himself. With a mere flick of his consciousness, he siphoned a fresh stream of power directly into the storm's structural anchor nodes. The tempest's fury instantly spiked by another 3%. Taking on the 4 chaos gods directly in his current state was nothing short of a suicide run. But leveraging his hoarded emotional energy and the raw sustenance siphoned from Aurelian 4 to aggressively churn the immaterium in one highly localized quadrant. Fabricating a persistent, localized warp storm. That was well within his wheelhouse. It was practically child's play, especially with Tsench and Nurgle totally fixated on Veritas, the ancient god he'd so masterfully framed. A little localized turbulence on the galactic fringes wouldn't even register on the ruinous power's radar. Time, that's all I need, Lucian breathed. His vast, sprawling consciousness gently brushed over Aurelian 4. Down on the terrestrial surface, sweeping, quiet reforms were rapidly taking root under Paul's heavy-handed leadership. Waves of raw emotional resonance cascaded upward from the planetary populace. Hope. Joy. Contentment. Unbreakable resolve. It was like pure, unadulterated ambrosia, nourishing his divine essence and steadily birthing new facets of his authority. He could literally feel the edges of his domain expanding, his power creeping upward, inch by painstaking inch. Just give me a few more decades, he whispered. A few decades to gorge myself on the unfiltered emotional output of 20 billion souls, and I'll shatter that ceiling. He would finally ascend, crossing the threshold into true minor godhood. Once he crossed that line, he'd gain the authority to actively manipulate real space. More importantly, he'd finally have the power to mask his movements, letting him operate right under the collective noses of the 4 chaos gods. He just needed these 27 years of isolation to evolve into the ultimate wildcard. Goal equals 550 power stones. Chapter 227, Chapter 226, Let the Universe Burn, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 550 power stones. Gentle waves lapped lazily against a stretch of powdery white sand. Sunlight filtered down through the swaying fronds of towering palm trees, casting a dappled, golden mosaic across the pristine beach. Nearly 1,000 people were scattered across the private shoreline. They were entirely men and women in their 20s and 30s, their complexions universally pale, the unmistakable, pasty hallmark of a lifetime spent locked indoors. They lounged about in beach chairs and on oversized towels, nursing ice-cold drinks while the heavy, comforting scent of coconut sunscreen and roasting barbecue drifted through the salty ocean breeze. Paul's out there all by himself. I wonder how he's holding up. Schrödinger bro lay back in his beach chair, staring up at the azure sky from behind his sunglasses. He had a well-proportioned, athletic build, but right now, he was radiating a rare sense of total relaxation. Beside him, Blood Angel rolled over. His slightly sunburned face carried a helpless expression. Ever since we logged out, that trash client has been dead in the water. It's a 17 kilobyte software, and they don't even have an official website for announcements. I've been idle for a week, and I'm crawling out of my skin. Cogboy's voice drifted over from another lounger. He was on the skinnier side, but his arms sported lean, corded muscle that didn't quite match his frame. He was currently scrolling through a research paper on neural interface technology on his tablet, his brow furrowed. I spent every day in-game handling Hive City administrative affairs. Now that I haven't touched a logistics spreadsheet in days, my hands are actually itching for one. Taxbro took a massive gulp of iced cola and let out a satisfied burp. Give it a rest, Cogboy. Those last 7 days almost killed me. Just tallying up the resource inventories and population distribution for 27 Hive cities forced me into 108 hours of overtime, in-game time. He threw his arms up. I like it just fine right now. Catching some rays, drinking a cold one. I don't have to worry about which hive is going to starve tomorrow, and I don't have to calculate how to restructure the PDF regiments. Paul definitely can't sit still. White scars waded out of the ocean, water beating and sliding down his chiseled musculature. He was easily the most jacked out of all of them, having competed in multiple marathons and cross-country races in real life. He's got all 14 billion of our Imperial coins sitting in his account right now. Knowing him, he's probably already drawing up blueprints to turn Aurelian 4 into a second Ultramar. By the time we get back, we might actually own a few sectors. Please, no. Taxbro immediately waved his hands, a look of lingering trauma washing over his face. Managing one planet almost put me in an early grave. If you add a few more sectors, we're literally going to die of overwork in a video game. I stand by it, things are great right now. At least when you die out here, you don't have to pay to respawn. Once the update finishes, they'll probably roll out a ton of new content, Cogboy mused. Like expanding the player cap. The initial 5,000 was nowhere near enough. You guys with your superhuman augmentations basically treated the rest of us unaugmented folks like pack mules. We had less than 400 people managing a population of over 90 million. Plus, they need a complete quest system, chapter upgrade mechanics. Our chapters have been hard stuck at the 1,000 experience cap for ages. Taxbro flashed a grin. Pretty much. Honestly, I just hope they drop some different vehicles. The Thunderhawk is a blast to fly, sure, but it'd be sick if they added some real-world style rides. It'd really boost the immersion. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Blood Angel sat up, the easygoing relaxation fading from his face. He grabbed a bottle of mineral water, took a swig, and his tone grew deadly serious. Did you guys notice what happened at the very end? Guilliman, Sanguinius, and Ferrus Manus all showed up at the same time. And he looked directly at Schrödinger Bro, an Iron Warrior showed up too. Dantiok. If I'm remembering my Warhammer lore right, that's a loyalist warsmith from the Iron Warriors. Schrödinger Bro pulled down his sunglasses, his eyes narrowing. What are you getting at? I feel like this update is actually a timeline acceleration. Blood Angel dragged a finger through the sand, tracing out invisible lines. Based on the overarching timeline we pieced together, the current in-game year is 977.m30. Horus gets wounded on Davin in 005.m31, which means we're less than 30 years away from it. The Exterminatus on Istvan III, the Great Purge, the War Masters' Rebellion, the countdown to all these events has already started. And then there's us. Crimson Dawn. We currently control a fully intact planet, field over 4,000 superhuman units, and have Paul, a literal champion, holding the reins. The casual banter on the beach had quietly died out. Everyone was staring at Blood Angel. Our current situation, Blood Angel continued slowly, is like a bunch of level 10 players who just stepped out of the beginner village, and we're about to face the first massive, server-wide world event, except this event is the one that sets the entire galaxy on fire. The Horus Heresy. Nobody said a word. The rhythmic crash of the waves, the sea breeze, and the distant sizzle of the barbecue suddenly seemed deafeningly loud. Taxbro set his gun down, the metal clinking softly against the table. If that's true, whose side do we take? The Emperor? White Scars offered tentatively. And what about Horus? Have you been loyal today? Countered. The War Master commands more than half the Space Marine legions. Emperor's children, Iron Warriors, Death Guard, World Eaters, Word-Bearers, Night Lords, not to mention Alfarius, that two-faced snake. If we meet them head-on, our little setup won't even make a splash. But the Emperor has Guilliman, Sanguinius. Taxbro counted on his fingers. Dorn, Jagatai, Corex. Schrödinger Bro shook his head. Because of the Emperor's inaction, the Imperium fell right into Chaos's trap. The War Master's betrayal is inevitable, and we don't have the strength to stop the four gods. Besides, the Imperium is never going to treat us like their own. What Crimson Dawn is doing is fundamentally different from Macridge. The second the Emperor ascends the Golden Throne, we could be branded as heretics at a moment's notice, especially once the ecclesiarchy takes root. The group plunged back into a heavy silence. What if? Have you been loyal today? Started. Everyone turned to look at him. We just do it ourselves. I mean, if neither side considers us one of them, we just become the third faction. Aurelian 4 is only the starting point. Didn't Paul say it? Use the towns to encircle the hives, and the hives to encircle the sector. We have the game system. There's bound to be a massive influx of new players, we have a cross-universal tech tree, and we have time. I'm not the regent, I'm just passing by. Guilliman chimed in. There's still plenty of time before the siege of Terra. Cogboy spoke up slowly. If we can use this time to build Aurelian 4 into a true fortress world. Buy a powerful tech tree from the store that's entirely independent of both the Imperium and Chaos, build our own fleet. And then what? Taxbro asked. Swoop in and pick up the pieces after the Imperium and the traitors bleed each other dry. Or preserve a single sanctuary when the galaxy burns, Blood Angel said softly, staring out at the ocean. When Paul became a champion, one of his 5 traits was hope. He said it himself, in a universe like Warhammer, holding on to hope is the only way to bring everyone a true dawn. Schrödinger Bro slipped his sunglasses back on and leaned back in his chair. Then we wait for the update, he said. Let's see what new toys, new mechanics, and new challenges the game throws our way. The gathering broke up. The players returned to their daily lives, heading back to school or handling real-world business. Days bled into one another. Some locked themselves in libraries, digging through every scrap of 30k lore they could find, even if it was mostly fragmented lore and contradictory timelines. Others hit the gym, sweating bullets, swearing they'd carry their bolters a little longer next time they logged in, and if their real-world bodies couldn't handle it, they'd just yell, "Then let me ask you." Someone else, like Cogboy, tried to reverse engineer the technical knowledge they'd picked up in-game through real-world experiments. 3 in the morning, exactly 1 month later. Have you been loyal today? Whose real name was Liam, couldn't sleep. He booted up his PC, about to open the familiar Steam client to click on that certain gal game and take off, when suddenly, the pitch-black icon sitting dead center on his desktop seemed to flicker. Liam fiercely rubbed his eyes. The icon flashed again, this time holding for half a second. The borders of the once dormant mech icon glowed with a familiar, crimson radiance. With a trembling hand, he clicked it. It didn't throw a server connection error. Against a pure black background, crisp white text began to scroll. System announcement. Epoch 40K, Mecha version 2.0 update notes. The servers will officially open tomorrow at 9 hours. The second closed beta features the following new content. The player cap has been expanded to 100,000 users, with slots distributed randomly. Lucky players can dive into the Mecha universe to pilot mechs and soar freely through the sea of stars. The chapter system has received a comprehensive overhaul, unlocking all auxiliary functions. Various leaderboards are now live, including the Reputation Board, Imperial Coin Board, and Merit Board. A brand new multi-faction reputation system has been introduced. Players can now access personal vehicle customization and the personal homestead construction feature. Finally, several in-game bugs have been squashed. To be continued. Please note that all character data from the first closed beta has been fully preserved. Newly created characters must complete a prerequisite orientation questionnaire. May the dawn be with you. Liam held his breath, took a screenshot, and opened the group chat that had been dead silent for a month. He fired the image off. 3 seconds later. Holy shit. It updated. It finally updated. Tomorrow at 9. Whoever is late is buying the whole chapter vodka. My dreadnought. My power armor. I missed you guys so much. 100,000 people. Crimson Dawn is about to expand the army. A multi-faction reputation system. Now that is interesting. Messages spammed the screen at warp speed. At 3 in the morning, the entire group chat was like a drop of water thrown into a boiling vat of oil. Liam stared at his monitor, a massive grin plastered across his face. He turned off his phone and lay back down, but sleep was completely off the table. When he closed his eyes, he didn't see the sunny beach, he saw the steel domes of the Kent Hive. He saw the synchronized marching of the PDF regiments, and the silhouette of Paul in his golden power armor standing on the bridge of the light of dawn. And Blood Angel's words echoed endlessly in his mind. He said it himself, in a universe like Warhammer, holding on to hope is the only way to bring everyone a true dawn. In the past, whenever he met a heretic who was disloyal to the Imperium or the Great Emperor, he would interrogate them, "Have you been loyal today?" But now, he chose to be loyal to Crimson Dawn, loyal to the countless, rotting citizens of the Imperium trapped in the underbellies of a million worlds. He didn't need some impassioned, grandiose justification. He just needed a group of like-minded brothers and sisters, ready to do what they dared to dream, dared to act on, and dared to execute. The hands of the clock quietly clicked past 4 in the morning. 5 hours remained until the second beta began. Next bonus chapter at 900 Power Stones. There is also a special 40% discount event going on for yearly subscriptions, which means you get 4 months free out of 12. If you are worried about me being inactive on Webnovel, don't worry, I have been uploading consistently since 2024. Chapter 228, Chapter 227, Minor Godhood. Deep within the Immaterium. The ceaseless psychic turbulence that churned at the borders of the Emperor's guiding light softened here, calming into a gentle ripple. A vast, newborn kingdom hung suspended in silence amidst the chaotic, roaring oceans of the Empyrean. It was no natural phenomenon, nor was it the inherited legacy of some ancient warp entity. It was a sanctuary, built brick by painstaking brick over 23 long years by a newborn god. A pure white spire pierced the azure heavens at the very heart of this domain. Its master had dubbed it the Spire of Hope. Carved into its immaculate surface was a single, towering inscription. May this light burn eternal, and shatter the darkness. Lucian Sanctus stood at the apex of the spire's observatory. His human manifestation looked exactly as it had 23 years ago, raven hair, East Asian features, an athletic build, and draped in a simple, unadorned white robe. The only exception was his eyes. A flash of inhuman, liquid gold would occasionally swirl in the depths of his pupils, an unavoidable leak of the divine essence bleeding through his mortal projection. He gazed down at his burgeoning domain. The borders of his domain had long since expanded past the fragile little bubble he had initially formed. 23 years was half a lifetime for a mortal, but barely a blink of an eye to the entities of the warp. But Lucian had forged a wildly different path. He didn't rely on the agonizingly slow accumulation of natural eons, nor did he plunder power through bloody sacrifices or sweeping planetary corruption. Instead, using the system as his conduit, he fed on the continuous, filtered, and purified emotional energy generated by the 24 billion souls on Aurelian 4. That steady diet had caused his authority to skyrocket at a terrifying pace. As his power surged, his domain mirrored the transformation, naturally weaving itself into the breathtaking panorama laid out before him. The land stretched out for thousands of kilometers, rolling into plains, hills, mountain ranges, rivers, forests, and glassy lakes. The air was crisp and damp, carrying the sweet scent of fresh grass and blooming flowers. The rich, dark soil practically thrummed with vibrant life if you scooped a handful. Crystal clear rivers babbled like melodic songs, winding through carpet-soft meadows dotted with nameless wildflowers. Even the sun hanging high above radiated a warmth that felt inherently inspiring. To bathe in that light was to feel exhaustion melt away. The depressed would find courage, and the utterly desperate would finally see a glimmer of dawn. Of course, this idyllic paradise was entirely predicated on Lucian's subjective will. Should a malicious intruder ever set foot in his domain, that warming sunlight would instantly invert into soul-scorching rays of despair. The crisp air would choke them as toxic smog. The soft meadows would sprout barbed vines to strangle them alive, and the babbling brooks would curdle into flesh-melting acid. Hope could easily be twisted into despair, leaving those stripped of it drowning in absolute misery. That dual nature was exactly where Lucian's authority excelled. He could bestow hope, but he could just as easily rip it away and crush it to dust. 23 years. Lucian whispered softly to himself, a satisfied smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. His original estimate had been 26 years. However, the sheer pace of development on Aurelian 4 had completely shattered his projections. Under Paul's leadership, Crimson Dawn hadn't just seized total planetary control and overhauled the industrial and social foundations. They had recently launched a sweeping cultural renaissance. Schools, theaters, public libraries, and massive sports stadiums were springing up like weeds. The emotional output of the populace was no longer a desperate, gritty struggle for basic survival. It had evolved. It was now colored by a yearning for a better life, a ravenous thirst for knowledge, and the profound satisfaction of artistic creation. The sheer density and quality of these higher-tier emotional energies vastly eclipsed the raw output of mere survival instinct. That quantitative leap eventually triggered a qualitative shift. 3 years ago, Lucian had felt the threshold of his power begin to loosen. He spent that time patiently grinding away, constantly refining and purifying his accumulated fragments of authority. Finally, just a short while ago, the sun of hope at the core of his domain erupted in an unprecedented supernova of brilliance, violently expanding his borders outward by a factor of 3. Minor godhood. He had officially crossed the threshold. Sure, he was still nothing more than a speck of dust compared to the 4 gods of chaos, and the ancient horrors of the warp would likely view him as a crying infant. But at the very least, he finally had a seat at the table. He finally had the right to place his own pieces on the galactic chessboard. He was no longer a passive variable tossed about by the tides of fate. He was a god capable of actively intervening in real space and imposing his will upon the mortal plane. But most importantly, he had entirely preserved his humanity and his sense of self. This was a radical departure from the norm for warp entities. Whether it was the ruinous powers or the ancient gods hiding in their domains, their fundamental existence was always dominated, and eventually consumed, by the very concepts and emotions they embodied. Khorne was synonymous with endless rage and slaughter. Tsench was the literal manifestation of change and conspiracy. Nurgle was the rotting cycle of decay and rebirth. Slaanesh was the ultimate embodiment of excess and sensory overload. They weren't individuals with true free will, they were avatars of concepts, massive amalgams of raw emotion. Every thought they had and every action they took was strictly bound by the rigid laws of their authority. To deviate would mean their own collapse. Lucian was different. Hope was his core authority, but the concept hadn't completely swallowed him whole. He still craved mortal food. He still loved the lazy comfort of sinking into a good couch. He still chuckled at a good joke, felt the knot of anxiety before a massive challenge, and even felt a fleeting twinge of loneliness when left in complete isolation. Maybe it's because my humanity is anchored to my memories from before I crossed over, while this divinity was cultivated after the fact. Or maybe the system threw up some kind of firewall when it first bound to me. Lucian shook his head, brushing the philosophical debate aside. It was definitely a good thing. He had zero interest in becoming a glorified, hope-radiating light bulb in the grim-dark universe of Warhammer. With a stray thought, his form vanished from the observatory. A split second later, Lucian materialized in front of a sprawling villa nestled right in the middle of his domain's central plains. It was a 5-story manor that beautifully married sleek, modern minimalism with tasteful classical accents. A meticulously manicured garden framed the estate. The lawns were neatly trimmed, the roses and wisteria were in full, vibrant bloom, and a quaint cobblestone path wound its way right up to the front porch. Every single detail here, the walls, the furniture, the blooming flora, even the soft, lulling music drifting through the air, was forged entirely from crystallized emotional energy. Lucian could rewrite the physics and layout of the entire place with a stray thought, but he chose to maintain this cozy, domestic aesthetic. It was his daily ritual to keep his humanity grounded, and a quiet homage to the life he'd left behind. Now, Lucian was sprawled out on a massive couch right in the middle of the living room. Woven from the absolute purest essence of hope, sinking into the cushions felt like being swaddled in a sun-warmed cloud. The lingering dregs of tension and fatigue simply melted out of his bones. System, Lucian called out mentally. A translucent interface, visible only to him, projected itself across his retinas. Status. Host, Lucian Sanctus, minor god, authority of hope, illumination, compassion. Domain scale, 1.2 light-minutes in diameter, approximate 21.5 million kilometers. Authority integrity, 30.2%. Linked reality anchor, Aurelian 4, population, 293,347,821,407. Player links, 4,999, online, 0. Countdown to second closed beta. It's finally starting, he whispered, a spark of anticipation flashing in his eyes. 23 years. In the grand tapestry of the Warhammer universe, a little over 2 decades was an utterly insignificant drop in the cosmic bucket. Horus had been crowned War Master and was still out leading the front lines of the crusade. The Imperium continued to expand, the creeping rot of chaos spread in the shadows, and the Emperor had already retreated to Terra to spearhead the Webway project. Magnus the Red hadn't yet made his catastrophic blunder, and the psychic warriors of the Thousand Suns were still proudly flexing their powers across the stars. The galaxy was still coasting along the glorious, hyperviolent tracks of the Great Crusade. They were exactly 5 years out from the rebellion that would tear the galaxy in half. But for Lucian and Crimson Dawn, those 23 years were a golden age of foundation building. No Primarchs breathing down their necks, no Inquisition sniffing around, and no massive chaos incursions. They had seized the opportunity to thoroughly overhaul a backwater mining world, constructing a societal engine that functioned entirely independent of the Imperium, yet managed to exist completely legally within its bureaucratic framework. And now, fresh blood was about to flood the system. 100,000 players. 20 times the population of the first beta test. Tens of thousands of human minds plucked straight from Earth, bringing their knowledge, their wildly unhinged imaginations, their intrinsic chaos, and their relentless creativity straight into this suffocatingly grimdark universe. What path would they carve out for themselves? Defend Holy Terra, join the Chaos Rebels, or align with Crimson Dawn? Lucian murmured the 3 options, an amused smirk dancing on his lips. I wonder how the system's faction questionnaire is going to sway their choices. Will they blindly chase the orthodox glory of the Imperium, or will they take the bait and fall for the seductive freedom of chaos? Or perhaps, will they comprehend the weight and the ideals behind the path Crimson Dawn is blazing? He could almost see it now, countless Earth players pulling their hair out, agonizing over the character creation screen. I'm looking forward to this. The countdown on the glowing interface hit 0. Epoch 40K, Mecha, second closed beta test. Server open time, standard Earth time 9 hours. Current time, 8 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Domain synchronization ready. 5. 4. 3. Lucian's consciousness expanded, gently harmonizing with the sun of hope at the core of his domain. Its warming light cascaded across his lands, accelerating the flow of all energies. 2. In the normal universe, on Earth, 100,000 chosen individuals click the login button. 1. Chapter 229, Chapter 228, 3 factions and a loyalist inquisitor. In an old, run-down residential complex. At 4 p.m., Vance dragged his heavy legs up to the 6th floor, fishing out his keys to unlock his heavy security door. With a soft click, he stepped inside and immediately shrugged off his crisp, navy blue uniform jacket. He hung it carelessly on the coat rack behind the door, revealing a light gray dress shirt beneath, dark patches of sweat staining the fabric. Who? He let out a long, shuddering breath, swapped his shoes for a pair of slippers, and trudged over to the refrigerator in his cramped living room. Pulling out an ice-cold bottle of mineral water, he twisted the cap off and down more than half in a single, continuous gulp. The freezing liquid tore down his throat, finally chasing away some of the stifling heat and the bone-deep exhaustion of back-to-back shifts. Vance. Male. 28 years old. Member of the Cybersecurity and Surveillance Task Force. For the past month, his team had been locked in a grinding war of attrition against a cell utilizing dark web channels to spread extremist ideologies and orchestrate real-world actions. Their targets were cunning. The servers were hosted entirely overseas, their comms were buried under layers of military-grade encryption, and their field operatives utilized single point-of-contact methodology. Their anti-reconnaissance awareness was exceptionally high. There are cameras on literally every street corner, and people actually still have the guts to pull this garbage. Vance massaged his throbbing temples and collapsed into his battered sofa. What the hell is going through these people's heads? Literal Nurgle pus. That last remark was an inside joke he'd picked up from his Warhammer tabletop group chats. He was a 13-year veteran of the hobby. He started pushing miniatures around in college and eventually played his way through the Dawn of War series, Space Marine, and Total War, Warhammer 2. He'd even slogged his way through the original English paperbacks of the Horus Heresy series. Time was scarce now that he was working full-time, but he still tried to squeeze in a game or two when he could, or just scrolled through forums to see if any new memes had dropped. He was deeply fascinated by the grimdark, suffocating lore of the 40K universe, particularly everything surrounding the Inquisition. As a die-hard Imperial loyalist, he boasted an entire display cabinet stuffed with Grey Knights, Sisters of Battle, and Inquisitor models. On the weekends, he could still be found purging heretics on the tabletop with his buddies. Cracking this case had been grueling, but the final sting operation had gone off without a hitch. The primary suspects were in custody, the chain of evidence was locked tight, and the subsequent interrogations and deep dives had been handed off to the other departments. Vance had finally earned 2 precious days of rotated leave. Peeling himself off the sofa, and Vance went toward the custom-built PC sitting in the corner of his bedroom. The rig wasn't exactly top of the line, but it was beefy enough to run most modern games smoothly. Vance was a hardcore gamer. Beyond Warhammer, his library was packed with RTS, FPS, and RPG titles. He desperately needed some high-octane virtual adrenaline to flush out the accumulated stress of his real-world job. He hit the power button. The CPU let out a low, steady hum, and the monitor flickered to life, casting a pale blue glow across the room. Vance lit a cigarette, clamped it between his lips, and stared blankly at the Windows loading screen. The smoke curled upward, blurring the monitor's light. He was zoning out. During the raid today, one of the suspects had been screaming bloody murder as they slapped the cuffs on him. "You don't understand. This world has been rotting from the inside out for years. I'm just accelerating the inevitable." Those bloodshot eyes had been filled with a twisted, manic zealotry. Vance hadn't said a word at the time. He just read the men his rights and secured the handcuffs according to protocol. But buried deep down in some dark corner of his mind, he actually understood the feeling. He didn't understand the crime, but he understood the suffocating, crushing powerlessness that came from staring into the abyss for too long. His day job consisted entirely of wading through the filthiest, most depraved corners of the internet: fraud rings, extortion, illicit pornography, the rapid spread of violent extremism, and the active plotting of real-world terror attacks. Once you see enough of it, you start waking up in the dead of night, staring out the window at the neon-drenched city, and realizing that civilization is just a razor-thin veneer. Beneath it, an unspeakable darkness is constantly churning. How great would it be if all the chaos just disappeared? Vance murmured to himself, violently stubbing out his cigarette. Whatever. Not thinking about it. Time to game. He wiggled the mouse, ready to click the Steam icon. TL/N, insert Gabe Newell memes here. But right as his index finger twitched toward the left mouse button, a window popped up dead center on his screen without a single warning prompt. The UI was incredibly minimalist, a pure black background, and right in the middle, an animated logo composed of shattered mecha wreckage interwoven with the orbit of stars. Beneath the logo were lines of softly glowing text. Epoch 40K, Mecha second closed beta officially launched. Congratulations, lucky Mecha pilot. You have acquired precious beta access. Please install the game immediately to log in and experience the universe. 100% hyper-realistic simulation. The vast sea of stars is yours to conquer. Please install the game immediately. Logging in will commence your grand expedition into the starry expanse. Vance froze, his jaw dropping so far he nearly lost the cigarette he was no longer smoking. What is this? His brow furrowed. His immediate reaction was that it was some aggressive new malware or a rogue browser pop-up. Epoch 40K, Mecha. That title reeks of a cheap, knockoff asset flip. He'd been in the Warhammer hobby for over a decade. He'd seen countless garbage mobile games trying to illegally scrape the IP, Warhammer Epic, 40K Galaxy, Mecha Imperium, but this one was just shamelessly stitching the words together. Epic 40K plus Mecha. It was like they were terrified people wouldn't realize they were ripping off Games Workshop. Heretical, Vance muttered. His professional instincts flared up, immediately classifying the program. He moved his mouse, intending to immediately X out of the window. Usually, these malicious pop-ups hit the close button in some obscure corner, or clicking anywhere on the window triggered a cascade of secondary ads. Surprisingly, when his cursor hovered over the edge of the window, the standard drag-and-drop arrows appeared. And right there, nestled in the top right corner, was a perfectly normal, functional X button. Vance raised an eyebrow. That was unexpected. He tentatively clicked the Learn More hyperlink. A crisp, clean page opened up, featuring only a few lines of introductory text. Epic 40K, Mecha is a hyper-realistic simulation game built on cutting-edge immersive technology. Players will assume the role of a mecha pilot, throwing themselves into a colossal interstellar war. Boasting an unparalleled proprietary physics engine and AI system, the game offers an unrivaled, authentic experience. This beta test is strictly by limited invitation only. Access is non-transferable. The copy was dry and completely straightforward. There were no flashy, exaggerated buzzwords, no predatory microtransaction portals, and no cheap gimmicks with half-naked models. It didn't even list a developer or publisher. they're really committing to the bit. Vance scoffed, but his finger hovered over the download button for the client package. As a cybersecurity professional, his rig was armored with enterprise-grade firewalls and real-time monitoring suites. He was confident he could contain whatever Trojan or virus was hiding inside. Besides, the way the pop-up had executed was genuinely bizarre. It hadn't triggered his browser, and there were no logs in his ad blocker extensions. It was as if the application had written itself directly into his display cache. Either this is some next-generation penetration exploit, or... Vance narrowed his eyes. There's something more to this. His curiosity finally smothered his caution. He wanted to see exactly what kind of payload this 17 kilobytes installation package was trying to deliver. Click. The progress bar instantly snapped to 100%. There was zero latency. A new icon materialized in the corner of his desktop. Set against a pitch-black background, a striking crimson fissure tore straight through the center. It looked like the fractured joint of a mecha, or perhaps a ray of dawn violently tearing open the dark. 17 kilobytes, what the hell could that possibly install? Vance grumbled. That's not even enough data for a 1080p wallpaper. He double-clicked the icon. A split second later, his monitor snapped to absolute, suffocating black. Then, as if every photon of light in the room had been instantly vacuumed away, his consciousness was seized by an overwhelming, completely irresistible force, yanking him down into an endless abyss. He didn't know how long he was falling. Eventually, Vance felt his body return to him. He opened his eyes, only to find himself suspended in an absolute, impenetrable void. Up, down, left, right, there was nothing but an endless expanse of pitch-black ink. Only pure darkness remained. Dead ahead, 3 colossal doors stood side by side. Towering over 100 meters high, each possessed a distinct architectural style and emitted a faint halo, serving as the sole sources of light and points of reference in this suffocating void. A cold, mechanical voice, devoid of gender or origin, echoed directly into his mind. Identity confirmed, Vance. Active neural signals and consciousness compatibility detected. Binding complete, Epoch 40K, Mecha second closed beta access activated. Welcome to the character creation interface. Vance tried to stretch, only to realize he didn't have a physical body to move. He was nothing but a suspended cluster of pure consciousness, capable only of observation and thought. Virtual reality. Full dive immersion. Has technology really gotten this advanced? Despite his initial shock, his finely honed instincts as a veteran Warhammer fan quickly forced him to calm down. Please name your character, the cold voice rang out again. A name. Vance immediately thought of one of his absolute favorite characters from Warhammer 40k lore, Gregor Eisenhorn of the 41st millennium. He was the renowned Inquisitor famous for being resolute, pragmatic, and completely unshackled by imperial dogma. Throughout countless official novels and sourcebooks, Eisenhorn stood out as a rare anomaly within the Inquisition, a man who had managed to retain a spark of human decency and tactical flexibility. Vance respected his style. As for an ID, he pondered for a moment, deciding he might as well lean into the bit. Since the game was explicitly called Mecha and its lore was a glaring, stitched-together ripoff of Warhammer, he was going to take the joke as far as it would go. The Imperium's purest Inquisitor, he declared through his consciousness. In-game ID confirmed, the Imperium's purest Inquisitor. Name valid. No duplicates found. Next step, please select your path. As the voice faded, the halos radiating from the 3 massive doors flared brightly in unison. The first door, the sacred door. The cold voice continued. Accompanying its words, the door on the far right shuddered violently. Ornate, magnificent golden reliefs began to surface across its exterior, massive imperial aquilas, cogs, laurel wreaths, and blazing pyres. A brilliant, sun-like golden light spilled through the cracks in the doorframe, carrying a solemn, oppressive, yet awe-inspiring aura of absolute glory. Become a glorious member of the Mecha Imperium. Defend the sacred Mecha Imperium and eradicate all heretics that escape humanity's control. Your path is paved with glory, you carry the crushing weight of loyalty to humanity. By choosing this door, you embrace order, defend tradition, and fight for the eternal hegemony of mankind. Glory is life. Loyalty is its own reward. Vance's consciousness rippled. This description is way too imperial. It's almost stereotypically rigid. Gold, glory, and purging heretics, it was the quintessential, orthodox propaganda of the Imperium. The second door, the door of chaos. Immediately after, the door on the far left emitted a low, resonant thrum. The frame was forged from a dull, dark iron, covered in twisted, wicked spikes and feral runes. In certain places, it looked as though raw magma was flowing directly beneath the metallic surface. Eerie light, a sickly weave of dark red, purplish black, and putrid green, seeped from the doorframe. It exuded an overwhelming, intoxicating aura of unbridled freedom, rampant indulgence, and the violent shattering of all restraints. Become a free apostle of chaos. Enjoy a life of freedom, devoid of control or restraint, and become the master of your own destiny. Power originates from within, and will dictate all. By choosing this door, you will shatter your chains, embrace infinite possibilities, and forge your own legend among the stars. The rules are yours to make, and the price is yours to bear. The chaos flavor is practically spilling out. Vance muttered inwardly. The aesthetic of this door was basically a chaotic hodgepodge of the four gods, Khorne's violence, Tzeentch's strangeness, Nurgle's slime, and Slaanesh's temptation all rolled into one. Freedom. In the Warhammer universe, the price of freedom on the chaos side is your literal soul. I wonder what the price is in this world. The third door, the Door of Dawn. Finally, the central door pulsed with a quiet, steady light. It lacked the exaggerated, bombastic ornamentation of its neighbors. The door itself was cast from thick, smooth, dark gray metal. Its only adornment was a simple emblem inlaid dead center, radiating a warm, crimson glow, a rising sun breaking through a dark horizon, hovering above a cluster of stars, a cogwheel, and a stalk of wheat. The light bleeding from its cracks was a warm, resolute red. It wasn't blinding, instead, it carried a grounded, steadfast sense of destiny, like a slow march ever forward. Become a steadfast martyr. Fight, explore, and forge an idealized utopia free from oppression and suffering, using your own blood and sweat. The road is long and fraught with thorns, but every step is taken on solid ground. By choosing this door, you will throw yourself into the most arduous of undertakings, fighting shoulder to shoulder with like-minded comrades, sacrificing everything for the inevitable dawn. The path is yours to pioneer, the hope is yours to protect. A martyr. An idealized world. Vance was genuinely taken aback. The vibe of this option was entirely different from the first two. It didn't lean into grand notions of glory or infinite freedom, instead, it highlighted words like arduous, thorns, and sacrifice. This description, doesn't it sound a lot like the rhetoric of idealistic revolutionaries? Trying to pull that off in a grimdark mecha universe. Isn't the tone a little out of place? 3 doors, 3 lights, and 3 distinct paths, all waiting silently in the endless void. The mechanical voice rang out one last time. Choose your path. This choice will determine your starting faction, narrative trajectory, and baseline gameplay experience. Please consider carefully. You have 3 minutes to make your decision. Vance's consciousness drifted back and forth between the 3 towering gates. My duty is to uphold order, strike down crime, and eradicate all chaos, he whispered to himself. He looked at the sacred door. Its magnificent brilliance was undeniably compelling. As a die-hard fan of Warhammer's Imperium of Men, he knew full well that this type of imperial faction would likely be rotting, dogmatic, and rife with injustice. But at the very least, it maintained the baseline order of human civilization. He then looked at the door of chaos. Freedom, raw power, being utterly unbound, those concepts were incredibly seductive to anyone exhausted by the daily, crushing grind of modern life. But Vance knew the price of absolute freedom far too well. The hackers, fraudsters, and extremists he'd spent his career arresting. They had all started down the wrong path in the name of pursuing their own twisted versions of freedom. It was thrilling, sure, but the risks were astronomical, and he had a deep, psychological aversion to it. He was, after all, the Imperium's purest inquisitor. And the Door of Dawn. It was bizarre, and easily the one that piqued his curiosity the most. The seconds ticked by. Ultimately, he stayed true to his heart. As a veteran, hardcore Imperial loyalist, he was going to choose the Imperium faction, even in a bootleg asset flip game. Are you kidding me? The Imperium of Men in Warhammer is corrupt as hell, and I'm still intensely loyal to it. Sure, your game's full dive tech is insanely impressive for a cheap knockoff, but no matter how garbage your Imperium is, it can't possibly be worse than the Warhammer one. I'm not one of those guys who screams loyalty online and then chickens out when it's time to draft. I am the Imperium's most loyal inquisitor. Damn it all. I choose. Vance's consciousness locked onto the central door radiating crimson light. Before he finished, the sacred door. Choice confirmed, the sacred door. Faction bound, Imperium of Men. Generating character vessel. Connecting to servers. Welcome to Epoch 40K, Mecha. May the God Emperor be with you. Hold up, man. This God Emperor stuff, why is it so? Before he could finish, the sacred door swung open. A beam of divine, golden light instantly shattered the pitch-black space, completely swallowing Vance's figure whole. Lucian sat up on his couch, a flash of genuine surprise crossing his eyes. The first new player actually chose the sacred door to the Imperium of Men. It seems the Imperium really does have an endless supply of die-hard loyalists. The old men on the Golden Throne, Guilliman, and Sanguinius really have left a deep impression on people. He pulled up the system interface, watching the faction tag next to the ID, the Imperium's Purest Inquisitor, flip from unselected to Imperium of Men. Interesting. Very interesting. He stood up, walked over to the window, and gazed up at the Sun of Hope hanging in the vault of his domain. So, 100,000 members of the Fourth Scourge, what kind of storm will you bring to this grand heresy that's about to tear the galaxy apart? I'm looking forward to it. Outside the window, a crimson cloud had unknowingly drifted into the sky above his domain. The cloud layer slowly rotated, gradually forming the shape of a massive, churning vortex. Deep within the eye of the storm, the faint glimmers of countless consciousnesses could be seen, currently being pulled directly from the Earth of the normal universe. There were still 99,999 more to go to hit the quota. Lucian raised a hand. A massive holographic screen unfurled before his eyes, displaying a real-time data stream of the faction choices being made by the 100,000 closed beta players. At this exact moment, only 3 minutes remained until the absolute deadline for the game access login. Any access slots belonging to players who refused to log in would be automatically redistributed to others. The data began to scroll rapidly. The Sacred Door, 44.3%. The Door of Chaos, 39.1%. The Door of Dawn, 16.6%. As expected, the vast majority of people will still flock to the options that seem the most orthodox or the most liberating. Lucian wasn't surprised in the slightest. He looked at the 16.6% who had chosen Crimson Dawn. He looked at what those numbers represented, individual souls about to set foot on Aurelian 4, about to personally experience the cruel, crushing reality and the resilient hope that coexisted in the Warhammer universe. He smiled. Whether you choose loyalty or chaos, I have already set my board. Emperor, 4 gods, will you accept the grand gift I'm about to send you? Now then, let the game begin. The final deadline countdown hit 0. All access slots had been distributed, all beta testers had logged in. Epoch 40K, Mecha second closed beta, officially launched. Goal equals 900 power stones. Chapter 230, Chapter 229, Breathing Tax Strikes Back. Vance was jolted awake by a biting chill. The moment his consciousness tore itself free from the haze, he realized he was curled up on an icy metal bench. Dim red emergency lights bathed the surroundings, and the air was thick with a pungent cocktail of machine oil, stale sweat, and cheap disinfectant. This. He glanced down at his hands. They were calloused and rough, with thick knuckles, dark skin, and a few freshly healed scars on the back. He was wearing a drab, gray military uniform made of fabric coarse enough to chafe the skin right off his bones. A crude kinetic pistol hung from his waist. Did I just transmigrate? Or am I in a game? Vance's mind raced, desperately trying to make sense of the situation. Right then, a tidal wave of fragmented, unfamiliar memories flooded his brain. Stellan Kowalski. 23 years old. Born into a laborer family on the third continent of the agri-world Zakasen. 3 months ago, the planetary governor had drafted 5,000 able-bodied young men to replenish the Imperium's military ranks, effectively using them as a tithe for the Departamento Munitorum. He had been assigned to the Eleanor Crusade replacement formations. After completing basic training, he had just been transferred to the 28th Expeditionary Fleet of the Emperor's Children. The Emperor's Children. Vance bolted upright on the bench, his voice dripping with disbelief. As a hardcore Warhammer veteran, he knew exactly what that name meant. The Legion of Fulgrim, the Emperor's third son. They were destined to be the first traitors to fall during the Horus Heresy, the pampered darlings of Slaanesh, and twisted lunatics obsessed with an unattainable perfection. And the current timeline was 000.M31. Vance's heart began to hammer against his ribs. What did that mean? It meant the Great Crusade was still in full swing, and Horus had already been crowned War Master. The Emperor's children hadn't fallen yet. Fulgrim was still the handsome, elegant primarch who sought art and perfection in all things. But there were less than 5 years left until the event that would forever change the fate of the galaxy. Davin. Holy shit. Vance muttered to himself. Is this really a fucking game? This isn't just some knockoff, this is blatant plagiarism. The Emperor's Children, the God Emperor, this is literally just Warhammer 40k. His voice echoed through the cavernous compartment, immediately drawing the attention of the others. You noticed it too, bro. A guy next to him, wearing the same gray uniform, sat up. A line of golden text hovered right above his head. Loves eating Grox cans. The dude had a look of absolute despair plastered across his face. When I picked Sacred Door, I thought it was just going to be a reskin mecha game. But I opened my eyes and found out I'm a recruit in the Imperial Auxilia, shoved right into an Emperor's Children fleet. Son of a bitch, does this game actually have a breathing tax? Breathing tax. Vance blinked, suddenly noticing an inconspicuous white cog icon resting in the bottom right corner of his vision. He focused his mind on it, giving it a mental click. A translucent holographic screen unfolded before his eyes. Entity ID, the Imperium's purest inquisitor. Physiological status, mild hunger, mild thirst, stamina, 77%. Psychic aptitude, inactive psychic tier, 0. Imperial coins held, 0. Debt, 0. Daily breathing tax, unpaid, 0/0.3. Note, a daily breathing tax of 0.3 Imperial coins. Overdue payments will trigger the debt mechanism. Accumulating a debt of over 10 Imperial coins will result in forced account deletion and blacklisting. Vance stared at the breathing tax description, his mouth twitching. Is this game, seriously this hardcore? Hardcore? This is fucking Warhammer. Of course it's hardcore. Loves eating Grok's cans, lowered his voice. Look around, they've all got golden IDs floating over their heads. I bet you anything these are all players who chose Sacred Door. Vance scanned the room. Sure enough, in this transport bay designed to hold 50 people, over 30 had already woken up. Each of them had a bizarre ID floating above their head. I'll even be the Emperor's dog, 4G bro, you're not loyal, the Emperor's most loyal soldier. They were all glowing in the exact same golden font, all bearing the identical insignia of the Imperium faction. So you're telling me, Vance said, taking a deep breath, that all 50 of us players were randomly drafted into the auxiliary forces of the Emperor's Children fleet? Looks like it. Loves eating Grok's cans, offered a bitter smile. And I just tried messing with the UI. The system menu only has personal info, a quest tab, a locked cash shop, a region chat, and a logout button. There's no customer support ticket system, no official forums, no pay-to-win bundles. This game isn't even trying to hide it. As the two spoke, more players gradually came to their senses. A chorus of gasps and curses began to echo throughout the compartment. Holy crap, where the hell are we? The Emperor's Children. Is it too late to re-roll? Breathing tax. I have to pay taxes even in a damn video game. Has anyone tried dying yet? Do we respawn? The system says that upon player death, the base respawn fee is 5 Imperial coins. If you don't have the cash, it triggers a respawn loan with a predatory loan shark interest rate. Fuck me. These mad lad devs really aren't afraid of us rage quitting. I don't think they are. A full dive simulation game with this level of realism. We could probably sell our beta keys for a fortune. The chaos lasted for about 5 minutes. Then, the heavy bulkhead door was violently kicked open. Shut the hell up. A man wearing the uniform of an Imperial Auxilia lieutenant stormed in, his face contorted with unvarnished disgust. He looked to be in his 40s, sporting a mechanical augmetic for a left eye and a savage scar that carved its way from his right brow all the way down to his jawline. Vance's newly inherited memories immediately recognized the man. Malcolm Gray, the platoon commander. He was a grizzled veteran fresh from the meat grinder of Alinor, infamous for his iron-fisted discipline and explosive temper. The transport will dock with the battleship Blade of Elegance in 3 hours. Instead of getting some rack time, what the hell are you recruits whining about? Lieutenant Gray's augmetic eye swept across the compartment, his gaze cutting like a physical blade. I don't care which backwater rock you crawled out of, and I don't care if you used to be farmers, miners, or whatever other pathetic excuse for a living you made. As of right now, you are soldiers of the 7th Platoon, 6th Company, 3rd Battalion of the 447th Imperial Auxilia Regiment. Your only job is to follow orders, complete the mission, and live long enough to see payday. He marched to the center of the bay, clasping his hands behind his back. Listen up, rookies. The Emperor's Children Legion is one of the most elite fighting forces in the entire Imperium, and Lord Fulgrim's pursuit of perfection borders on the obsessive. As auxiliary troops attached to this legion, your performance directly reflects upon their honor. Therefore, Gray's voice suddenly skyrocketed in volume, do not embarrass the Emperor's children, do not embarrass the Imperium, and absolutely do not embarrass me. Otherwise, I have zero qualms about tossing you out an airlock and letting the cold vacuum of space teach you a lesson in discipline. The entire compartment fell dead silent. The players exchanged glances, many of them looking incredibly stifled and frustrated. It was one thing to get chewed out by a boss in real life, but getting screamed at by an NPC in a video game. Still, with no real grasp on their current situation, the players opted to play it safe and keep their mouths shut. Because the murderous aura radiating from Lieutenant Gray felt entirely too real. That cold, predatory vibe of a man who had crawled his way out of mountains of corpses and oceans of blood wasn't something that could be replicated by standard game physics. Of course, the main deterrent was the very intimidating Loss pistol holstered at his hip. Now, everybody rack out and get some rest. Gray gave the room one last withering glare. Once we arrive at the Blade of Elegance, you will have 6 hours to acclimatize. After that, you'll receive your first assignment. I sincerely hope you're still capable of standing by then. With that, he spun on his heel and marched out. The heavy bulkhead slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud. Silence hung in the compartment for a few agonizing seconds. And then, the region chat window exploded into an absolute frenzy. Region chat. I'll even be the Emperor's dog, holy shit, this NPC's aura is intense. I almost pissed myself. For gee bro, so we're really in the Emperor's children fleet right now. Back when Fulgrim hasn't completely fallen and ascended to demonhood. You're not loyal, the timeline is 000.m31. 5 years until the Horus Heresy, does that mean we're relatively safe for now? The Emperor's most loyal soldier, safe my ass. The Emperor's children are the first batch to turn traitor. Are we fraternizing with the enemy by mixing with these future heretics? Loves eating Grok's cans, you're overthinking it, bro. We're just a bunch of auxiliary grunts. We won't even get to see the Primarch's face, so how could we possibly commit treason? The Imperium's purest inquisitor, everyone, let's table that discussion for now. Check your quest interfaces, the beginner tutorial quest just dropped. After speaking in the region chat, Vance reopened his system interface. The quest tab next to the cog icon was blinking. Beginner tutorial quest released. Quest name, acclimatize to your identity, complete one Imperial Auxilia daily task. Objective, upon arriving at the battleship Blade of Elegance, complete your first assigned duty within 6 hours. Rewards, 10 Imperial coins, cash shop unlocked. Failure penalty, none. Note, the Imperium does not believe in tiers. It only believes in completed missions and paid taxes. 10 Imperial coins. Vance calculated silently. The breathing tax is 0.3 a day, which means completing this quest covers 33 days of taxes. But if we fail, we won't unlock the shop or get any help. The game's resource loop was crystal clear. Complete quests to earn Imperial coins, use Imperial coins to pay the breathing tax, buy gear, and upgrade your stats. Failing or dying would trap a player in a downward debt spiral. If a player's debt exceeded 10 Imperial coins, the system would forcibly delete their account and blacklist them. This economic system is somehow even more Warhammer than the actual Imperium, he muttered. Loves eating Grok's cans, grumbled softly beside him, at least when the Imperium collects the tithe, they leave you with 90%. This game just forces you to wage slave for your right to exist. Vance didn't reply. His gaze landed on an emblem painted on the bulkhead. It was the heraldry of the Emperor's children, a majestic phoenix with spread wings, beneath which was a line of exquisite high Gothic script, perfection through practice. Right now, this legion was still the pride of the Imperium, a shining blade expanding the frontiers of human civilization. But Vance knew that in the near future, this proud phoenix would be corrupted by the temptations of Slaanesh during a fateful campaign. Their pursuit of perfection would devolve into a twisted hunt for ultimate sensory stimulation, ultimately reducing them to the playthings of chaos. What if? A sudden thought struck him. What if we players could actually change things? Once the idea took root, it was impossible to shake. 50 players were certainly insignificant. But what if, out of the 100,000 beta testers, thousands or even tens of thousands were scattered across various legions and planets? Could this fourth scourge, players from the real world armed with the knowledge of the future, become the greatest wildcard in this grimdark universe? What are you thinking about? Loves eating Grok's cans, nudged him. Focus on surviving the tutorial quest first. I really don't want to be up to my eyeballs in debt on day one. Vance snapped out of his daze and nodded. Right then, a server-wide announcement popped up on his system interface. System announcement. All second beta players for Epoch 40K, Mecha have successfully logged in. Current online players, 100,000. Faction distribution, Imperium of Men 44.3%, Freedom Chaos 39.1%, Crimson Dawn 16.6%. May you all find your path in the sea of stars within the Mecha universe. Notice, players must unconditionally assist their chosen faction in securing ultimate victory. If the native forces representing any of the three major factions suffer total defeat in the ensuing conflicts, all players belonging to that faction will face account deletion. All Imperial coins held by the defeated faction will be transferred to the victorious faction's players. As the announcement faded, the region chat exploded once again. Loves eating Grok's cans, this fucking game is forcing us to double down on the Imperium. The sea of stars in the Mecha universe. Heh. They didn't mention that the mechas are fucking dreadnoughts. And titans, those aren't even meant to be piloted by normal humans. You're not loyal, 16.6% of people actually picked Crimson Dawn. What the hell were they thinking? Is that organization even in the Warhammer timeline? Neos baby kiss, those guys are screwed. They have the lowest player count out of the three factions. And their native faction is some weak, no-name Crimson Dawn. Sandwiched between the glorious Imperium and the four Chaos Gods, they'll get wiped out in minutes. But honestly, since nobody knew this was the Warhammer universe when picking, why did so few people choose Crimson Dawn anyway? For G-Bro, probably got scared off by the descriptions of martyrs and thorny paths. Most people play games to have fun, not to suffer. I know I got spooked by the whole martyr thing, so I immediately slammed the loyalist button for the sacred door. You're not loyal, but seriously, what even is this Crimson Dawn organization? Are they human? Xenos? Ogrins? Orcs? What's their deal? Loves eating Grox cans, who cares? Let's worry about ourselves first. Right now, all I want to know is if the Emperor's Children cafeteria serves decent grub. Vance closed the region chat. He leaned back against the freezing metal bulkhead, closed his eyes, and began to sort through the fragmented memories swirling in his mind. Stellan Kowalski's past, the Imperial Auxilius training regiments, the basic intelligence on the Emperor's Children fleet. Chapter 231, Chapter 230, Make the Primarch a Son of Hope. Aurelian 4. Deep beneath the Kent Hive, before the heavy doors of Dawn's slumbering palace, Paul stood before the massive alloy bulkhead. Bathed in the palace's ambient lighting, his towering 3.88-meter frame cast a long, imposing shadow. 23 years of time had allowed him to grow into a colossus that rivaled the Primarchs in stature. Faint veins of energy pulsed across the surface of his golden aquiline Terminator armor. His helmet was off, revealing a resolute, stoic Eastern face. The most striking feature about him was his eyes. Deep within his dark golden irises, 5 minuscule stars slowly orbited in a constant, mesmerizing trajectory. They were the physical manifestations of his 5 core traits: hope, compassion, resolve, pioneering, and wisdom. What was once just a single pentagram with 5 points had now fully evolved into 5 distinct, radiant stars. Brother. A soft, feminine voice called out from behind him. Paul turned, watching the figure slowly approach. Hilovia Elner. The 11-year-old girl he had saved on the wasteland all those years ago had blossomed into a tall, elegant young woman standing at 1.76 meters. She wore a custom-crafted suit of silver power armor. Its lines were sleek and graceful, the surface etched with intricate psychic runes. Her waist-length silver hair caught the dim palace light with a faint, ethereal sheen. Her deep, emerald-green eyes were clear, reflecting a maturity and wisdom that went far beyond her years. In her hand, she gripped a silver staff. It was the very same magical girl transformation device used to purge the greater demon of Tsench, Iteos Raucaris, 23 years ago. Paul had since modified and upgraded it, transforming the wand into a multi-purpose holy relic capable of psychic amplification, reality structure stabilization, and long-range hypercommunication. Hilovia. A gentle smile tugged at the corner of Paul's mouth. Are you ready? I've been ready. Hilovia stepped up beside him, gazing up at the tightly sealed door. Uncle Cage, Uncle Tax, Brother White Scars, Brother Blood Angel, and over 4,000 other aunts, uncles, brothers, and sisters, they've been asleep for 23 years. When they wake up and see what Aurelian 4 looks like today, do you think they'll be completely shocked? Paul followed her gaze, a complex swirl of emotions in his eyes. Oh, they'll be shocked, all right, he said softly. While I was gone all these years, you somehow managed to run the entire planet flawlessly. Thank you for your hard work, Hilovia. It wasn't hard work. Hilovia shook her head, her silver hair swaying. It was the Crimson Dawn that brought hope, a better life, and real change to this world. I merely carried out the ideals everyone left behind. It's just a shame we didn't have more time. Given another 10 years, the fleets of Aurelian 4 could have sailed out of this solar system and conquered the entire Coriani sector. It would have been a surprise for everyone waking up. Hearing this, Paul simply shook his head. Right now, our territory is vast enough. His voice was deep and stern. In this universe, bigger isn't always better. Especially with what's coming next. Besides, they might not even want you to conquer the entire sector. The logistics of managing it would be an absolute nightmare. Did you forget how frantically busy they were in the days right before they went into stasis? Paul smiled, and Hilovia returned it with a sweet smile of her own. Brother, Hilovia asked softly. What exactly have you been so worried about all these years? The people of Aurelian are finally living without fear of cold or starvation. Everyone is fed, everyone has access to education, and everyone has a path forward in life. The transportation networks across Aurelian 4 are highly developed and unobstructed. We've conquered the towering mountains and tamed the turbulent, polluted rivers. Even the lethal radiation that once plagued us has been completely purged and dissipated. Our armies, our fleets, our industrial base, they are more than 100 times stronger than they were 23 years ago. Paul fell silent for a few seconds. He reached out, gently resting his massive hand on top of Hilovia's head. It was just like 23 years ago out on the wasteland, when he had knelt down to comfort the little girl crying in the freezing wind. Hilovia, do you know why the Emperor launched the Great Crusade? To unite humanity, expel the Xenos, and reclaim lost territories. Then why is the Great Crusade destined to fail? Hilovia froze. Paul retracted his hand, turning to gaze deep into the palace at the more than 4,000 stasis pods. Because the Emperor is in too much of a hurry, he said slowly. He wants to achieve in a mere 200 years an integration that should take humanity millennia to complete. He ignores the sheer complexity of human nature, glosses over regional differences, and disregards cultural divides. Most importantly, he underestimates the entities residing within the warp. Oh, he acknowledges and guards against the warp itself, but he has never truly taken precautions against the beings that inhabit it. He enforces the imperial truth, declaring a universe entirely devoid of gods. Yet, his very existence is godlike, blazing like a sun in the eyes of all who behold him. Furthermore, he is appallingly negligent of the feelings of his demigod sons. He created these primarchs, gifting them with unparalleled, godlike power, but he never once considered fulfilling the duties of a father, providing them with emotional companionship or validation. Instead, he treats them merely as tools. Tools forged solely to conquer the galaxy. Eventually, he will suffer the inevitable backlash from these demigod sons, which is exactly why his great crusade is doomed to fail. The chaos gods of the warp will not sit idly by and watch a united, powerful, and rational Imperium of Men rise. They will infiltrate, corrupt, and divide, destroying everything from the inside out. Paul's voice echoed through the cavernous hall. The path our Crimson Dawn is currently walking, in a sense, it is the exact opposite of the Emperor's. We don't blindly chase rapid expansion or vastly sprawling territories. What we must do is cultivate deep roots. We need to forge a single planet, a single sector, into an impenetrable iron fortress, establishing a truly solid bastion for human civilization within this dark universe. Only then, when the storm finally breaks, will we have the right to say that we can actually protect something. Hilovia listened quietly. After a long while, she looked up, a resolute light gleaming in her deep green eyes. I understand. She clenched her fists, saying nothing more aloud. But deep in her heart, she whispered, brother, you can rest easy. The me of today. I possess enough power to protect all of you. A faint aura of psychic energy flashed across her body. The Aurelian Planetary Council and the Aurelian Dawn Army will safeguard the Crimson Dawn. We will protect this planet and this star system, she thought, her grip tightening on the silver staff. Whether we face the chaos of the warp, Xenos, or even the fleets of the Imperium. Paul slowly turned back to face the alloy bulkhead. A holographic screen gradually materialized before his eyes. It was the system interface, displaying a ticking countdown. The countdown ticked away. Paul took a deep breath. It's time, he said softly. A look of pleasant surprise lit up Hilovia's face. She stepped forward, nodding as she raised her staff. Silvery psychic radiance flowed from the tip of the wand, spreading toward the alloy bulkhead like a living entity. The energy conduits began to hum, and under the infusion of her psychic power, the door lit up with streaks of white light. Finally, with a deafening rumble that broke a 23-year silence, the massive alloy bulkhead slowly began to open. Paul slammed his right fist against his left breastplate, the golden aquiline Terminator armor emitting a dull, heavy thud. He closed his eyes and silently chanted in his heart. Welcome back. My comrades. The warp. Domain of Lucian, Spire of Hope. Lucian stood on the observatory of the high tower, 3 colossal screens of light hovering in the air before him. The first screen displayed a real-time distribution map of the 100,000 second beta players. Countless motes of light were scattered across the galaxy like stars. Some were clustered within Imperial fleets. Others lay dormant on fringe worlds, and a small fraction was currently descending upon the various corners of Aurelian 4. The second screen showed the stabilized faction data streams, Imperium of Men 44.3%, Freedom Chaos 39.1%, Crimson Dawn 16.6%. The third screen, however, was an incredibly complex star map. Dozens of critical nodes were marked on it. Macridge, Terra, Kulth, Eleanor, Prospero, Istvan 3. And the single most important temporal anchor point, 005.M31, Davin. 5 years left. Lucian murmured to himself. His gaze fell upon the coordinates of Aurelian 4. Right now, that planet was like a meticulously polished pearl, radiating a warm, crimson light into the pitch-black void of the universe. 23 years of deep cultivation, nourished by the emotional energy of 29 billion souls, had expanded his domain several times over. It had allowed him to grow from a fragile, newborn evil god into a genuine lesser deity. But it wasn't enough. Not even close. The 4 chaos gods, the Emperor, the Primarchs, Xenos, Eldari, Necrons. Lucian recited the names. Each one represented a terrifying existence fully capable of crushing everything he had worked for. But this time, there are 100,000 new variables on the board. He looked at the flickering lights on the first screen. These consciousnesses from Earth, souls brimming with modern knowledge, wild imaginations, chaotic unpredictability, and boundless creativity, all armed with items redeemed from the game shop, have now been dropped into every corner of this grimdark universe. They will fight, build, betray, and stay loyal. Most importantly, they will think, question, and carve out their own unique paths. This is the true meaning of the fourth scourge, Lucian said, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It's not about having endless troops or an absolutely subservient will. It's about possibilities. Infinite possibilities blooming simultaneously across the galaxy. Being immortal and indestructible isn't even their greatest advantage. If we're just talking about immortality, both the demon hordes of chaos and the Emperor's legion of the damned far surpass these players. But these players possess a fundamental spark of spirituality that those demons and damned legionnaires could never hope to match. They have limitless potential for growth, and they know the future and the deepest secrets of this world. Even though my system restrictions prevent them from revealing future events to any soul native to the Warhammer universe, this knowledge remains an unparalleled advantage for themselves. He raised a hand, his fingertip lightly tapping the empty air. The sun of hope at the core of the domain suddenly flared with brilliance. Its warm light transcended dimensions, spilling over specific coordinates in the material universe. It was a small, parting gift for the players who had chosen the Crimson Dawn faction and the natives of Aurelian 4. Upon their arrival, they would receive a blessing of hope. It would grant them immunity to warp corruption and a minor buff to their learning speed during their acclimatization period. It wouldn't make them instantly overpowered. But at the very least, it would help them survive the initial danger zone. It gave them a chance to witness the dawn on Aurelian 4, a chance to truly comprehend the sheer weight behind the path they had chosen. As for those who chose the Imperium and Chaos, Lucian's gaze deepened. They'll just have to rely on their own skills. In this universe, every path demands a toll. The glory of the Imperium is forged in blood, the freedom of Chaos is bought with souls, and the path of the dawn must be carved out with the sweat and lives of generation after generation. This light of hope was earned by the people of Aurelian over 23 years, paid for with the youth and sweat of an entire generation. That's only fair, isn't it? The exact moment the countdown hit 0, Lucian felt a massive emotional tremor ripple outward from the material universe. It was the collective shockwave of 100,000 consciousnesses logging in simultaneously, a torrential tide blending surprise, confusion, excitement, terror, and rabid curiosity. After being filtered and purified by the system, this tidal wave transformed into the purest form of energy, flooding into the domain to nourish his essence, that dazzling sun of hope. Lucian closed his eyes and spread his arms wide. At that moment, the borders of the domain expanded outward by a seemingly insignificant fraction. But for an entity of the warp, there was no such thing as insignificant growth. Every single drop of accumulated power was paving the way for a future qualitative evolution. The game to burn the galaxy has begun. Lucian opened his eyes, a streak of divine, golden radiance flowing deep within his pupils. And this time, I am taking every single Primarch I can get my hands on. Since you refuse to teach your sons, Emperor, I'll turn them into sons of hope. They will fight for the true dawn and hope of humanity. Goal equals 900 power stones.